Hello everyone.
Hey everybody. Sorry we're a few minutes late getting started, but we're excited.
So right now we are here for Flutteristas Conference 2025. Welcome, and it's a celebration for our community growth overall. Flutter, you are here with us for years right now. So welcome. Maybe we can directly kickstart this since we are a little late. So, wherever you are joining us from, whether it's morning, evening, or past midnight, really early morning, over the next 12 hours, we will share stories from Germany to Colombia, from USA to India, and many more. And this conference includes lots of technical talks, Q&A sessions where you can ask your questions to our speakers directly, and you can join fun online activities and giveaways. You are absolutely in the right place. So first, of course, we need to kick off with code of conduct. So Danielle, would you like to walk us through?
Absolutely. If you've seen anything on the Flutter community, you know about this. But here's our code of conduct. You need to be nice and respectful and constructive while you interact with us. That's common decency. Obviously, do not post anything if it's adult content, if it's rude or offensive. Do not advertise or promote anything. We do have sponsors here; they get to advertise, but nobody else does. Don't spam, which is posting the same thing over and over again. And I mean, this is especially important here, unfortunately, still in places in the world, but harassment of any kind will not be tolerated. This is intended to be a safe space. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a couple minutes, but please be kind to people and do not do things like that, and have a good time.
Thank you. So today we are here with a broad audience, including already Flutteristas members, friends, allies, but we also have some people who may hear about us for the first time. So let me introduce first what Flutteristas are. So Flutteristas is a worldwide community of women and non-binary have an interest in Flutter SDK. You probably heard this definition multiple times already. And in Flutteristas, we have monthly meetings where we share our knowledge about Flutter and community and support each other, and we are connected worldwide via Meetup and Discord. But there is actually more beyond this definition. So I want to go for what Flutteristas actually and really are. And Flutteristas actually is a global community, and this is a safe space. We watch talks together, we prepare, give these talks together, we cheer each other on like we are about to do today. We share opportunities, we share tips, experiences, and collaborate on projects. We make space for each other, and this is making what Flutteristas different than others. This is just not about code, it's about connection, mentorship, growth here, and all of these are volunteered. Thank you for our community members and allies. And we show up for each other, for ourselves, and together. And why we actually have Flutteristas is can be lonely, especially when you are not part of the 90%, and that's why we exist. We want to make sure no one gets lost in silence, and Flutteristas was created to prove the safe spaces are not accidental. And I want to actually throw the ball to Danielle here to talk about everything. How this is started? How did you get the first conference? Can you just open up on this?
Absolutely. Okay, well, the Flutteristas, as the slide says here, was, sorry about that, was originally created by a former Flutter team member, Emily Fortuna. If you watch any of the old Widget of the Weeks, you'll see them on there. And they felt that we needed something like this. They left, so several of us have taken over the role. So, we're Emily was one person. We're now 5, 6 people that I think that are running this. And one of the things that started early on was we ended up with some speaker training. And Neela and I were having a conversation, and it became clear that, well, gee, if we're having speaker training, then let's have a conference. And that's actually how it all started. And I cannot tell you how amazing it is to see the growth, but even from the first one, of how many people just step up. And Kaylee's going to come on soon. She's the one that ran it. She can tell us how many people are actually involved, but it's an amazing number of people that were involved in making this conference happen. And so I'm looking forward to it.
So why are we here today? As we wanted to actually be really inclusive while we are hosting our events and while we are reaching the people. This isn't just a 12 hours conference, it is for everyone. And wherever and whenever you are tuning in, we want to be here with you. So our inclusivity first, community first, safe space for all voices is our values that we want to reflect. And right now, since we are here with Conference 2025, I want to invite Kelly of the stage, our dear project manager, to give more details about 2025 conference. Welcome, Kelly.
Hello, thank you. Very, very excited to finally be here after 6 months of planning. And as Danielle mentioned, we had so many Flutteristas involved. 35 was my last count. But not just Flutteristas. We have so many allies and community members and volunteers that have helped us get here. One thing that's really great about a conference like this is we take so many people, our Flutteristas members, that have zero experience in being part of conferences, either giving talks or participating in the planning. It is really a zero to stage experience. Every speaker and every planner and participant and organizer gets to participate in everything from the ground up, whether it be helping each other with the CFPs, getting feedback from mentors. We have coaching. We have so many people who contributed to planning this that it's impossible to mention everybody. But all of us have the same goal, and that's what is important. And our goal is for our members to be able to tell their story with confidence in a safe space. So if you want to be here, you are certainly welcome, as long as you are follow the rules of being a Flutterista, and you are welcome, and we will train you to get you up here and to participate.
Speaking of those rules, that's the next slide. So if you are a woman or a non-binary person and you're interested in Flutter, you're pretty much there. If you agree to the Flutteristas Code of Conduct, then yeah, come join us and have a great time with us. And the greater community is awesome, but there's something special when we get together as the Flutteristas.
And we are just here from like all levels, and even from like just you being interested in is like really enough for us to join us. And we might be online here today, but our connection goes beyond the screen. This is just like some of the pictures of Flutteristas around the world organizing this, being a speaker as well. From local meetups to tech stages, we show up for each other. We are doing this together. And maybe Bahar, you can mention about this while we are saying some of our team members, we are organizing it together.
Hello, hello. I'm really, really excited to be here. Hi to all around the world. It's great to see many locations, many different cultures from everywhere. By the way, I'm joining from Baku, Azerbaijan. I'm really, really interested to see your locations in the map. Let's check where are you currently. Mark your places. Scan this QR code and share your location with us. You have some time to scanning. And yeah, it's really great as a thing for Flutteristas. It's always all from all around the world. And yeah, let's do it together.
And while you're adding your location in the map, maybe Danielle, you can mention about what's making this event possible. We are having a small sneak peek on top, but we actually have amazing sponsors supporting us.
Absolutely. I mean, that's, we could, again, like we've said many times, we could not do this, by ourselves. But Dev Angels and, Simon's actually backstage right now, smiling when I mentioned his name. He's waving, but you guys can't see him because he's backstage, because this is about the Flutteristas. He's supporting us now. And that's just an amazing thing about the community. Serverpod has stepped up. Of course, the Flutter team. I mean, we wouldn't be here without Flutter, but I mean, the Flutter team actually, it does get involved and help us out and with that. But Tide, Shorebird, Code Magic, and Kashish have all really helped out a lot. So, yeah. Again, we couldn't do it without the volunteers. We couldn't do it without the sponsors. It's an amazing thing to. I've not been as involved in organizing this conference, and it's amazing to kind of sit a little bit off the side a little bit and just see it all come together. It has been so awesome.
Thank you so much for this. And there is one more important point we can mention is our amazing speakers. Like here, you will see lots of familiar faces, lots of fresh speakers, and they all were in this journey, like I think over 4 months for sure, almost like 6 months of process. Meantime, when I mention about familiar faces, maybe you see Anna there, and I would like to welcome Anna, our first speaker. You're gonna be mentioning about a little power of the community, and would you like to give a little teaser, and would you like to touch that?
Hi, everyone. Absolutely. I'm going to share my personal story of professional growth and how joining Flutter community, and in particular Flutteristas community, literally changed my life. And with this, I want to highlight how powerful is the impact of your surroundings, and how you can leverage this knowledge to your advantage.
All right, well, since we're going to have that happen, I think I'm going to be back later. I'm hosting 2 more segments, but I think I will see you all later.
All right, then. Well, probably I can start. And before I dive in, let me ask you something. Have you ever looked back at your career and reflected on the key moments that shaped where you are today? What were the milestones, and did you maybe have some turning points that made a difference? A while ago, I had to do this exercise during a workshop on storytelling. We were asked to grab a pen and paper and draw a visual representation of our career path and mark a few milestones and events that we think made an impact. And this would be used as a basis for our story of origin. So this is how I roughly visualized my career path. And honestly, this image quite surprised me, gave a lot of food for thought back then. As you see, for the first part of my career, I had kind of steady professional growth. And that's natural when someone is consistently practicing the same skill for a significant time. Let me mark a few milestones here. So I first started in 2012 after getting my master's in computer science. And back then I was considered a junior software developer. I had some experience with some frameworks, and I was yet to decide what I was going to focus on. Then about 3 years later, I had hands-on experience in the field. I learned from my colleagues and exercised my skill. So I had grown into a strong intermediate developer specializing in cross-platform mobile applications. And as I continued my journey and worked in supportive teams, which allowed me to grow and evolve, I eventually started holding senior mobile engineer positions. And after this point, you see, my career progression seems like a natural evolution of skills and experience, right? And I guess simply continuing this trend on my own, I'd keep slowing down in my growth. But then, as you see, something happened here. Some external influence impacted me so much that a couple of years forward, I spoke at the first Flutteristas Conference. I participated in mentorship programs. I became a Google developer expert in Dart and Flutter. Since then, I have done more and more public speaking and technical workshops at conferences like Flutter Vikings, Flutter and Friends, FlutterCon, many others, and also performed technical reviews of books dedicated to Flutter. Right at this point, I was also hired as a senior staff engineer in the fintech company called Tide, who, by the way, is kindly sponsoring our event today. And this, in turn, opened even more opportunities for professional growth and also topics to speak about. So this whole exercise made me reflect on what exactly happened here in this period of my life. And I want to share more about it. It was early 2020. I had been building cross-platform mobile applications for about 6 years using a framework called Xamarin. At the time, I've been also experimenting with Flutter, a merging framework that caught my interest. And I've already been using it for about a year when I decided to finally make a switch and use it for my daily job. So I quit my job. And the plan was to take a short break and then find a role focused on Flutter. Well, I didn't see COVID coming and suddenly freezing all the hiring worldwide. So my short break took slightly longer than expected, but eventually I managed to find my job, first Flutter job, and officially have switched technologies. And now, changing technologies isn't usually a life-changing decision, right? Sure, it affects the kinds of opportunities that come your way. Some doors close, others open. But at the end of the day, I was still doing the same thing, building cross-platform mobile applications, just with different tool. What I didn't realize back then was it wasn't just about switching technologies. I was stepping into an entirely new community, and that changed a lot. I think we all agree that Flutter community is pretty special. In its early days, as both the framework and the community were shaping, the founding team was extremely intentional about building an inclusive, respectful, and supportive community. Because of that, it quickly became a friendly, virtual space where people felt welcomed, valued, and empowered. And also because Flutter is still a relatively young framework, there aren't many legacy projects that developers have to support. They choose Flutter because they are genuinely passionate about it, not just because they have to. So back in 2020, Flutter was still in its early days. There wasn't a lot of educational content available. So it became common for experienced developers like myself to create video tutorials, publish courses, write articles, and speak at conferences, all to help spread the knowledge. And I naturally got caught up with this wave of excitement, and I wanted to achieve similar results. But even then, despite all of the opportunities around, despite all the support that global Flutter community was providing, it still somehow felt almost impossible for me. When I saw others succeeding, I'd think, good for them, they can do it, not I can do it. It just didn't feel like something I could achieve, at least within a reasonable amount of effort. And thinking about this later, I realized that I simply didn't have role models to take examples from. And it wasn't until I joined the awesome Flutteristas community, which is community for women and non-binary folks, right? Here, I found myself surrounded by talented women on different backgrounds. I met junior developers who were facing challenges that I knew all too well because I was a junior myself before. And then I realized if I start mentoring and sharing my knowledge, I could genuinely make a difference for them. And at the same time, I met senior developers with similar backgrounds, a similar skill set to mine, but they were much more advanced in their careers. So I had an opportunity to connect with them. And when I looked closer at the effort it took them to achieve what they have achieved, something clicked. Like, wait a moment, if they can do it, I can do it too. And that was the moment when my mindset really shifted. Meeting successful women in tech, women I could actually relate to, made all the difference. They became my role models, and hearing their stories showed me what's possible. And because of that, I was able to start activities that brought me to where I am today, like participating in mentorship programs, speaking at international conferences, and being active in the community overall. And another valuable thing that community gave me was a safe space to practice and build confidence before I could find the courage to speak to a broader audience. Frankly speaking, I'm rather a shy person by nature, and I would oftentimes tell myself that my opinions doesn't matter and that there are smarter people in the room to lead the discussion. And I would only speak up if I feel my input would add a real value. But this community helped me realize that I had so much more to say than I thought. And looking back at this kind of self-doubt, I realized that it was just my own limiting beliefs holding me back. But I guess you agree that these kind of things are very hard to recognize on your own. Spotting them takes a deep level of self-awareness, something not all of us can have at the different stages of our lives. Or it requires someone not just tell you, but really show you and prove to you that those doubts are groundless. Because let's be honest, you can hear all the wisdom in the world, but it's only when you see it, when you feel and experience it firsthand, that's when you start to truly understand its power and impact. And this is what Flutteristas community had done for me. And finally, I cannot talk about my career growth without the highlighting of the impact of individual mentorship. I was incredibly lucky to meet someone early in my career who was truly passionate about mentoring aspiring developers. We worked together for years, even across different companies. And throughout the time, I could always count on their guidance, their support, and maybe sometimes even a little push to aim higher. So I would say these three levels of communities: global, welcoming, and passionate Flutter community, the smaller, supportive Flutteristas community where I met women I could relate to, and then individual mentorship, together created the environment where this mindset shift was simply inevitable. And well, of course, everything I achieved afterwards was a result of my hard work, but without their influence, I wouldn't have had the direction or even the belief that I could go after such goals. And that's the power of communities. They shape what feels normal and set the default, so to speak, mindset for their members. Psychologists say that the results you have today are oftentimes the average of the results of your environment. Of course, your personality type and some external factors do play a role, but it's undeniable that people we are surrounded with inevitably impact our decisions and perceptions of the world. And this influence can be used to your advantage. When you immerse yourself in the community where people have already achieved what you aim for or are actively working towards the same goals, you can naturally adopt their habits and get motivated, and progress becomes simply easier. I feel like the more actively you are involved in the community, you build relationships, you contribute, and genuinely connect with others, the bigger impact it has on you. In addition to meeting role models, you can get a very practical help on things like rehearsing your talk you're going to present to a bigger audience, or maybe get any feedback on written content you're going to publish, brainstorming ideas for new talks. Tech communities in general are often full of opportunities shared by its members. In Flutteristas, we share job postings, opportunities for free educations or scholarships, links to educational resources, and of course, collaboration opportunities. In community, you also may get a chance to improve your English in a natural and supportive way, which can be beneficial for non-native speakers like myself. And now I also would like to take a moment to speak about communities for underrepresented groups in particular, because I think they have a real special kind of impact. Well, first of all, they give a higher chance of finding role models you can actually relate to. It was something I was missing before I joined Flutteristas, right? A community for women and non-binary folks, even though there was a lot of examples of success by guys around. And I also feel like such communities have a special atmosphere when you feel free to share your thoughts without second guessing yourself. As a result, that builds confidence. You start speaking up more, knowing that what you have to say matters to others. However, in this regard, I think such a space should be used as a training ground. We benefit not from isolating ourselves, but from building enough confidence to eventually speak up in front of the mixed audience. So here is my call to action for anyone looking to grow, whether it is in your career or really in any other area of your life. Find and join the right community and engage meaningfully with its members. Of course, it's not the only way to succeed, but this path makes the growth easier. And for those of you who are already further along in your careers, my call to action for you is to never underestimate the impact you can have on others. You may not even realize how just showing up in the community can shape someone's journey. A simple conversation, a piece of advice, or even just leading by example can be the spark that gives someone else the confidence to take their next big step. So as you see, this was a very insightful exercise. I strongly suggest that you take a moment later today to do the same and reflect on your career path or any other important area in your life. But that's only after the Flutteristas Conference is over. And for now, I just wish everyone a great, insightful, fun day. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Anna, for this. Like, it's really amazing, and I am actually experiencing a similar thing as you do. Like, after I joined Flutteristas community, lots of things also changed for me. Network level, career level, but more of that, the friendship level and the support we got here is like something really unique and amazing. And I would like to also invite our other friends from Baku, like here. And you know, we are just all around the world. We also have Bahar here with us. Hello, Bahar. And
Hi.
Yeah.
Hello. Hi, Anna, once more. And you know, after your conversation, after your presentation, it reminded me, one person speaks, whole community grows. You reminded me how I started this the world technology, how I learned Flutter, whole support of you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Like, it is really amazing. So, Lau, thank you, Anna. And
Thank you.
see you soon. And then now we can go for our second speaker. You can go for it, Bahar.
Yeah, let me do that. So our next speaker is Divyarupakala D. She will present her presentations. So Rive animation, I think, Rive Revolution, a deep dive into next-gen animation, and stage is yours.
Assistant Professor at St. Joseph Group of Institutions. So today, here, we are going to explore something exciting, Rive, a powerful tool for next-gen animation, especially in Flutter application. So,
Butch, right?
I know what you mean. That guy's gone too far.
Let's teach him a lesson. Come on, Cat. We ain't got all day.
so what do you know about animation? In childhood, we have seen Tom and Jerry's, and now in adulthood, we have switched to animes like this. So you think of cartoons, GIFs, or even buttons that move when you tap them in apps. That's animation. And today we will see how we can make such animations ourselves using Rive. Here are the contents of our today's topic. Here we will understand what is Rive, where to use it, and how to create and integrate animations, and finally a live demo. Let's jump into it. So what is Rive animation? Rive is the most powerful tool that is it is an edge cutting platform for creating a vector animation which is interactive. So when you touch or when you trigger action, the Rive animation, you can feel the Rive animation in your UI. It's perfect for real time collaborations, high performance, and integrates smoothly with Flutter. It's like giving life to your UI. It has seamless integrations, optimized performance, and real time collaboration. So when we take Rive, we can interact our application with an just by like touching your animation, your animation will interact with you. So where should we use Rive? We can use Rive in mobile applications for smooth and interactive Rive animations for web applications. So when we see web application for engaging user experience, we use Rive animations in web applications. Then e-learning for interactive and engaging educational content. Kids like e-learning applications with more animations so that they'll be able to sit for hours and then listen to the lessons. And marketing and branding, even marketing and branding uses striking animations for ads, presentations, and promos. Like games, every game has animation character. Yeah, we play like PUBG, etc. We play animations, transitions, and interactive elements here. Look at the example. One without we look at one example, one without animation. So this is an application without animation. So you have a login page. In the login page, you just enter your email ID. Nothing happens, right? So even after entering your email ID, it's just a text field and you just go to your password. And then when you type your password, there is nothing here. And you log into it and you just see just text and whatever UI you have, and then how much crunches you have done, etc. So this is an app. So you have crunches and then the time decreases gradually, and you have nothing more else to do with this animation, do with this application. It's just full of text, widgets, etc. But here is an application with animation. You have something to motivate you. The running it's a fit application. So you have it's called as Rush Fit, and you're going to enter your name, and it still runs. Enter your password, and it's like running, and then you're going to log in, and once logging in you will have an animation kind of thing. So here you have animation like walking, burning calories, taking your water, etc. And then here you have your reducing belly, you have something like this, and then here comes your icons. So last time we saw like crunches, we did not have anything, any animation or any motivation coming up. But here, when this goes down to 30 and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, you will have a pom pom like this, and this is also a Rive animation. So which is more interactive? I think before is compared to the before slide, this application is very interactive and is very attractive to the customers. So moving on to purpose of Rive. The purpose of Rive animation is to enhance user interaction, provide feedbacks, and make apps more dynamic and enjoyable. Like animations can communicate meaning without words. So first one we have is user experience. So to enhance user experience and make visuals appealing like this, we use we use Rive animation. And then we have reduced cognitive load. So for smooth transitions, like last slide we saw, for like loading we had, right? So for smooth transitions from loading to feedback, and we can use, and through animation we can make interactions to people. and then simplicity complex interactions, like communicate ideas or our actions through animations. Then we have a cross-platform compatibility. So we ensure that Rive works seamlessly on webs, desktops, as well as on mobiles. And then reduce development time. So we have pre-built animations in Rive, so we can easily customize them and use it for our applications. And then boost performance. So we create lightweight animations that run smoothly without any lag. So these are the purposes of Rive. Moving on to the next slide, we have something like how to implement Rive animations. There are basically 3 steps to implement Rive animations. We'll go through the 3 key steps. The first step is design. So we are going to use the Rive editor to create or import animations, define state, trigger, and transition for active interactivity and interactivity for of our apps. Then moving on to the next step, export the animation. After editing or importing animation from Rive editor, we are going to export the animation as a .rive file, after which we will be integrating it with Flutter. So we are going to use the Rive package to load and control the animation in your Flutter application. So how do we do it? Let's get into a demo. So first we are going to check with the input of the animation. So we are going to use the Rive editor for that. So go to the Rive editor website, scroll down until the community examples page comes, and then click all to unlock a new world of animation. Then use the search bar to quickly locate an animation that fits your needs. So here I'm using Teddy. On the right side, you will see the inputs controlling the animation. Click preview to jump straight into the editor. So here are the inputs, and now we are going to click preview. So once you click preview, you are going to navigate to the animations tab in the bottom left corner, where this is where you see the magic happens. So the state machine holds all animation inputs here, like examine, tweak them to achieve the desired motion. We use these state machines. So this is what these are the state machines that we have and the inputs that we are going to give during the login page. So we use live editors to create, define, and transit. And how do we export? This is our second key step. To export the animation, you have to click the menu icon in the River editor. Then you have to give export, and then you have to choose rive.file to save your animation for use in projects. Just saving your animation, and then it gets saved. And then how do we integrate it with? So we are going to create an asset folder in the Flutter project file. Then you have to drop the downloaded Rive file inside the asset folder. Add Rive file name in the pubspec.yaml file, which assets folder's name. Then do import library of Rive in the code file. For example, import Rive. So you have import Rive here, right? So this you are going to import Rive package here. Then we are going to call the Rive file with its name here. So let's integrate Rive with Flutter here. So here we are going to create the asset folder in the Rive project, and then we are going to drop down the Rive file in the assets folder, and then give the Rive name in pubspec.yaml file with asset folder's name, after which we are going to then import the library of the Rive in the code file. Now, then we have to call the Rive files with its function name. We can now trigger the input of that animation by using a state machine. And then we are going to place all Rive.files inside the asset file folder. Add the Rive package like import package Rive.dart. Then we are going to begin explaining how Rive animations enhance the UI UX. So here we are importing it. So first we need the animation in login page called calibration.rive. We use this an artboard named state mission 1, and it has an input check. We have function called is verifying. If that credential is true, it will check that and navigate it to the home page. Then we need to call the save drive from the assets file. And then in home page, we will have the flame.drive, which contains two inputs, particles and autoplay is turned off. When triggered, both inputs activate simultaneously. If that flame, it will trigger the both input called burning flame and particles. Then in workout page, we have 4 categories. At first, we have fire.rive, and it has input as running. If I open that page, it will automatically trigger. Second, we jump to jump.rive. Third, we have biceps.rive. At last, we have animation for CrossFit category. So, on reducing belly fat category page, we have start.drive for start button. If we click that, it will start counting the seconds. So after countdown, we have celebration animation while in breakout count. So I have added all of these here, right here. So that is what, when we go to the previous slides, this is the application that I was explaining you all about. And you have RushFit, which is calib.rive. And when you go here, you have 2 Rive animations, which is the burning flame right here, and here you have autoplay is turned off. Particles. And then when you go to the next page, in this animation, you have 3 inputs, which is fire.rive, jump.rive, biceps.rive, and the CrossFit category, which I was explaining you previously. And finally, we have another one, which is start.drive, which is the celebration animation. So after the countdown, we have celebration animation, which breaks out. This is the code for this application using Rive. So moving on to the next slide. So we have integrated the Flutter with Rive animations. And now I'm going to quickly show you a demo of creating an animation in Rive. So let's create a login screen. So an animated login screen is a fun way to personalize and enhance the user experience of a website or an application. So how the login screen works. So for example, in this video, we are going to type a username. So while we type a username, the teddy smiles. Once we type the password, the teddy closes its eyes, like in here. And once the password is wrong, the teddy reacts that it is shocked. And if the password is correct, the teddy feels happy and the application gets logged in. So how do we do this? So for this, we have to design the Rive animation. So for that, we have to use Rive editor tools. So we are going to use the tool called as a pen tool, and it is used to create almost all the 3 parts of the characters, from eyes, nose, and the whole of teddy. And then there is something called as rigs, like bones, groups, and there is something called as constraints, which allows you to animate the character very easily, like moving the arms of the teddy. So for that, and we use bones, groups, and constraints. So for tilting the head of the teddy, or like you want the teddy to enlarge its eyes, use these kind of tools, which is called as rig. And then we have something called as rig using translation constraint. So you can see a control, here you can see control look group in the hierarchy. The first thing you need to do is you're going to create a target to control the look. So here you're going to fix a target, like where it is going to look. After which you're going to group the different elements of the face. Now the origin of this group to the same position as the control, like here, like in here you're going to group everything. And in this case I have grouped the pupil, the eyes, nose, even the mouth, as well as the ears. Next. So here we are going to add the translation constraint to each group using control look as the target with varying strength values, like eyes, mouth, elbows. So here I am giving like eyes, mouth, and eyebrows. The strength I am giving it as 20. So it will give a moderate movement. Otherwise, for nose I am giving slightly higher than the eyes, mouth, so that it will get enlarged more. And for ears I give minus 15. So minus indicates an opposite direction. Like since they are in the back of the head, I give minus 15 for the strength for the ears. So this is what I'm giving, the initializing the values of the strength for pupil, eyes, and nose and ears. Next, so when you move the control now, if you move the control, the character's face will follow the control. So if the rig starts breaking when pushing too far, you can fix it by adding the distance constraint to limit the movement of the eyes too. So now, so the first thing we want to decide is what a character should do. So for example, we here saw the character in the first video. We saw how we typed the name and it smiled, and we gave a wrong password and it got angry, or like it felt shocked. And then like typing the password, its hands were up, and if the password is correct, the teddy was happy. This is what we are going, like in the next slide we have this. This is how we are going to create the animation. So the first one, the teddy will be ideal. Second one, the teddy will look. Third one, the teddy's hands will be up. And for the fourth one, the teddy will be happy. And for the fifth one, the teddy will be in shock. So ideal. What is ideal? The teddy is just, we are going to create a teddy that is going to look very ideal, just a breathing teddy, a very slow motion and slow animation, accompanied like one or two blinks. That is ideal. And then hands up. So if you give a password, we are going to use the hands up input for that. And then we have hands down. So after creating the password, like after typing the password, we want the teddy to bring hands down and bring to the normal position, or we are going to lower its arms until it reaches the ideal position. So for that, we can use control look. And for success, it's going to be in a happy pose. So in this animation, the character changes into a happy pose, and then it goes to the ideal position. So for everything, ideal position is the starting point. And then we have fail. So if the password gets failed, this is very similar to success, works same as success, but we have a change in expression. The detail here is, in this moment, is like the teddy's head should nod, and then it should it should get shocked. So this will be the final pose. And then we are going to look right, left, and all kinds of things. So we can also do like we can also do the same. We can make the teddy to look left, right, and all. And then here comes the most important thing in Rive animation. The most important thing in Rive animation is the state mission. So first state will be ideal. So when I give the input as the username as input, the teddy is just going to look. And then if I give something for the password, the teddy's hand is going to be up. And then when I give enter, or when I just hit a login button, it's going to be hands down. And then if success and failure. So when we think about how the state machine will work from a login form perspective, and the app is, the idea is that the state machine starts with ideal, then the username, then we are going with look, then we are going with password, then we have to go with hands up, then enter, then hands down, then if we are going to use, if the data is correct, then success animation is activated here, and if it is not, the data is incorrect, the fail animation is activated in this case. So this is called as the state machine. Now, let's jump into scope for Rive animations. So, the first scope for Rive animation is we have an interactive design, UI design. So, Rive is a very ideal feature for creating interactive user interfaces with dynamic animations. The second one is gaming industry. Rive has made a very vast response in the gaming industry. And the third one is it's a cross-platform support like Flutter. It enables seamless animation integration with across web, mobile, and desktop applications. And the fourth one is live animation control. In other applications, if we move the cursor, it won't jump or it won't move. It is just a GIF or some kind of it does some kind of activity, but it is not controlled. But here in live, it allows you, the designers, to manipulate animations in real time without coding. We are just going to import and design and just put it in the asset folder and give some coding here, and boom, here comes the Rive animation in your application. And they are very, very, very lightweight files. So if you take a normal application, if a normal application is some you take 256 MB and all, when you add a Rive animation, it's just 1 MB gets added or 2 MB gets added. So these files are very lightweighted, and that what makes it very, very interesting here. So it is compact, reducing app size. We can reduce the app size using the Rive animation, and also with that we can have interactive performance and improving performance too. And next, so real-time editing. So as I said, Rive animation has real-time editing. Like designers can instantly preview changes. So I can change the eyeball's color. In the previous slide I have showed, right? So I can change the eyeball color of the teddy, enhance the workflow. So instead of giving uh, in the previous slide, instead of giving hands up like that, I can clap hands if the teddy has if we successfully entered the if we have successfully entered the password correctly, then I can make the teddy to clap its hands. So lightweight, real-time editing, I can make real-time editing with that teddy too. And then flexible integration. So it is compatible with popular frameworks like Flutter, React, Unity, etc. And then code free animation, we need not stress too much to code for this animation. We can just use the Rive visual editor, and then reduce the dependencies on developers for simple animations and all. And then learning curve. So beginners may find Rive interface and tools challenging initially, but day by day, when you start using the animations, and when you start making changes, you will come to know about what it is, and you will get to you'll be very, very good at the tools gradually. But at first, you can try importing from Rive directly to your Flutter application. And then big disadvantage is that it has a just limited resource. So when you have Adobe, so After Effects tools like Adobe and all, this is we have very few tutorials and community support for that. But when we but we can improve this by adding our Rive animation videos in tutorials, and we can support the community. We can make this disadvantage as an advantage. Compatibility constraints. Some older browsers or like frameworks may not fully support Rive animations like Flutter does, and it requires practice. So, mastering advanced features demands time and experience. So, we need some practice and then we can implement it directly. So, why did I choose Rive? Or not, why did I ask you to implement Rive? The first feature that I'm going to compare Rive with other animation tool is interactivity. So, interactivity is that it supports real time state machines, like we saw state machine based animations with user interactions. So, that is one of the major feature of Rive. And most of the other tools are predefined without interactivity. And then performance. So Rive is highly optimized. Users uses Flutter's rendering for, like, they use it for smooth animations, but other tools use vector rendering but can use less performance for complex animation. And here, file size. Rive files are compact and optimized, as I said, but other files are very big and can cause your application to be like very bigger in size. So Rive is more optimized. And in state machine offers interactive animation that respond to users input dynamically. But here in other animation tools, they do not have state machine actually. But Flutter animations need extra logic for interactivity, so we need to extra code for that. And then customization. You can modify animations at runtime also in Rive animation, but in other animations we cannot it cannot be modified, but it can be modified in some time, but it is very limited. And if we take some animation, it cannot be modified too. And then conclusion is that Rive animation is a powerful tool for creating interactive and engaging user experience in Flutter. You can just easily implement it. It is scalable and it is a cross platform. Thing is, you have to just import it in the assets file and you have to add few codes, and boom, your Rive animation is ready for your application. So you can enhance your application, visual appeal it, explore Rive animation, and take your Rive apps to the next level, Flutter apps to the next level. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Divyarupakala. It was really great. I know that next of my things will be to practice your video to build next animation in Rive. And by the way, I'm seeing a lot of comments are coming down below. Keep going, and please put down below your questions. We will bring them up to the front and we will present these questions to the speakers. Your questions will be answered. Wow.
Thank you. So you can go for adding Q there, and we can directly proceed with our next speaker. We have Shweta on stage. She will be talking about adjustable shapes in Flutter, a deep dive into CustomClipper. Let's go.
Hello everyone, from me and my dash. Myself Shweta, and I'm from India. I have 8 years of experience in mobile application development and currently working in Span. So this is my first talk in Flutteristas. So first of all, I'd like to thank to the community to giving me this wonderful opportunity. So yeah, today I'll be talk about how we can make custom adjustable custom shape using CustomClipper in Flutter. So let's get started. Yeah, first of all, what are custom clippers? So custom clippers are used to define our custom shape for our widget. So you can see that I made one class here and extended it to the custom clipper. So we need to override two methods, getClip and shouldReclip. So getClip will be used to clip our custom widget. So you can draw our custom widget here, and after complete the drawing, you can return that path into this method. And this method is providing us the size of widget. So you can make it dynamically. And the should clip will be called when the new instance of our custom clipper will be provided to any widget. And if we want to update our getClip method, then we need to pass true value in the should clip method. So let's check how we can use our clipper class. So once you make our clipper class, then you need to use it in the clip path. In clip path, we have two property, clipper and child. So in clipper, we can put our clipper class, and in the child, we can put our widget which we want to clip using our path or our custom shape which we mentioned in our getClip method. So here I took one example of a square container which have the size of 200. So uh, we will draw the custom shape for this container. But before draw it, we need to first understand the coordinates, how the Flutter use the coordinate to make the custom path. So for every widget, the coordination will be start from the top left corner. So if you want to draw the custom shape from left to right, then we need to update the x value. And if we want to update, if we want to make the shape from top to bottom, then we need to update the value of y. Okay, let's learn more about it. So yeah, in this container, let's say I want to clip the container like this, this triangle. So you can see that here we have three lines. This line 1, this is line 2, and this is line 3. So for that, the Flutter will be providing us the paths object. In path object, you can use various method like line to, curve to, close, move to. So we will understand it one by one. First of all, let's talk about line 2. So let's say if I want to draw one line from here to P2 point. So you can see that in this line, only the y direction will be changed because it's just going from top to bottom. So I mentioned it, yeah, the x value is 0 and the y will be size dot height. So it will be 200 in this example. After that, if I want to draw a line from P2 to P3, then I need to put the coordination of P3. Here, as I'm drawing line from left to right, then the x value will be also changed. And also I'm already moved from my P1 to P2. So my height will be also changed to the size dot height. So here I put size dot width in x value and size dot height in y. And if I need to move my pointer to my original point, then if I do path dot close, then that will automatically jump to my original point. So in this way, we can flip our container with this triangle shape. I hope you will get the idea about it. Now let's jump to the cubic view. So in our custom shape, if we want to make some curve, you can see in this image, there are the several type of curves. So if I'm taking one example of the first one, then this is my point 1 and this is my point 2. So if I want to make curve like this image, then this is my control point 1 and this one will be my control point 2. So as you can see, the in all the images, there are different type of position of C1 and C2. So based on that position, we will get different type of curves. So in cubic 2, we need to put the XY coordination of C1 then the XY of C2, and the XY of endpoint. So it's showing little bit tricky, but once you will understand it, then it will be super easy for you. So let's see this diagram. So here we have the same container, but the different shape. So in this image, you can see that the shape will be starting from middle of the width, and then there is one line, little bit above from the height, and then one curve, and again the line. You can see the C1 and C2 as well. So to get the more information about it, I made some Figma, some shape in Figma as well. So here it is. So it have the same size of our container, 200 width and 200 height. Let's check the coordinate of our first point. As we can see that it is the middle of width. So the X is 100 and Y is 0. The same thing we need to implement in our code as well. So let's do it parallelly. So I made the same clip path here. This is my clipper. So let's go into the clipper. And first, let's move our pointer to middle of width. Okay. Let's run it. Then, yeah. So after that, I need to first draw one line. So I need these points coordinations. So the coordination is X is 0 and Y is 150. I put the same coordination here. So I'll make one line here. But it will be not visible yet because we are not drawing anything much from the line. So it will be not filled out yet. Let's understand the curve. So in this curve, this is my point 2 and this is my point 3. So I just need to focus on the control point of that respective points. So this is the C2 and this is my C3. So the coordination of C2 is 50 and 100. So I will show you how this control point is related to our points. So if I change the position of my control point, you can see the curve is also changing. See, here also. So let's keep our shape as it is and take the coordinate of my control point 1. So it's 50 and 100. So here I already defined my 3 points. This is control point 1. Then let's check the coordination of our control point 2. So this is 150 and 200. And yeah, this is 150 and 200. And now our endpoint is here. So it will be 200 and 150. Okay. So we are good to go to make our curve. Now I'll uncomment it and let's see. Tada, we got our shape same like Figma. So same like this, you can make any shape what you want. And the last part is I'll recommend it for every shape we need to close our path. So what's the meaning of path.close? After making curve, my pointer will be here. So after that, if I'll draw anything else, then it start to draw from here. But if I do the path dot close, then my pointer will be go to the 0 point. And after that, it will be start drawing from that original point. Okay. So let's check more. Okay, why I need custom clipper? As you can see this image, I got this requirement in my app. So you can see it have a different size in the width. It's depend on the our text length, and I need to maintain the shape in every size of width. So I tried to make it by using the image, but in image we face some scaling issue. Also, for some shape, we use different size of images, so it increase our app size also. And as I say, it not easy to handle the image in different shape to make the shape consistent. So it's difficult for dynamically. So for that, I use custom clipper to making this exact shape. Let's check this in the Figma. Yeah, so this is the mobile screen of that requirement, and I out one shape from it. Let me do so. Okay, so you can see that in this shape we have three parts. First one is one left curve, then the rectangle and the right curve. So let's check this in the code. I did same like this. I started uh, by the left curve, then rectangle, and then right curve. So in ClickPath, I put one container which have a width of 200 and height of 40. And I put decoration to make it gradient. So it looks like same in the Figma screen. And this is my Clipper class. So let's check it out. Okay. So I first defined my curve width. So let's check. In this shape, the left curve's width is 36.02. So I put it here. Now, as I said that our pointer will be originally at 0, 0. So first I need to move it vertically. It is vertically centered in height. So if we can check the coordinate of it, then it is 0, 20. As our height is 40, so if I do size by size dot height by 2, then I'll get this coordinates. I did move my pointer by put the value of x0, and the height is size dot height by divide 2. As our size have 40, so we will get the 20 coordination for the y. Now let's check how can we make the same curve. So as I explained you earlier, this one will be our control point 1, and this is our control point 2, and this one will be our endpoint. As I'm making the curve from here, so this will be C1 and this will be C. But if I will make my curve from this point, then this respective control point will be C1 and this C2, and this will be our endpoint. Okay, so let's start to make a curve from this point. Let's check the coordination of C1. So it is 13.04 and minus 0.89. Okay, so I already put it. After that, let's check the C2. So it is 11.43 and 0.01. Okay, you can see there. And after that, the endpoint. So endpoint is 360, 36.02 and 0. So 36.02 is our curve width. So we can put our curve width as well. Okay, let's uncomment this to check our left curve. So you can see our curve is start to draw. Now let's go further. Now I need to draw one line, vertical line. So here the I need to pass one, I need to put part.line2. And for that, I need to get the coordination of my endpoint. So the coordination is 36.02, and then the size of my container. So it is 40. We can consider it 40. So here I put the curve width, which is same as that coordinate, and size dot height. So yeah, we got it. After that, the same way, we need to put, we need to make this curve as well. So as I am now starting from curve from here, so this will be my C1. Let's check the coordinates of it. It's 11.43 and 40. Okay. I put it. After that, this is C2. So it will be 13.04 and 40. Okay. And our middle point. So it is 0 and 20. Sorry. Yeah. It is 0 and 5/2. Okay. Let's uncomment and check it. Okay. So our left curve is ready. Now we are almost there. Next part is we need to draw this rectangle. Okay. So now my point is here. So I need to use move to method to move my pointer at this point. So the coordination is 36.02 and 0. So I move my point, curve width and 0. Okay. After that, I need to make one line at this point. Okay. So the coordination in was 63.97 and 0. Okay. Same x value we can use, and now only the y is changing. So y will be 40. As you can see, I put here, and now I need to draw last line. So the coordination will be curve width and height of. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Now we just need to draw our right curve. So now our point is here. So again, we need to use move to method for move the point at here. So the coordination of it is 163.9 and 0. Okay. I move it here. After that, again, we need to make curve. So same logic I applied here. And I will go a little bit faster because as you already know how we made the left curve. Okay, so I put all the coordinates here for that respective shape. Let's uncomment it and check. Our shape is now ready. Now the we need to check it will work in a different width or not. So currently we have 200 in our width. So let's put 250. Okay, as you can see, our shape moved from right to left, but its width is not changing. Why? Because you can see in our rectangle part and our right curve, we directly put the coordinate which we got from Figma. But now we can use our size dot width to make it dynamic for every bit. So let's uncomment it. Comment it, and let's comment down. So let's comment this whole code, and now check this code. Okay, here I can explain you in Figma that how we can make it dynamic. So as you can see, the coordination of this point is 163.97. But instead of that x, if I need to make this shape dynamic, so I can do one thing that I can check the same point which we are using here. So the size of this curve at both sides is 36.02. So let's check it. If we can do the minus 200 minus 36.02, then we are getting 163.98. So it is similar of this coordination. So we can use that logic here. Move our point, then put line 2. For better understanding, I'll put this code upper so you can compare it right there. Okay. So instead of this code, I used size dot width minus curve width. So let's check it. Yeah. Now instead of that right curve, we got our rectangle for our new width. Now check the same method for our right curve. Okay, as you can see, at both sides, we have the same shape in the left and right. So we can do the same method by using our control points coordination. So let's verify that one. Okay, 11.43. Sorry, the point. Okay, it's 188.57. Let's verify it. Okay. Yeah. So it is similar that. So let's check that into the code. Now, if I uncomment my whole code and see the output of it. Yeah, we got the shape, and we can check for a different width, like put it 300. Yeah, so now our dynamic custom shape is ready to use. So let's check our custom clippers benefit. Okay, so as you all can see that by using the custom clipper, our apps look will be enhanced. Also, we get the flexibility to make the shape beyond like basic rectangle or circles. And also it smooth for rendering and faster for loading. So it increase our app performance. And for across all screen size, we are getting the dynamic UI for our app, and we are not using the images. So it will reduce our app size. And you can find some other shape from the custom, this Flutter custom clipper package as well. So I contributed one shape in this as well. So from here you can find the source code of it. So here I contributed the baby circle clipper. So you can use it on your own app as well. So yeah, that's it from my side. And thank you for joining this. And you can connect me on LinkedIn by scan this QR code. And if you have any question, please ask me.
Hello, thank you, Shweta, for talking really detailed about CustomClipper. Meantime, we actually got some pictures from the community, and there was Flutter Connection 2025 happened in 3.4 April in Paris, and there are lots of folks there and as attendees and speakers and more. We already heard that it is actually going awesome. I will actually just share one of the snippets. Let's see whether we can bring it to the stream. So there is Anton and Fred. They are like watching it live in a church and from Paris. This is so good. This is what we really like. Maybe they see it right now. Let's see how it is going. But it is overall really good to have all of your support and interactions here. We love to see that. Thank you. And right now I would like to save some time and go for directly our next talk, which is actually we have the speaker already in our stream, which is Bahar. Welcome, Bahar, and the stage is yours.
From a lawyer who brought the story of a schoolgirl to the United Nations, who was bullied and tragically lost her life, transforming that tragedy into a powerful call for awareness and ultimately a hard-won victory. She is deeply committed to solving global issues. This dedication has led her to fund multiple startups, each aimed at making a tangible difference. She chose to learn about technology so she can address people's human rights needs in a direct way. And in particular, she has chosen to leverage the power of Flutter to build a platform that aims to make the legal system accessible for persons with disabilities. Hi, my name is Bahar. I have long black hair and I wear creamy sweater and necklace. I'm of Caucasus descent. I will begin the presentation by addressing critical global issues. I will then delve into compelling statistics and research. Then, I will share powerful testimonials from the teams working on the front lines. Finally, I will share my personal story. According to Wikipedia, global issues are worldwide public concerns, spanning social, economic, and environmental realms. In this list, regional global issues are documented by the UN. Here are 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which are an urgent call for action by all countries, developed and developing, in a global partnership. This has been created as a 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development adopted by all United Nations member states in 2015. Provides a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet, now and into the future. Now, would you like to play a little game? So please drop in the chat down below. What is the most urgent global issue in your country? In this slide, I would like to bring up the data about how tech hackathons are a temporary hub for solving global problems. And did you know that Flutter surpassed all the tech stacks in being used for solving SDG 13, namely life below water? Personally, I didn't know about this. Unfortunately, gender inequality still is the most widespread global problem in the world now. In the past decade, the world registered a disturbing 50% increase in the number of women and girls living in conflict, and women rights defenders confront daily harassment, personal attacks, and even death. Recent global crises like COVID-19, the climate emergency, soaring food and fuel prices are only increasing the urgency to respond. To tackle this, the UN adopted a new strategy, which was issued in March, which starts directly with a digital innovation for all women and girls. It says, we must ensure equal access to technology, equip women and girls to learn in AI and digital innovation, and guarantee their online safety and privacy. There is also a convention on the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, which was adopted as a recommendation, where you can find the section D. Here it says, women make up only 29.2% of all STEM, namely science, technology, engineering, and mathematics workers. You can find different statistical data about technology sectors and women's participation in. The overall policy of the United Nations invites member states to adopt digital technologies to access information equally for everyone. The traditional process of birth registration in rural areas of Bangladesh is paper-based and often subject to errors, leading to incomplete or inaccurate data. As a result, supporting early child marriages, the BRAC app serves SDG number 5.3, namely, eliminate all harmful practices, including a child, early and forced marriage, and female genital mutilations. Here you can find user interaction and entity relationship diagrams, which show us how Flutter-based solution improved coordination and heightened awareness in preventing child marriage in rural areas. The pandemic highlighted the need for global solutions, boosting Flutter's usage. The Coven app built with Flutter demonstrates this, aligning with SDG number 3, good health and well-being for vaccine tracking in India. In the context of balancing data sharing and data protection, the COVID management solutions became more important. This research shows why the team specifically chose to work with Flutter. The team says the main benefit of using Flutter is that the app can be simply expanded to work on iOS using the same base code, so it is not just restricted to the Android platform. Now, moving to some testimonials. Reporting is one of the most important features in all global problems-related solutions. Here it shows an interactions of admin and actor. The team that built the solution says here, namely, by leveraging a single code base, the app effortlessly adapts to both iOS and Android platforms. This integration not only enhances the app's functionality, but also enables swift and efficient issue resolution, ultimately improving user satisfaction. The amount of blood sugar-related diseases is rising in Sweden and around the world. To help solve this growing problem, a smartphone application has been developed together with the company Quantify Bio. The goal was to, with the help of this app, give people a better understanding of how their blood sugar values are affected by their diet and exercise. The resulting prototype app can read values from a blood sugar sensor that the user wears and plot the values on a graph. And the team that built the solution mentioned that the main reason we chose Flutter is because it offers a web emulator with the Chrome browser and hot reloading. This means that we don't have to use the, in our experience, slow and resource-heavy emulators like one Android Studio has. This made faster compile times and more efficient development. Hot reloading also speeds development by only compiling code that has changed between saves and not the whole app. This is also an example for farmers. Their solution relates to several of the SDG goals: zero hunger, clean water and sanitation, climate action, among others. This team integrated soil moisture sensors, water level detectors, and weather prediction APIs, which the new system empowers farmers with real-time insights and automated control over irrigation processes. The team said that, leveraging Flutter's versatility, we've crafted an intuitive user interface that empowers farmers to efficiently oversee and control their irrigation systems from anywhere in the world. Now, it's time to share my own journey. Accessible law is one of the global issues in the world, and equal justice is one of the SDG goals defined by the United Nations. Globally, around 16% of the population has disabilities. Laws and legal services are often difficult to understand and unaffordable for persons with disabilities. We created, with my sister, an Altogether app. It is a safe space where you can talk about disability without feeling insecure and without being targeted by stereotypes. This is an AI-powered mobile application which aims to provide accessible disability law information, simplify reporting to responsible bodies, offer affordable legal assistance for persons with disabilities and disability compliance services tailored for businesses and institutions. The first important feature for us was providing universal accessibility standards for our app. Flutter made it easy with its inbuilt accessibility features and libraries in order to present this solution to various types of disability communities. This is one of the earliest code snippets that I developed for users to test the app. Having single code in multiple platforms made it quick and comfortable to create a most viable product and create a partnership and apply to multiple startup competitions. The app serves several SDG goals. One of the important is reducing inequalities among others. After engaging with hundreds of members of the disability community, thanks to the internationalization and localization features that Flutter offers, our findings underscored a clear demand for our product. We are the winners of the Global Be Changemaker 2023 competition, organized by the World Skills International and HB Foundation. We've also participated in several other startup programs. Now, let's conclude the overall benefits of using Flutter Frame for early-stage startups, NGOs, and entrepreneurs who need a proof of concept in the market. Flutter offers high-performance UI, ensuring a seamless user experience. It enables faster time to market, helping startups launch quickly. With built-in internationalization, apps can reach a global audience effortlessly. Instant updates allow quick improvements. Less code means more impact, making development efficient. Easy testing ensures smooth deployment. Affordable MVPs make it a cost-effective choice for startups and NGOs. Strict privacy and data security keep user information safe. Designed to work even in low internet regions, Flutter makes technology more accessible worldwide. Now, are you next to solve a global problem with Flutter? Contact me if you have any questions, and I'm open for any collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bahar, for this amazing presentation. And I think it's really, really valuable overall to be sure like what we do is like reaching out across all the regions. And I would like to welcome Shweta too. Welcome. So right now we are slightly going for our live Q&A session. Please do not forget to put your questions with the queue in front so that we will just like pick them up. Let's see whether we have time. But I would like to start with the first question directly with connecting with Bahar. And I'm wondering, what strategies can developers use to ensure their Flutter apps are culturally relevant across different regions?
Yeah, let me rephrase the question first. And
Sure.
By the way, thank you so much for this question. Probably this question requires a lot of a big answer, but I will just shortlist the answers. The first thing from my experience is always communicate with the community from different cultures. In my own experience, when we defined different regions, we had some friends there. First of all, we tried to be friendly with them. We had very open communication with them. Never be discriminative to anyone from any culture. From technical wise, for example, I also mentioned in my presentation that we use internationalization, localization features. For example, you can use the Intel package for Flutter. It was really easy for us to connect with different people. You can very easily and immediately translate languages, words to different languages. And again, if you have any generative AI included to your application, again, make sure that there is no discrimination towards any culture. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you for mentioning also those packages, like because while you're doing it, it's really important to have like right to left layout support. Like regional datetime formatting is something. Cultural UX patterns is also some stuff that we see, like button placement, color meanings can just like where I think it's amazing that you're just like bringing all of this to the table. And our next question is coming for Shweta, and I would like to ask you, Why would a developer choose CustomClipper over predefined clipping widgets like Clip React or Clip Oval?
Yeah, so as I mentioned in my talk that if a user want to make a shape beyond the circles and beyond the squares, so for custom shapes we need to require the draw the shape using custom clipper. So there is the limitation of clip rect and clip oval that they are just clipping the our shape into oval and rectangle. So yeah, we need to require the custom clipper for it.
Totally. But I would like to proceed directly with the second question, then I can also maybe add some.
Yeah.
And the other one is, how does CustomClipper contribute to responsive UI design?
Yeah, so it's depend on our requirement. Like I describe in my talk that I have requirement of use the multiple images or multiple shapes in my app. So if you use images instead of custom shape, that your app will get more memory and you have the large app size, and also you can't make the shape dynamic with the images. So for that case we need to require custom clipper, but for anything else you can use the images for if you have only small things to do it.
Yeah, sometimes we really get them hand off in a static image, handoff
Yeah.
from the designer, and then it just comes there. You want to scale it, you got poor scaling. Theming, you just can't pass it. As you mentioned, we have larger bundle size, and accessibility issues is totally another thing. It is just there. I would like to follow with our third question, Daria. We have a lot to go for, though. But let's see with the time. And our third question is, what are some common issues faced when using images instead of CustomClipper? Actually, we mentioned about it. I touched there, to be honest.
Yeah, it's
sorry.
also related to my last question that we can't make it dynamically with the images and also some limitation with images. And as well as custom clipper gives us the get clip method. So by using it, we can get the size of widget. So from it, you can make the shape dynamically. So you don't require to use multiple images for that. Yeah.
Do you think we can add some details, for example, while we are making this responsive, I think we can also do some stuff for foldable devices, landscape layouts, if you combine with media query, layout builder, and there's others, this can go way much more advanced. I will just mention, just reach out to her when it's going there. Meantime, I got some questions from live chat, and I would like to pass it along too. And Bahar, here is for you, coming from Jessica. Thank you, Jessica, for joining live. What role does Flutter's open source nature play in solving global problems? And how does community-driven development contribute to these solutions?
That's really a perfect question. Thank you so much, Jessica. Yeah, I personally use one open source nature, data from the GitHub, for example. It was about women's rights. I can say you that it is really helpful for the community. You can definitely contribute to open source codes with your contributions. Imagine that there are a lot of discrimination towards women, and you are contributing to this app, and you are solving women's rights issues in the world. You are saving children. You are saving people from disability community. This is definitely worth contributing.
Thank you for answering all of these questions. Right now, we are going a little short, but we have a time to take 5 minutes of break of people. Shweta and Bahar, thank you so much for jumping in live and answering those questions. We're gonna see us super soon. 5 minutes, we are back.
Thank you.
everybody, we're back. Let me know what you thought of the part one. I think that was pretty amazing, and that's only the first of 6, so we're going to keep going with that. So welcome everybody. I am Danielle Cox. I am one of the organizers of the Flutteristas, so I am so proud of everything we're doing here. I also am a Flutter lead for the Flutter tech lead for my company Ardley, and thank you for them for letting me do stuff here. We also have one of the people that works for me is also a Flutterista, and she, Rona got to spend a lot of time doing stuff. So thank you, Rona, for doing stuff, but thank you, Ardley, for letting us do all that. And I have a co-host here, Jessica. Would you introduce yourself?
Hello, I have Dash here to help me because I'm so anxious and nervous to be here. But thank you so much for the opportunity. It's such an honor to be here with you, Danielle. And so, hello everyone, I'm Jessica. I'm a Flutter developer here from Brazil, and I'm working at AutoNation as a Flutter developer. I'm also a co-organizer of Flutter Girls here in Brazil. We have a team here too, and that's it. I'm happy to be here.
That's awesome. Just a couple things to get us going real quick, and then we need to jump into our talk, but I wanted to ask everybody to please like this video, share the video, subscribe to the Flutter community. The Flutter community is been behind the scenes helping us out, providing this platform for us to be able to get on here. Thank you everybody for that. But please like, comment, and subscribe. Let us know how you're liking it so far, and obviously get questions in. Questions, put a Q in front of it, but as you share things, the Flutteristas Conf 2025 is our hashtag that we're using for that. So please share it, get the word out. Let's try to build let's try to build some live momentum as we go. So all right, we're a little bit behind. We got a little late start, so why don't we go ahead and throw it to our next video, which is Renuka and Ivana are going to talk about supercharge your Flutter apps with AI using Firebase Genkit 2711. So there we go. 2711, sorry.
So empowering your Flutter apps with AI using Firebase Genkit. So let me introduce myself. I'm a Renuka Kelkar. I'm a Flutter GD, work at Code Magic, and along with this, I'm a Women Tech Maker Ambassador, co-organizer for the GDG London, and I'm Flutterista.
Hi everyone, I am also a Flutterista and I work with Flutter at a company called LMT, and I am from Latvia. So let's get started.
So let's understand what is a Genkit first. So Genkit is an open source generative AI kit which helps you to integrate different LLM models in your application. So let's understand why we would like to use the Genkit in our Flutter application. First thing is that easy integration, because you can use a ready-made API for quick features addition to your application. The scalability, because it is already built in the Firebase infrastructure, so it is for a real-time and scalable solution. Pre-trained and customizable model, as you can use a pre-trained model as is, or if you have any requirement, then you can customize it and fine-tune it. Cost effective, you can use pay-as-you-go plan, and you can use the model in that. So you don't need to think about the heavy infrastructure cost here. Seamless Firebase ecosystem. So it works with Firestore, then Auth, then Cloud Functions. So easy to integrate. Security and privacy. So it's compliant with the data regulation as well. Strong support. So when you develop any application, if you have a strong community support for that, it will be really useful all the time. As you know, Flutter is also open source and it is having the backend with the community. Similarly, the Firebase also have the same thing.
Yeah, so I have a question. What are some other options for those who do not want to use Genkit?
Okay, that's a great question because there are many ways you can integrate the AI in your Flutter application. So there are the 3 ways right now I can see. First is you can just integrate the Gemini API. Then there is another option from Firebase side is a Firebase extension, which is very easy to integrate. And now there is a Firebase Genkit where you can integrate the different LLM models in your application. So another features from Genkit is very useful. So Genkit offers you inbuilt production monitoring service. So when you deploy your application on Firebase or Google Cloud, it gives you the AI monitoring dashboard where you can track the things like how many calls you have done to your LLM, then how many tokens are you used it, your data latency. So all these things you can track through this monitoring service. Genkit also provide you the UI framework like the CLI so that you can see like what prompt works for you, because integrating AI feature in an application is very easy, but the time consuming part is to tune the prompt so that you can get the required response through that. So that problem is solved through this UI thing. Basically you can work on your prompt, you can work on your flow, everything you can manually manage here. So let's see, up till now we have seen the all the good things about the Genkit, but let's see how we are going to build it. So first thing first, when you are thinking about this Genkit, you need to upgrade your Firebase billing plan. You can use to the Blaze plan for that. The second thing, before starting the working on that, you should have a Node.js installed in your application. You can have a Genkit CLI, you have a Firebase CLI as well on your laptop. So first thing is that you can install the Firebase CLI. For that, you need to have a Firebase project, which is having a Blades plan. So then you can integrate the Firebase in your Genkit. Once you run this command, you will come through this screen where it will ask you to select the project. So you can use the pre-existing project where you integrate all the setups, or you can create a new project from this. After that, you will get the prompt of asking which kind of enable the cloud functions. So you have three options here. You can use the Python, you can use the JavaScript, or you can use the TypeScript. So we are using the TypeScript to develop the application. After that, you have to install the Genkit globally, and which ask you that what model you want to use it for this project. So you can select the model from the list. We are using the Vertex AI or Google AI or whatever it's your project requirement, and then update the setting as required. So once you run the start Genkit command, you will come through this developer console. As I mentioned before, it will allow you to see which model you want to use it, then which flow you have integrated. You can fine tune your prompt as well to find the exact response what you are required. So here I have created one prompt which we want to create a social media post. So here you can see the social media post already created. Along with this, I have asked about the JSON file. So it is giving me the proper JSON as well. So this is how we can play with the prompt using this console. So let's see how we can configure Genkit on your Flutter application. So first thing is that you have to import the JBD model.prompt imports in your application. I think the new updates come with the predefined all these steps, but it's better to always to import this in beforehand. Then the next step is the configure Genkit. So while configuring the Genkit, you need to have a Google API key. You can go and take it that Google API key through the Google AI framework, and where you can get this API key generated. So the only one thing is I have to tell here, don't use API key directly here. You can use the secure place where you can store that keys. And I think we can go and see how we can do that afterwards. So defining the prompt schema. So when you sending the prompt to the AI model, it should be like a well structured. So Zod is a schema declaration library which helps you to structure your prompt while sending to the AI model. So here you can see the text is a z.string, or photo URL is also string format, so that you can structure it. The another thing here is the dot prompt. So dot prompt is nothing but you can treat your prompt as a code and store that prompt in a separate dot prompt file for version control when you deploy this prompt alongside with your AI model. So you can see there the what kind of the name of the model which you are going to use it, the input schema what you want it, like what is the response you are looking for, which is also the format I am looking for the text output. So this is what you have set up with this dot from file. The next thing is in that thing Genkit provided you the flow. So what is a flow actually? The flow is nothing but it's a sequence of callable function which performs while when you submit your input to the prompt. So Genkit provides you to this the AI workflows, and which takes the name, which takes the input schema what you are looking for, then which they give you the output schema as well, and put the logic inside that, and they create the whole sequence for your prompt basically. So and the next thing, how you can call this cloud function in your Flutter application. It's a simple process. You can just create the instance of that and just call this cloud function in your Flutter application. So up till now, I have given the whole steps, but Ivana, I have one question for you. Is it really simple to do these things? What do you think?
I mean, I think so. Let's find out in our demo. So I have actually prepared this starter template code that you can go ahead and clone. And let me show you how the process will look of creating this greeting card generator app. So when you open the starter code, you will see this website with some input forms. But if you go ahead and try to actually fill them in and generate something, you will not really see any results yet because nothing is implemented on your backend. And if we have a look at the files of the starter code, you have the functions folder for your backend, you have lib for frontend with some aus service, function service to connect everything, you have input page, which is UI, you also have output page, which is also a UI layer, some theme related files, and of course your main.dart, where you can see we have this function that is causing an error in your console. And that's because your first test function is not yet deployed. So let's go over to index.ts file, which will be our backend related file. And note that I am storing my API as a secret in Google Secret Manager API. So Renuka already told you about the flows. This is where we communicate with our AI. And I will also set a function here that will actually call or trigger this flow. So what I need to do first is I want to go over to my console and write Firebase init functions. And remember that for this project, you will have to first generate your own Firebase options with your own project. Now here, I don't want to overwrite any of the files, but I do want to install dependencies. And now let's actually deploy only functions. That's how the deployment will start for our first function, which is this Hello Gemini. So we want to get rid of that error in our console. That's how we will approach this. Meanwhile, because this will take a while, I want to go to my front end and already start working on next things, which will be a method to generate my greeting text. And the syntax here is pretty much the same as in the test one, But now I will also have my form input that I want to pass to the function. And I will also need to go ahead and add my to.json here, because that's how I can convert it so that my backend, of course, understands my input. That's pretty much everything I need in my function service. I also need some state management, and I will create this file called greeting controller. And my controller will be just a simple change notifier. I will also make it a singleton, and it will store greeting text, greeting image, error if there is any error, and it will notify all the listeners in UI that are subscribed to it. I can also get loading state if I want to show like a circular progress indicator or something like that. So now I have my function service with new method. I have my greeting controller, but how do I actually want to generate my text? Well, you already learned that there is .prompt solution for this. So here is my .prompt file where I define what model I will be using. I also define the input schema here. And I include my actual prompt where I ask AI to generate my greeting text. And note that I can use conditionals. So like if age is provided, then it will be used in the prompt. Otherwise, it will be skipped, which is also really convenient. And you can create these files in Genkit UI, or you can just hard code them manually like I did. So the deploy now is complete. That means it's time to test. Let's see if we can get rid of our error in the console. So we need to see the answer to hello Gemini. Let's see. Yes, we see hello there. How can I help you today? That means that our backend is now working with our frontend. So everything works. Our test function works. It means that we can continue with our actual greeting functions. But first, I need to actually install one dependency, that is this .prompt. I will need to import it in order to use it in my next flows and functions. So I will do npm install genkitai.prompt to use these files in my flows. And the next thing I also want to import is Zot that Renuka already mentioned to you. So this one, as you remember, it will be used to generate schemas or to use different schemas. And my schema will look like this. It's a Zot object that has different parameters. This is my flow for the greeting text, and I will use my schema as an input and string as an output. I will use .prompt with this file right here to generate my greeting, and I will return the text. And here is the function. The syntax didn't change. I just need to use the different flow. So now let's do the Firebase deploy only functions. And now the deployment of our second function started. Again, we can use this time to do something else because it will take a while. So let's get back to our front end. Remember, we have this generate button here. Now that's how I want to trigger generating my greeting text. So I need to go here to the input page and find the submit form method. Here I will add a couple of new things. So first, I want to actually remove any existing errors in my controller just in case. And then I want to call my function service generate greeting text based on form input. And then if the output is not null, I want to set my greeting text to this output. Otherwise, I want to set error so that user knows that something went wrong. Okay, so on the input page, now when the button is pressed, we will trigger the greeting text generation. And my function is still deploying. That means I have just about 1 minute to go here and remove this dummy text. I will put my greeting controller's text here instead and use it like this. One thing to note here is that I have not added any listeners yet, and that means that this will not actually update. So you will not see the text in the output page because there needs to be a listenable builder up above the tree in this widget or in the parent widget in order to update this greeting text. So next time we launch the app, we will not yet see it. So the deploy is complete. And what I expect is in my console, I want to see the greeting text because I log it. So let's give it a test drive and run the app. Okay, so my friend's name is Daria. She is 20. It's her graduation, and I know her well, so I can be casual. She likes cats. Let's see if we can get a greeting text. Here, nothing yet, because there are no listener. I didn't have enough time to add it, but I will add it, no panic. But here, you can see the actual greeting text was generated. So, dear Daria, congratulations on your graduation. And you can celebrate with lots of joy and maybe a cat cuddle or two. How cool is this?
So tell me, Ivana, how you can generate the image here then.
Yeah, so about the image, first I want to add another dependency, and that will be this time the Vertex AI. And I need this to actually access the Imagen model that I plan to use. So first, let me just install the Vertex AI. And when that's installed, I can import both Imagen 3Fast, which is the image model that I will be using, and the plugin, the Vertex AI. And I also need to add my new plugin here to the list of the plugins that I will be using. So my plan for generating the image is not just generate it right away, but first I want to use Gemini to generate the prompt, and then I want to use Imagen to generate image because that will give me a higher quality result. So here's my flow. First, I want to generate text prompt, and I will be using my .prompt file for this. See how I don't use Imagen yet. I use Gemini first, and I ask it to prepare a text prompt for generating my greeting card. And then actually, let me also start deploying this because it will take some time. So let me just quickly do Firebase deploy only functions while we speak. Now our third function is in deployment. So yeah, first we generate the text, which is a prompt for our image. And that's because Imagen doesn't have really this reasoning ability. So this will give you a better greeting card. I also log it to console to be able to debug if anything went wrong. And if, for example, my image was flagged as unsafe, I can go to my console logs and see what was the prompt that triggered it. And then I will generate the actual image using the prompt that we just created, and I will output the media. And this is the power of Genkit. You can use multiple models together in your flows. You can connect them in different ways, and then the function will trigger this flow, and you will get your results. So I think this is really cool way to connect everything together. Now let's get back to function service and add our image generation method here. Now for this, I will not be returning a string anymore. I will be returning the actual bytes because I want to use image memory with bytes to just simply show it in my UI for simplicity. I will use the same form input, and I will get my bytes by using last part of the media response from my backend. So yeah, that's pretty much it for the function service. Let's make this a bit prettier. And this file is ready for our app. Now we have this generate image method added here. Now, before we go to the output page and add the listener, I actually need to add one more thing to the input page, and that's calling this generate image from my function service. So let's add this right here. The name is not actually this, it's just generate image. So I will remove this word right here. And then the logic is pretty much the same as with text. If you have output, set the output. If you don't, then set the error. So the deploy is complete, but before we can give it a final test drive, let's go back to the output page. And now we will add the actual listenable builder. That will allow us to update all of the widgets that are listening to the values of it. So here's my greeting controller instance as a listenable. I will try to generate this, but I don't really need this part. Okay, so if it's loading, show me an indicator. If there is an error, I don't actually have this color, so I will just leave it like this. And then I don't need this return. I will just return what I've had before. So that was my mobile and desktop layout. I will just return those. I only need to brush up my brackets here a little bit so that they close properly like this. And the last thing I need to update is my image should not be a placeholder image, but it actually should be a memory image now that will use my controller, and it cannot be a const anymore. And this image right here for the desktop also will be an image from memory. Okay, now let's make this pretty and give it a final test drive. I think we have everything that we need to try generating our actual greeting card. Okay, the moment of truth, drum roll. And let's see. So my friend's name is Renuka. She is 20. It's her birthday, and she likes dogs and Flutter development. Okay, what do you think? Will we see the amazing greeting card? Let's wait a couple of seconds because imagine. Oh, yes.
Oh, amazing.
How cute is this? Not only this is a birthday dog, but can you see this code blurred in the background because she likes Flutter? I think this is very impressive. This is really cute. So yeah, you can send very unique card to your friend thanks to the Gemini and Imogen that helped us create this greeting card right here. So that's how it's done. I think it was quite easy answering your initial question. I am impressed by the capabilities of Genkit. So yeah, I encourage everyone to go and try it out.
Yeah, definitely. It looks so amazing, and it looks very easy as well. So I think, yeah, everyone should try this. So thank you everyone for attending this talk, and then thank you so much Flutterista to giving this opportunity to me and Ivana. So you can connect with me on my Twitter on Kelkar Renuka anytime if you have any question related to this talk or anything related to the Flutter.
Yes, thank you everyone. Make sure to put your questions in the chat so that we could answer any questions that you guys have. And you can also find me online and follow me if you want to. And if you have any questions after this conference, you can also contact me and ask them. Thank you so much, and I hope you have an amazing conference.
Thank you, Renuka and Ivana. And we're going to have a Q&A right now. So why don't we bring everybody back up on stage?
Hello, girls. Awesome job there. Awesome
great
talk.
job.
I love it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And sorry, everybody, for we saw the technical issues with the with what the how the ID was set up, and we'll try to do better in the future with that. But in the meantime, why don't we start looking at some questions? Okay, you used some TypeScript in your demo. Was it hard for you as a Flutter/Dart developer to write your apps backend in TypeScript?
Yeah, I mean, the answer here is kind of yes and no, because when I first tried the Genkit in my first Genkit project, of course, it was a bit confusing because I am definitely not a TypeScript expert for sure, but it also does get better every time you try it. And the huge helper is that in the Genkit documentation, you have lots and lots of examples that you can use. So my advice here is just go there in the docs, find whatever example works for you. It can be some flow, it can be example about the specific model or anything like that, and just copy it over to your index.ts and start from there, and you will figure it out.
Awesome. And what are the key advantages of using Firebase Genkit over directly integrating an AI model in a Flutter app?
I think for the Genkit, it is giving you the opportunity to use the any model. Before that, when I'm just integrating Gemini directly, I just have the 2-3 options. But now you can use the kind of in-devices model, or you can use the cloud-based model as well, and you don't need to worry about the how you can tune your model or anything like that. You can use the predefined models as well in that case. So, and you don't need to think about the security because it's all is manageable by the Firebase team. So you are easy to use it on your application rather than worrying about all other stuff, because as I'm not a ML developer, so I don't need to go in that side and learn that thing before integrating in my application.
Yeah, totally.
All right, thank you. All right, and I think right now we have one more question, which is, can Genkit be used with both on-device and cloud-based AI models? And if so, how do you know which one to pick?
So yeah, Genkit you can use the on-device or cloud-based models definitely, but it's depend upon your kind of requirement. If it is model is light, then you can definitely use on the on-device. If you don't want to keep your data should not go out of your device, then you definitely use the in-device model. But if your data is too big, if you want to have more a kind of features, then definitely you can go with the cloud model. That is what I'm thinking.
All right. Well, thank you and great job. We really appreciate it. And I don't see any other questions for now. So
yeah,
let's go ahead and move on.
Thank you, girls.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Bye. Okay, so we are going to our next speaker. We are still talking about AI and Firebase and Flutter. So we are going to call to the stage Esther to talk about building AI-powered Flutter multimodal retrieval augment generation agent app with Firebase Vector. So come to the stage, Esther.
Hello everyone, I'm Esther Irawati Setiawan, and I will present a topic about building AI-powered Flutter multimodal retrieval augmented generation agent app. And we will also be using Firebase vector search and responsible AI. So here I'm an AI engineer at an ERP, which is based on Flutter called YePos. And then I'm also a professor in my daily life, teaching in several departments at Institute Sains and Teknologi Terpadu Surabaya. And I'm also a Google Developer Group Surabaya founder, and currently also a Dev Library contributor and a woman ambassador for IEEE IS, which is a community for electrical engineers that shares research papers. So we are going to dive deep into how we can use Flutter together with AI to explore many technologies, which is retrieval augmented generation. But before we continue, we want to know first about AI agents. So AI agents are computer-based programs that can help humans to solve problems. And it can do specific tasks and process image, text input, or any types of interaction, even speech discussion between one agent and another. And the characteristic of AI agents is autonomous, adaptive, interactive, and goal-focused. And the role of AI agents is it will try to create new research processes. Previously, research is so time-consuming, and now with AI agents, it can run continuously and it can get minimum human error. And also, we can use it using the edge computing technology. So with the edge computing technology, we can run the agents on device. For me, myself, I have experimented about creating AI apps and letting it run on my phone without internet connection. And it can be done perfectly combining with Flutter and Gemma. And we can also facilitate network interactions. So between agents, they can share knowledge and they can connect one with another using internet connection. And agents usually have specific tasks. When they want to complete it, maybe the information is not available in a general LLM. So we need to add more external data to acknowledge to the LLMs. And responsible AI is one of the approach that accompanies an agent because an agent in the future will be able to make decisions and do problem solving, and we want the agent to be able to do that in a correct and not a biased way. So every decision requires consideration and evaluation, and we want our agents to be able to do that. And behind the agents, we wanted to also remember about ethics because ethics is important and it's also customized according to the location where the app is deployed or used by the community. And we want the model to be able to provide results and build trust from users. When the users know that there's no bias, then the user can comfortably use the application. So what do we want to make sure from the responsible AI? We want it to be transparent, secure, justice, and justice means also no bias, and also accountability. So in the AI development, we have general recommended practices. You can check out responsible AI in the Google website. And we can also check the data to make sure, because sometimes if the data has bias, then the result of the model is also biased. So before building the AI model, don't forget to check that the data is not biased. And we have to understand the limitation of the dataset and models when we want to deploy it in using Gemini, for example. We need internet connection, and also the capabilities will be more because it can be run directly in the web and get the current knowledge. But if we need the edge options, then we can use Flutter and Gemma together, and we want to make sure that the external knowledge that will be added is sufficient in the mobile device. And don't forget to monitor and update the system after the implementation continuously. Okay, so explainable AI is one of the part of responsible AI. and we want to know the model, how it works, and these are the benefits viewed from the three roles, which is engineer, users, and regulators. So for engineers, we want to improve about the understanding about how the model works. We want the model to be able to perform in a efficient way according to the platform. So for example, if we want to deploy it in the internet, then we can make sure that it can run well in the web. And also, if it's connected to Gemini, then it will get the knowledge from the LLM directly. Or if you want it on device in the edge, then we can use Gemma. But the important thing is the engineer can definitely check and understand how the model works. And also it can try to get and improve better algorithms to help develop better. And debugging is important to know how the model works and if there's any troubles. And then from the user's point of view, we can increase the trust of the users, and also it will be more transparent about how the agent makes its decisions. And we can also improve, help get the better algorithm running and do light debugging, which means user can test the app, user can explore, and maybe also notify the engineer if there's any problems on how the agent operates. Maybe there are some bias or some concerns that the user can also report on. And for the regulators, it increased the trust to be able to use the agent independently without or with minimum human intervention. And also it should not be biased and it should be transparent. It should comply with the basic rules that applies in the area, in the country, or in the domain. And also the regulators can get reports about the AI, how it works and how it interacts with the users. And security is now also a main concern, where we make sure that the AI interaction is secure, the communication from the input until the model is encrypted, and we have to know about the risk analysis, where there may be some problems that need to be identified, and then we need to analyze the security and make sure that the training data and assets is also properly saved in the service, for example, or on device. So another shout out to the security, we have to make sure that the data that is being trained in our AI model is not a confidential data. Or if it's confidential, then we need to ask permission and make sure that it's not publicly accessible from our setup. And then for the secure training process, we can adopt the best practices. And there's also federated learning for on-device or edge deployment of our app. And also securing everything from the hardware, software, networking, communication, and also infrastructure. And we can use the secure system using Firebase, Firestore on the cloud. And it helps us to make sure that also the communication between the Flutter and the Firestore will be secured. And don't forget about the privacy stuff. So before building agents, we want to make sure that it's legally getting permission in the domain, and then it matches the regularity requirement in the area, in the location, or in the domain also. And it doesn't challenge the social norms, so it must be aligned with the social norms according to the position or location where the app is used. And then it's also individual expectations, so we want our important data to be protected well. So finally, how can we do the responsible AI with our code? So we can remove some stuff, which is like hate speech, dangerous content, sexually explicit content, and also harassment. We can make sure of that from our code. And then before we continue, we want to also look at the other part, which is vector search. So now is the multimodal era where data can be image, audio, video, even EEGs. So even there are so many types of data that we can process. And the important thing is how to convert the data and process it into the model. And also how to get the connection between each modalities. So for example, between an image and a text. And if two of them are related, how can we store them in the embedding space in a better way? So we can do vector search, and I want to elaborate more where vector search allows searching based on meaning. So not just matching the literal keywords, but we will also try to understand the similarity between sentences based on its meaning. So for example, a user later asks the agent, which is a form of a query, buy a car. Then the system may return results related to purchase an automobile. So if the sentence buy a car is not available in our knowledge base, then the system can result issues related to purchase an automobile. And also vectors are dense vectors. So there are many dimensions, and it captures the relation between one sentence and another based on its meaning. And every similar words can have so many aspects. So not just like it's the same meaning, but maybe it's the same domain and it's the same, for example, category of discussion and so many other features that can also determine similarity of words. And we can use some popular embeddings in the vector search, which is word to fact, glove, and bird. And we can also get contextual understanding. So models like BERT can take into account the context around words. And we can get the capture and get the meaning of the whole sentence. So how vector search works? First, we will process in vector search, which is converting data, text, image, videos into numerical representation of data. So basically the AI model will process numbers. So any type of inputs will finally converted into numerical representations. And then we will convert any text or image into a vector and do some searching when there's a new query. So if there's a new query vector, we will compare it with other vectors in the space. And how to get the vector that is most similar to our query can be done using distance metrics, such as Gaussian similarity or Euclidean distance. Gaussian similarity is quite popular, and it's one of the examples that is usually used in the information retrieval field and used popularly by search engines. But there's also another option, which is k-nearest neighbors, then approximate nearest neighbors. So approximate nearest neighbor is not finding the absolutely accurate result like KNN, but it uses similarity comparison. So for search or for query of knowledge for supporting our agent, we hope that it doesn't find the word that the user inputs literally, but we wanted to find similar words that still have the same meaning, even though the words are different. So there's other techniques that we can explore. And finally, we want to process the retrieval augmented generation. And here, the user will be prompting some input. So he will input some question, and then we will use the retriever to try to find any related context from the external knowledge. So it can be from website, it can be from PDFs, it can be from videos. So the input prompt from the user will be sent into the external knowledge as a question. And then after we get the related context, then we can retrieve the information and send the rank results to the generator or the LLMs. And the generator actually could be Gemini, it could be Gemma. And why do we need the generator? So why we don't just go from the retriever and then get the answer? So LLM has the capabilities to help summarize results, or it can think based on the knowledge that we provide. So maybe we can send rank results from the retriever, and then the generator can do some ranking, it can do some summarization, it can think about the results. So yeah, prepare to be amazed, and we will try the vector search with Flutter. So here we have Firebase, which is a platform for Flutter developers also, where we can build, manage, and optimize mobile and web application. So we can use a backend that already directly supports saving data, retrieving data, and even doing the vector search. So first I will set up the Firebase project, and then I will explain about how we install the vector search with Firestore extension, and then we can call Firebase Cloud Functions from Flutter. So we can sign into Firebase and then choose to add the project, and then we can also accept any terms as requested that is matching with our development. And then on the Google Analytics screen, I can uncheck the enable Google Analytics, but it's completely optional. You can choose to enable or uncheck it. And finally, we can create the project. And for Firebase extensions, which is we will need to enable to support the vector search, we have to connect it to a cloud billing account. So if we are new to the Firebase and Google Cloud, you can qualify for a $300 credit and free cloud billing trial account. So we will try to set up. First, we want to add some collections. There's one collection that I want to create first, which is Note. And inside are documents that have knowledge that I want the agent to be able to answer. And then I will enable the vector search. So I will explore the extension hub, and I will find for the vector search for Firestore. After we have the extension, we can choose install in Firebase console. And then now is the time for the Flutter code. So we want to choose a project that we want to use, and then we want to enable the APIs, which is Vertex AI, Cloud Task, and even Arc. And the important thing is below, which is some services that we want to enable. So we want to enable the artifact registry, the Firebase storage, the secret manager, and the cloud functions. Then we can configure the extension. We can select Vertex AI as the LLM. We can choose the collection path, which is in this case the notes collection path. We can set the query limit, which is how many documents will the extension result. And then we can embed and update the documents and set the location that is most convenient for us according to our location and the user location. And then we can check the results in the Firestore database. So after configuration, we will get a collection which is Firestore vector search. And the collection will be created automatically, and it will contain some important information, which is the embedding, the status, and also the text. So I can create a sample document, which is a query that I will submit. And then when we create the document, the Firestore extension will automatically create the vector search status here. And it will perform query automatically. So when I do create a query, then it will automatically result the most similar factors in our documents. So here we have 3 documents that is most related with the query tell me about vector search. So here we have the first document and then the second document, and I think it's still providing good results, and also this one. So the 3 proposed document is similar to our query. And then we will dive into the Flutter code. So we will perform vector search based on the input of the user from the text. And then we can get the list of strings of results based on the similar search. So this is my demonstration video where we can search about vector search. And then after searching, we can get result and response. We can get 3 documents and we can open each document and get the details. And I am providing the information about events too in this agent. So it can discuss about technologies and also it can discuss from events. So we can just add knowledge that we want to the Firestore. Any knowledge that we want the agent to be expert on, we can add it into the as a Firestore document. So another question is tell me about vector search again, and it will result answers directly from the chat area. So for the first approach, it's like just searching the similar results from the vector search. For the second example here, we are connecting it with the LLM to get response. And this is another question about the event that I put in the Firestore. So it was about my last event, and I can get information based on the knowledge that I provided. So it can answer based on the knowledge and who are the speakers. We can also ask and check. So it displays response about who are the speakers. And then later on, it will also answer about the information that is available. Now, we can also ask about image of one of the speakers. So for example, you can ask it and it will provide the image. So it is running well, and we can also look at the results. Okay. Now we will continue with the multimodal retrieval augmented generation with Flutter. So previously we saved it in the Firestore using the vector search approach, and now we will use the RIG documents. So here we can like simulate also from reading from PDFs, HTML page, or JSON results. So here is some example for a JSON structure about the key points about green computing. And we can also set up the safety settings. So before we call the API, we can make sure that it matches with all the responsible AI setting parameters that we need to set up, which is we don't want it to have harassment, hate speech, sexually explicit content, and dangerous content. And this is an example how can we get an answer. So we will call the request with the LangChain help, and then the chain will invoke the text and we will get response. And we can save the response as a chat history in the Firestore. So here is an example of our Firestore database. And here there's a collection of documents based on the topics which are green computing. And then for us to use Gemini, we can get the API key from the Google AI Studio. So here we can just request to get an API key, and for experimental purposes, I think the key is already sufficient. But if you want to deploy it to the cloud, then yeah, we maybe need some subscription or configuration about the billing. But just for trial use, you can just directly use the API key here. You can connect it with your cloud project. And this is an example of how it will work, and I will show it later also. So now I will go to the code area. Yeah, so yeah. Okay. So here we have some code that is displayed. So we have our project here, and we want to check about the PubSpec YAML first. So here we have the library that we can use, which is Firebase Core, Cloud Firestore, Firebase Storage, and also LangChain to connect it, and also Google Generative AI. So we have several libraries here, and the Generative AI is the one connecting with the Gemini, and the LangChain is a library to help. It's like an interface for us to call the API directly without any hassles. And then this is the example of a JSON knowledge that we will also process in our example code here. And also we have to download the Firebase option file. We can just copy it to our Flutter app, or we can also download the file and put the file into our project. And here we support the Android platform and also the web platform. And then we can prepare the retriever, which will request the data from the vector store, and then it will pipe the results, and we will set up it together with the prompt. So now we have a prompt template which we will prepare, and like any AI models using LLM, now we will use the LLMs and prepare prompts that is sufficient. For example, the prompt is answer the question based on only the following context. And then we will create the generative AI chat model, set up all the safety settings also, and we will call it using the LangChain library. So it is set up and retrieval method, and then we want to pipe the prompt template, and we want to pipe the model that we have already prepared, and then the output parser. So it's just a simple string output parser that gets the chat results. And then, this is the interface preparation. All the stuff that we need to set up to be able to display the interface, give paddings, set up the material button, and also set up the borders, the containers, and also every other steps. So here in the button, when we do the onPress, we will check if the text is not empty, then we will add it to the chat history. And finally, we want to try to get answers based on the chat controller text. And this is the saving the chat to the Firestore collection chat, just for history purposes. And the important one is also get answer. So the answer can be in image or in text. So we have to select if the answer is an image, then we want to display it. And also the vision model can also generate content based on the image. So if there's some information that is also available, we can get the response. And this one is the process of invoking the chain. So previously we did the preparation, and now we will invoke the chain, which is containing the model and also the prompt. And we want to get the response here. We want to extract text from the response project, and we want to also load image. So for an example here, in my knowledge base, I'm using an external image storage for helping to display the image. So basically, if we want to result multimodal image retrieval augmented generation, then maybe in our server, we will have some image that will later display as an answer to the user. So the thing is how to be able to extract the image related to the user question and display it in the app. So I will also do a quick demonstration about how the app is running. So I can click as now, and now I can chat about, for example, what is green computing. Yeah, and then we will get the answer from Gemini that extracts information from our document, and then it displays it in a better interface. So for example, I want to ask what techniques could be applied for green computing. Yeah, so it answers according to the documents that I provided, but we can use any style of questions, and it can think about the words, the sentence, and find the most similar answers. So thank you for listening to my talk, and I will also answer any questions, and please connect with me if you want to discuss any details about how we can combine Flutter with AI and cloud. Thank you.
And just a reminder for everybody, Esther will be back after the next couple of talks to join our live Q&A. So please get your questions in if you have any. Put a Q in front of them. That helps us find them and know how to show them. And that way we can show them with your, and show you and get you a little bit of screen time here. So that's always kind of fun.
Yeah, that was a cool talk and complex
absolutely.
one.
Yeah. Well, there's so many of these I've wanted to, it makes me go, well, I want to go do that now. So that's awesome about this. We've been kind of a little bit neglecting our sponsors. So yeah, so right now I'd like to talk about one of our silver sponsors, Shorebird, and what they can do for you here. So.
Okay, so we want to give a huge thank to Shorebird. They are sponsor our conference, and they are helping us a lot here. So they are giving a coupon code. You guys can scan the carrier code and get a coupon. It's only available during the conference. So you guys need to go there right now and get your coupon. And I personally want to thank you, Shorebird, because yesterday I did a patch, and thank you so much because it worked and I could fix a bug in production. So go guys and use Shorebird because you can code push your code and some fixes, and we don't need to use the Apple Store or Play Store to download the new version. You can just patch the fix directly in production. Thank you so much, Shorebird team, for that, and thank you for sponsor and helping us in the conference.
Absolutely. Eric Seidel, the guy that started Shorebird, has always, I've talked to him quite a few times about the Flutteristas, and he's always there to do anything we need and a great supporter. So thank you. Thank you, Shorebird, but thank you, Eric, in particular. And just to be clarify, you don't have to use the coupon code today, but to get the coupon code, you have to scan the QR code today, like during our conference. And now we are up to one of my favorite activities. This is pretty cool. We do this every time. And let's see. It's not letting me. Okay, yeah. Is it coming up here? Let's see. I'm trying to. Elaine, can you help me out backstage? I'm trying to get my screen shared there. We have producers in our ear. That's part of why we all have to wear headphones, by the way. Just to give you a little bit of insight on the magic. We've got people behind that are helping produce this. And this year we actually have some of ourselves doing it, which is even better. But anyway, all right. So this is our map that we've got from the map activity. We showed the QR code earlier. We'll show it again. But anyway, this is showing where people are tuning in from, and it is really cool. We've got people from most of the continents, which is kind of neat. I don't expect anybody from Antarctica, but it would be nice to get someone in Australia. And this is probably a good time also to kind of mention why we're doing one big 12-hour long conference. Is when we did our first Flutteristas conference and we were talking about it, one of the things that we felt was important is we wanted to give everybody an opportunity to present in a time zone that's convenient for them, and also everybody a chance to tune in at least for part of it live at a time that's convenient for them. And that's something I 12 hours is pretty much makes that happen. And in a lot of cases also, if you ask why 12 hours, it's because that's when YouTube cuts us off. So that's kind of how we came up with a 12-hour.
Would you mind zooming a little to show people the?
Sure, absolutely. Let's see.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm there in Brazil. I'm there.
Yep. It's not letting me. It's telling me I can, but it's not letting me move. There we go. We go.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So.
And people maybe is wondering, how can they be there, right?
Yeah. And we've got friends that are at in Paris that were at a conference and they're out sightseeing, and so they keep sharing with us pictures of themselves out like the last one I saw was in front of the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah.
With their camera
awesome.
with their phone up, watching the conference. So it's kind of a neat thing. And if anybody's wondering, here's where I am right here.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So let me just make it slightly smaller. Anyway, this is my favorite activity, and I encourage you please do it. So can we put up the QR code? And Jessica, how can people get on this map?
Yeah, so it's simple. You can only scan the QR code, share your location with us, and then we are going to share with the world where are the Flutter developers and Flutteristas around the world. So please scan the QR code and share your location. We are not saving that. We don't need to worry about that. We are just showing the map activity.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I think we're about ready to head on to our next talk, which I'm looking over here real quick. Yeah. So come on, my I've got notes backstage also, and it's got stuff messed up. There we go. All right. So now we're going to introduce our next speaker. I have no idea, Lina, how to pronounce your last name. Oy. But anyway, Lina is going to talk to us about empowering communities with Flutter, building applications that make a difference. So let's welcome Lina to the stage.
Welcome.
Okay, we are having some technical issues right now. Yeah. Okay, so I pulled myself back up on screen just to. All right, so we're having some technical issues. I've got my producers backstage trying to see if they can
like
get her.
always, right?
Yeah, live
when
TV,
we
right?
are live, we are
exactly.
also
This kind of
having
stuff
troubles.
happens. All right. I'm happy. Okay. Yeah. Let me take, while they're looking at this real quick, let me just thank the rest of our sponsors. We talked about Shorebird for a second, but can we pull up the sponsor? Yeah, there we go. Again, Dev Angels, one of the people behind us that's, helping us figure it out right now. Serverpod, Flutter, Tide, we talked about Shorebird, Code Magic, and Kashish have been amazing helping us out. So, all right. So again, I'm talking backstage. Is it time? Should we go again? All right, let's try to throw it back over to Lina again. Are you there, Lina? Yeah. All right, still having technical difficulties here. Seems to be some sort of a freeze there. Yeah.
Right. Are you enjoying the conference so far?
Yeah, please let us know. Yeah. Again, like, comment, subscribe. That helps everybody. Big shout out again to the Flutter community for loaning us their YouTube channel, for loaning us their StreamYard, for more importantly, sitting backstage and helping us. If we were trying to do this ourselves and something like this came up, we might be, suffering a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna try one more time. Let's try again.
Okay.
Come on up, Lina.
Not yet.
Okay, well, we have some social media prizes that are going on, but I don't really know the details of that because I was a very bad team member and wasn't sitting around a lot of these meetings. But if we check out the chat, let's go look at the comments. Oh, let me see. Let's see.
Yeah, so we have a tweet post that people can like the post, tag a friend, share it.
Right?
Yeah, that's awesome. I want to win prizes.
Okay, I'm working on it. We're gonna bring in. I'm talking backstage real quick, people. Just like I said, this is kind of weird. Should we skip ahead then and get Daria up on stage if she's available, and then give us time to work on this? Okay.
Okay, she's ready.
All right, we're trying to. We might be skipping ahead toward our next speaker while we try to figure out with that, and so trying to see if we can make that happen. Oh, Lina, are good? Do we have Lina back? If we have Lina back, let's do it.
Yeah, so please hashtag Flutteristas Conf 2025 in the social media and Twitter. We are on Twitter, LinkedIn, Blue Sky. We are everywhere. So please share the conference, share the YouTube link video.
Okay. Okay, all right. So let's go ahead and try to see if we can get Daria up here and do that. We'll go back to Lina. So let's go.
Hello, everyone. Today, I would like to tell you about how to avoid chaos in multiplayer game logic. But first, let me introduce myself. My name is Daria. I'm seasoned software developer from Ukraine with over than 17 years of experience specializing in building geoinformational system for the mining industry. I'm also a self-taught Flutter developer and currently have a Flutter developer position in a company that create a diverse range of applications from immersive games to innovative healthcare solutions. Today, I would like to tell about one of my real job tasks, which was pretty difficult at the start, but was successfully solved. My experience can be useful for understanding some problem you can face while you need to track user presence in your app or game. But first, let's talk a little about the world of games. The gaming market today is highly saturated, and single-player games are losing ground. Players prefer team-based or competitive multiplayer experience, so developers focus on multiplayer games across all genres: strategies, shooters, RPGs, and casual games. While core game logic remains similar, implementation varies. In a shooter, it's enough just to notify a player when a target is eliminated. But in casual game, player presence must be actively tracked. Take a simple word game. Player takes turns saying words based on the last letter of the previous word. In person, it's easy to keep track. Hey, it's your turn. But online, handling disconnection and turn transition is much trickier than it seems. As I mentioned, I had an experience working in such project, and when I joined the project, multiplayer logic was supposedly work, except it wasn't. The game freezes, ended mid-turn, or turn returns to the same players. Fixing them became a challenge. Now everything works smoothly, but I cannot show the actual implementation. Instead, we let's build a simple multiplayer game. Together, through this, we'll explore key aspects of real-time player presence and no idea broken. All right. What do we need in our project? If a company doesn't have strict standard like using just Serverpod for the site management provider, for example, or some template, your best bet is to create your project from scratch using the last Flutter version and development environment. This will save you from a lot of headache. What almost all Flutter projects have in common: localization, themes, images and fonts, navigation, error handling, that's the default banner that pop up when the user does something wrong. And if app stores some user data, we'll also need authentication. It's like building blocks for our application. Here is my must-have of dependencies for a project. As you can see from them dependencies, I really relied on code generation. We will generate model classes to JSON from JSON methods, localization classes. Sure, we still have to manually write a text string, but accessing them as class variable will be automated. Resource data, navigation. We will not generate dependency injection. I'm just not a fan of this approach, or maybe I don't know properly how to use it. About our dependencies, we will use Firebase for the backend services, block for the state management, Genkit for dependency injection, Logger for error handling, Router for navigation. By the way, if you're interested, this project is available in my GitHub. This link will be on the last slide, so you'll have to stick around. First thing first, let's talk about game rules. First player enter anywhere. Only common noun are allowed. Each turn has a duration. Each new word must start with the last letter of the previous word, like woman, nose, and so on. No repeating words. If player doesn't enter any word or enter wrong word, he or she reaches a mistake. The player loses if she reaches 3 mistakes. The last remaining player wins. The main part of our app will be login system with enemies login, main screen visibility, create game, and join to existing game. Game itself, like waiting for the player, game over. And interesting part, we'll check our word for validation our word with AI. It's the 21st century. It's time to delegate this task instead of manually populating the world database. And we will try right according to the principles of clean architecture. Let's start from authorization. What do I want from authorization? I will all authorized user will be automatically redirected to the main screen. If user isn't authorized yet or has logged out, he should be redirected to the login page. It should be redirection. I shouldn't use navigation for this. In our case, our authentication will be anonymous, so I would like to user have unique name. And I also want to solve the issue of connection, of no connection in this stage. Let's break down this huge part task into login feature and navigation or redirection feature. Our login feature is just a screen for entering name. The widget for the screen is small with no fancy design, just an input field. Yeah. Logic, our qubit has 3 functions: make an anonymous login, validate the username. Since we cannot verify its uniqueness in any other way, at least there shouldn't be 2 players in the same name in game. That's why there will be validate for an empty name and for ensuring the name is not already taken, and delete an anonymous account. The repository on this layer, in this case, doesn't actually contain anything. The logic is very simple here, and we don't need to analyze, parse, or otherwise process the data coming from the presentation layer to the data layer as well. So here we just connect data layer and call its function. What we implemented in this feature allow the user to see the login screen, connect to Firebase via anonymous login, and delete registration, and set username. Okay, now move to our navigation or redirection system. We need a global system for connection status monitoring and redirection. On data layer, we have 2 services. One track authentication status, and the other monitors the real-time database connection. Authentication isn't just about checking current user. A user is only full authenticated once they enter the name. Meanwhile, a real-time database disconnects user who don't listen to a node within 16 seconds. To maintain the connection, we use both, and periodic listener add one disconnect function. On repository layer, we have the authorization status getter, which refines authentication data from the data layer before passing it to the presentation layer. If authenticated, we may fetch user detail from Firestore, for example, age, location, etc. But Firestore calls should be handled in a separate layer service, not directly in the repository. On presentation layer, we have 2 UI components: fallback screen, which help handles navigation errors, and offline dialog that overlay the UI when the user loses internet, disappearing once reconnected. Redirection is managed via refresh listenable in Go router, which listens for authentication status updates. Authenticated user on the login screen and redirected on the main screen. Unauthenticated user can only access the login screen. Handling offline status via redirection would be complex, requiring tracking and restoring previous screens. Instead, we overlay a dialog using material app routes built-in parameter. And our status block ties everything together. Since refresh listen well requires listen well, we use change notify. Our block listens the both authentication and connection status streams and calling notify listener on updates. So our qubit only exists while the login screen is active. Okay, move to our notification system. The foundation for displaying notification will be app notification class. As you can see, the subclasses implement the localized message interface. Now we need to somehow feed our notification into a stream and listen to this stream via notification mediator class. Then react to its content displaying toast via user notification manager class. Finally, we will consolidate everything into one via user notification qubit. And we will have a notification system for the entire app. From anywhere in the app, we can use the user notification mechanism. For example, example for the data layer using or presentation layer. This approach creates a single notification system for the entire app. You don't need to scatter show snack bar all over the UI and then later dig through the project. But if the client wants to change the default toasts to ones with icons or buttons, or simply replace the notification with dialogues through the app, all of this is now in one place, in my case, in the user notification manager class. If a new notification appears, just add a new line to the RB file. It's like our app localized exception class, and new notification appear. This will allow you to use the key to form and display notification in the user selected language. Is it simple? So we have successfully authenticated, and now on the main screen of our app. From here, we can either create a new game by clicking host game or join an existing one by selecting join game. On this screen, we could slightly modify the code in service and store not just a user ID, but also their name. This would allow us to display a list of online players by name. But I won't implement it. It's just like idea what we can do using this data. What behind host game and join game? At first glance, this button simply starts the game. But instead of cramming everything into one basic feature, we break it down into two independent features. Host game. On host game screen, we enter room name, player's amount, and duration, turn duration. Basic validation is handled in host game qubit. For example, game cannot be created without a name. And invalid input trigger toward notification, as we can see in our notification system. UI-related logic should never be placed in the data layer, and while tools like KTX make it easy to bypass this, following clean architecture is crucial in my opinion. Once valid inputs are provided and host game taped, a record created in active games document in Firestore. And player move to waiting room until another player joins. Join game. The active games document store all active games lobbies. Instead of sending push notification for each new game, which would be overwhelming, we simply listen for real-time updates on this document. This allows all players to see when a new game is created, when players join or leave. This is handled by join game qubit, which start listening immediately upon creation, while each real-time updates consume a Firestore read. This approach is for more efficient than alternative like a global child-based notification system, which would generate way more rates. On join screen, we just select a game from the list and tap button join game. Before we move forward, let's take a moment to think. Where's the best place to store our game data? Should we use Firestore database or real-time database? Let's compare their free tier limits. For Firestore database, we have 20,000 writes, 30,000 deletes, and 50,000 reads per day. For a real-time database, we have about 100 concurrent connections and about 10 gigabytes per month data transfer. Let's do this math. Imagine a game for a 3-player, maximum of 100 rounds, and each word consists of 10 letters, for example. We keep it simple and only count transactions during the game itself, ignoring earlier steps like profile setups, game purchase, and so on. Each game, it's about 100 writes. Each of 3 players listen for updates, so every write triggers 3 reads. Total reads per game, it's about 300 reads. Now let's calculate the maximum number of games we can play per day. Yeah, according to daily limits, and think about that since reading is a bottleneck, we are limited to 166 games per day. This doesn't include additional transactions like player's profile, game lobbies, and so on. Okay, now let's do the same for the real-time database. Again, we are simply the task, but keep one important tips in mind. Field names also consume data. But we have the first word takes 10 bytes, the second 20 bytes, and so on to the 100 bytes for the last round. According to the formula, we can calculate that total for 3 players, we will have about 151,000 bytes, yeah, plus writes, and we can see the total usage per game. How many games can we play per day? According to daily limits, we will have about 2,000 games. Of course, that's a theoretical maximum. Real world number will be low. But even if we cut it in half, we still have almost 10 times more than Firestore. The best choice clear. For a real-time multiplayer game, Firestore read limits quickly became a bottleneck. Real-time database, on the other hand, offers significantly more capacity per day, making it obvious choice for the storing our game data. Okay, since we already determined the database is a better choice for a game, it's time to clarify how we handle the waiting room. When a player creates a game, he seriously write a new entry in the active games document in Firestore database. Create a game data structure in real-time database and switch to listening for updates in this real-time database structure. The other players join the waiting room, they add their ID to active games in Firestore, so anyone outside the waiting room can see how many players are in and waiting for the game to start. Add their player data to the game's node in the real-time database and start listening for updates in this node. This way, everyone in the waiting room knows exactly how many players are inside. Once the waiting room is full, we launch 50 seconds countdown timer before the game begins. Here is a little trick I used for the timer. I don't actually have one. A while ago, I created a tab effect component that displays text like a typewrite animation. Later, I turned it into a package and published it on pubdev, typewriter text. So instead of using traditional timer, I decided to repurpose my own package to act the countdown timer. And here's the best part. The entire countdown timer is implemented with just several lines of code using my own component. Okay, let's go. We already have a real-time database node that tells us how was turn is now, how much players are in the game,
and an information about used world. Our goal is to listen the changes and update them accordingly. Each game also has a round duration, which defines how long a player has to answer before his turn automatically ends. We have mechanism of user move, like when a player turn start, a countdown begins. If he submit a world before the time runs out, the timer reset for the next player. If the timer hits 0, two cases occur. Or it's timeout, the turn moves to the next player and an error is recorded for current player. Or it's disconnection. The game needs a mechanism to handle this. Since an offline player cannot update Firebase, someone else must do it. The solution? The nearest online player should handle the update to avoid a race condition. Firebase detects disconnection with a delay, sometimes up to a minute, which is too slow for real-time games. Cloud function could help, but they require the Blaze plane, which isn't always an option. To fix this, we implement a ping system, where each player sends a hit bit every 3 seconds. If a player stops sending pings, he is marked as disconnected, and the turn moves forward instantly. Without the ping system, the game would have frozen, waiting for Firebase slow update. And say several words about AI-powered word validation. Instead of storing huge word list for multiplayer languages, we can have multiplayer languages, we use Google Gemini AI for real-time validation. I won't told how to implement how AI in the Flutter project. There is a lot of interaction and information in internet, and even in our conference we have several talks. Okay, final test. We have 3 players, first player will be a host, As we can see, second and third player doesn't have any available games. First player create, for example, demo, name our room, and tap host game. Immediately, second and third player see this game, and second player join, third player join. Our countdown timer, and first player put some word, enter some word, for example, woman. Now turn second player, but for example, mouse. Active player see how much time duration rest, and other players just see progress indicator. It's time third player, and again first player. And for example, third player lose their connection. First player and second player don't know about this. It's okay. Game continues. The third player see offline screen. Second player enters some world. Now turn third player, but he is online, and we just wait this 50 seconds turn duration. After this 50 seconds, turn will return to the first player. Here it is. We tap with something like some wrong word. The third player found their internet. Okay, first mistake for this player. Second player will tap world. For example, netbook, and third player again in game and can tap some world on letter key kite. Okay, first player, for example, and some world, wrong world. Yes, okay, to cross on first player. Here we tap some word I don't know. So okay, again also error. Third player need to write something on letter E, for example, I. Let's first player type something like something like wrong, and he have a game over. Now, second or third player continue their game. For example, I enter world. It's a correct word. As you can see, we now have 2 players, so the third player is now not on the game. Some world third player. Now, for example, enter not a noun 20. It's like a mistake because it's not a noun. We have a notification banner. Here we also on the letter T table. Why not? Here, let's write a word that already in the list. For example, I. Yeah, we already have I, and here it is. And if we enter, it's like third mistake. So we have a winner. Okay, time to conclusion. Even when a client limits your option, expected a backend free system that magically generates revenue, it's still possible to deliver a working solution. If the game gains popularity, upgrading to support more players is always an option. Firebase makes it scaling easy. We also explore when real-time database is a better choice. If frequent updates happen during a user session, use real-time database. If data updates rarely, like in online store or mood tracker, Firestore is a better fit. Every approach has pros and cons. Main pros is we don't count the quantity on the request, just amount of the sent received data. But we have on disconnection limitation. Firebase decided its own when a user is offline, with no way to manually adjust timeouts and retries. If a player turn off their internet, Firebase reacts immediately, instantly. But if the network drops, like fixed mobile signal, Firebase takes up to a minute to confirm disconnection. In a 50-second game round, this is unacceptable. That's why we built a ping system. Every 3 seconds, users send a signal to update their own status. This 3 is better than 16, yeah, right? Okay, thanks for watching. I hope everything was clear. The GitHub repo link is on the screen. Looking forward to your question or correction if I missed something. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Daria. That was amazing. I can see we've got some game fans in our chat here.
Yeah. Okay, so questions are coming up. Hold on, people. We are going to have Q&A after this next talk, because I think we figured out Lina talk. So enter your questions in the live chat with Q in front of the questions.
Q in front of it. Yeah.
Q. Sorry. Q in front of it. And then we can grab your questions and ask the girls. So
I'm always amazed with my friends I've met through Flutter that English is not their first language. How well you all do. It's amazing. Great job. All right, so let's see if we can get Lina up on stage.
Hello, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. So today I'll speak about empowering communities with Flutter. I'll present this presentation during this Flutteristas Conference 2025. My name is Lina Mwakitawa. I'm a WTM ambassador for Kisi chapter. I also lead Flutteristas Mombasa. I transitioned recently from being an administrative manager at Polytechno Girls to a CAE at Safaricom PLC. So I'll speak about the power of Flutter in community building. But before I speak on that, I want to introduce what Flutter is to those who might not be familiar with what Flutter is. So Flutter is an open source framework for building beautiful, natively compiled multi-platform applications from a single code base. So there are so many beautiful applications that have been built or have been built using Flutter that are currently being used across the world. These are some of the examples that are of the applications that are being used. We have Google Assistant, Google Pay, Google Ads, Hamilton, eBay, Etsy. These are just some of them. There are so many. You can search them online to see the many apps that are being used, that are created using Flutter, and are making a difference across the globe. So why should we even build communities? Communities help us create a source of belonging. When you are in a community, you feel a sense of belonging. You feel like there's someone who can hold your hand. You feel that some people got your back. So when you build communities, you create a sense of belonging. It also fosters social connection because as human beings, we are social beings. And being in a community helps you to feel that you are connected in a way to different people. It also helps to improve your mental health in that in development. There's so many, for example, you face a lot of bugs and you might need a support system to help you, to tell you it's okay, the bugs can be fixed and you got this. So when you're in a community, you're able to improve your mental health in that sphere. It also helps you form relationships, find support, and of course, gain opportunities through networking, through connecting with different people, sharing your ideas, and you get different opportunities based on what you say or what you share with your community members. So I learned to share my story on how we started as a community, on how we started Flutteristas Mombasa. Hope you are excited about this. It's a story. Okay. So why did we even start Flutteristas Mombasa? For me, I felt like there was inadequate representation when we were having elections in our country, Kenya. And through this Mob Peace Hackathon, we were able to create applications that promoted peace in that election period, because there was a lot of chaos, a lot of politics going on. And we felt like people needed like a companion, a mobile app where they can preach peace, speak about peace, that these are elections and they will pass by, but we still have one another for the rest of the years. So this came about from the Mobi Peace Hackathon. After that, we did a school visit in 2023 at TUM, Technical University of Mombasa, to just spread the gospel of Flutteristas Mombasa, to tell people that we have Flutteristas Mombasa and you can join us to learn, to network and share the ideas that you have and grow together, of course. And in 2024, here is when we incubated Flutteristas Mombasa Club, being intentional about it, that this is what we want for us women who build apps using Flutteristas, and we started the community late 2024. And in 2025, transitioning to 2025, we've been having weekly meetups every Fridays at Pwani Techno Girls to learn together, to empower other young women who will want to start building using Flutter. So we usually have weekly meetings every Fridays, and then we have a monthly meeting like every month, once every month. Yeah. So like that is how Flutteristas Mombasa came about. These are some of the photos from the different sessions we had. This was during the Mobi Peace Hackathon. This was the campus visit at TUM. This is during the incubation period. These are some of the weekly meetups we have. And what I can say is community isn't just about coding, isn't just about developing. It's about empowering other people to join you and building together, because we have different ideas and coming together to learn together creates like meaningful impact. And you can get what I'm saying, and another person can get what we are saying, and build impactful solutions together. Yeah. So from this story that I've told you in regards to Flutteristas Mombasa, there's some challenges we faced as a community. One of it is building engagement and consistency, especially after telling people that this community exists. We felt like people came in and then dropped off at some point. So like trying to get consistent with them, it became a bit difficult, a bit challenging. Yeah. And also, we also had issues or challenges in accessing learning resources. For example, even accessing laptops. Some of our community members came in, yes, want to learn, but they don't have access to laptops or laptops that support the Flutter SDK environment, the development environment. So that became like a bit of challenges. People had to share laptops so that they can be able to build. Yeah, another challenge we faced, I think those are some of the challenges we faced. Some of the lessons I learned personally as I lead this team is the power of mentorship, both peer mentorship and mentorship from people who have gone before you. So the power of mentorship, having people to learn from you and you learning from them, sharing ideas. This is something that I learned, and being accountable to one another, that we said in this week we will do this, let us do this, like peer-to-peer mentorship and accountability. And also mentorship from people who have gone before us. I've been able to get mentorship from Madam Joanne. She's the one who even took us through the Mobile Peace Hackathon. So like being able to tell me like you should keep on moving, keep on being consistent, even though people drop off at some point, but being consistent and showing people that you can still be a part of the community. Like that is what I have learned and stood up among the lessons that I've been able to learn. Something else that I've been able to learn is about collaboration and partnerships. In regards to this, for example, we've been able to get like a free space. Technocrats has been able to offer us a space for us to hold our meetups every Friday. Getting like a place where you can meet together and learn, use the resources that they have. It's a bit challenging, but Technocrats has offered us this opportunity to use their space and use their resources, their internet, their laptops. And this is something that has really even helped us to even continue to empower other young women to join Flutteristas and learn. Another lesson I've also been able to learn is to push forward despite setbacks. We've been having like the challenges that I've said, the consistency part, but still pushing forward. Even if we have 3 members coming for the meetups, we have 4 coming for the meetups, like the numbers might vary, but still saying like these who have come are the ones who want to learn, and being intentional about it is makes the learnings even more fun, and showing that we show up for one another to learn together. Yeah. And so how, for example, you want to start a community, how can you even drive change with Flutter? What I can say is start small, identify a problem and build a solution. For me, I saw, yes, I build using Flutter, but do I have a community of people who also do the same thing and we can sit together and learn? So if you find a problem, of course, you can also find a solution out of it, because mostly we say what affects you, you're the one who can be able to like solve it or create a solution out of it. So in as much as we started small, but identified the problem that we do not have a community of young women doing Flutter and are ready to work together. So that maybe to create a community where we had to build solutions together. And yes, that I'm saying is start small and identify a local problem and build a solution out of it. So something else you can do, engage in open source projects and communities. When we say open source is where you contribute to projects that are online. You can contribute like a small snippet of the bigger project. And in that, you have a sense of belonging in that project. that you have contributed to. And if you are, for example, you're starting in your career and like you don't have like a real work experience, you, by the virtue of you participating in open source projects, that's like is enough proof for you to, like, you have already done something in that field. Like you can showcase what you have done. So building and engaging in open source gives you a platform to even get the work experience that different roles require. Yeah. And something else, you can mentor others and uplift new developers. As you learn, try to hold someone else's hand. Try to mentor people. Even if you cannot like create a community and tell people that this is what I'm doing, but you can share your work. Build and share. Tell people like this is what I've done. And you might not know, but someone might be learning from you, looking at your moves and even growing as you grow. So like mentor others and uplift other developers, either intentionally or unintentionally. But either way, uplifting other developers. Saying like, if so-and-so has been able to build this and is sharing this, then I'm also able to do this and share and empower others. And in that way, we're able to empower many developers coming up. Yeah. So some of the resources you can have to get started on how you can create a Flutter communities or any community that you might want to start. You can have it at Learning at Internet Society, Learning Portal, the University of YouTube. You can learn it from different sources, enroll and learn and be able to get like the a different perspective of how communities are growing and how you can grow your communities, because different communities have different needs. So as you start your community, you know, like this community of mine requires this, or different communities have different specifications. So you just know what your community wants and try and work around that. Yeah, because a community like Flutteristas Mombasa might have different needs compared to another community like in a different place. So like do what works for you. Yeah. So how can you contact us as Flutteristas Mombasa? You can contact us via email. You can contact us on LinkedIn, on X, on TikTok. We are like across all that. In Instagram at Flutteristas Mombasa. And this is my LinkedIn account at Lina Mwakitawa. So what I can say before I end, let's build together. Don't do it alone. Make sure you hold someone else's hand. As you hold someone else's hand, make sure your hand is also held, because you can't pour from an empty cup. You have to fill your cup first before you fill it or you pour into other people's cup. So let's build together. Any question? Thank you.
Working. Now we're going to head into a live Q&A session. I think Lina has to actually, after us running long like that, I think she's having to step away. So we're going to have Daria and Esther on here with us. And if you've got any questions, there's still time to get some in. Go ahead and put a Q in front of it to make our lives easier, please. And let's get going. All right. So here's one of the questions we have. What are some specific tasks that an AI agent can perform in the context of the Flutter application being developed?
Okay, thank you for the question. So yeah, we can create an agent that can automatically perform. Like we can, for example, if we have some SOP in the company, we can create a list of important documents and manuals, and then we can give it to the Firebase, and then we can conduct Firebase vector search. And then when someone asks a question about how to operate a machine, we can directly get the answers from the manual and then display the answers with the help of LLM, like I explained. And we can also use the LLM to do summarization, to extract information from the image, and so many more options. So yeah, it's a very great opportunity for us to build agents in the Flutter environment with the support of Gemini or Gemma.
Awesome.
All right. Okay. I've got a couple of more questions, I think, here. Let me go back over and. All right, I think I've got another one here for Esther. Are there any concrete implementation examples that can be illustrated? And how is transparency implemented in the context of vector search features using Firebase?
Yeah, so thanks for the question. And when there's data that comes from the user, the questions that the user send, we can get the keywords and send it to the Firebase vector search. And then when the Firebase vector search selects which data is relevant to the question, we can also display the relevant data to the user to let the user know. For example, when we give results, we can give like small labels to let the user know why this result is put in the first result and why is it in the second result and the other results. So we can give more information to the user about why it is in the result from the agent. And yeah, so other things is like ranking and also related keywords that was obtained from the Firebase vector search.
Wow, that's complex.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's get a question over for Daria.
It's a good question.
Okay, so I can read real quick. Yeah, does Firebase satisfy all needs for multiplayer game development with Flutter, or will it be better to have our own backend somewhere on, for example, AWS or use some other backend server?
Yeah, there are many platforms for real-time games such as PubNub, Superbase, Nakama, which of course suit better for real-time games. But for MVP, Firebase is usually more than enough. It offers real-time capability, authentication, cloud function out of the box, and which significantly speed up development and reduce costs. While a custom backend on AWS or elsewhere may provide more flexibility and control in the long run, Firebase allow you to launch faster and test your idea without heavy infrastructure overhead, in my opinion.
Well, and I was giving a talk at a Google Student Club earlier this week. I was asked questions that this would have actually satisfied perfectly. So thank you for doing this talk.
Yeah,
let's go to the
that
next
was
one.
awesome. Okay, so you said you prefer the clean architecture, and that's a good question. But your use case and repository abstractions are in the same domain layer in your project structure. Is it correct for clean architecture?
Yeah, I'm aware that the classical clean architecture approach includes the use of use cases. But in my experience, they often felt like unnecessary boilerplate, and that's why I choose to simplify structure by keeping only a repository on the main layer without a separate of use case layer. This way, the code is easy to read and faster to develop in the early stage.
Yeah, we always put one line in the use case, right? Just calling the repository. So why not calling the repository directly?
All right. I think we have one more question. Okay, let's see. I think it's this one here. What are the limitations, or I think this is for Esther. What are the limitations or key considerations when using Firebase vector search, especially for larger scale applications? Are there any performance or cost aspects to be aware of?
Okay, thanks for the question. So yeah, for large scale, we have to consider about how can we find the correct data, because if the documents that is the source of the agent is a lot, then it needs time for us to find the correct document. So we have to think about how we can make the search from the documents more faster. So that's one thing that we need to approach. And then for the other thing is the performance also needs enough resources and enough backend configurations that is yeah, it can help the agent to be able to answer in a fast way. So for the cost, maybe for finding correct questions, and maybe we can do like we can save the previous questions to the agents. So when user asks anything that is similar, we can load it. We don't need to search it again in the data Firestore collection, and we don't also need to use the LLM again, but we can check it on the previous search results. That is one option also that we can use.
All right. Well, I think that's the questions we've got. I think a couple other things I could probably show here might be, just some fun things that have come in. So, thanks Daria for an amazing talk. And then we also got some stuff in with Lina's talk. She couldn't stay around for this, but I think I do want to show these on the screen. So that part is pretty amazing. And Kushbu also, I think, thought, yeah. So, and she would know, she's one of our Flutteristas, of course. So anyway, all right, that's great. We're about to, this is the end of our, I think, our longest section that we had. But we're about to go to a break. We're 5 minutes, maybe a little bit more than that. But before we do, I think we'd like to pull up our sponsor slide again, if we can.
Thank you, girls, for being here for the Q&A. And thank you to our amazing sponsors. Again, Dev Angels, Serverpod, and Flutter for our gold sponsors. And Tide, Shorebird, Code Magic, and Kashish for being a silver sponsor. Thank you very much for helping Flutteristas Conference and helping us to be here today.
Right. And in case you've just joined us, again, we're a group for female and non-binary, Flutter enthusiasts, and we would definitely like you if you qualify for that. We would definitely love to have you join. And that's and of course, thank you again to Flutter community for loaning us your setup here. So please do everybody a favor and like the video for us, but subscribe. And also you can tweet out about what's going on live here. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. I'm running stuff through too fast to get to it, of course. and then
we have a hashtag.
Flutteristas.org is where you would go to join, and then Flutteristas Conf 2025 is what we'd like you to go ahead and let us know where you're watching from. We've got the map activity, but let us know what's going on and let other people know. Let's get some excitement going. And yeah, the videos will be around after, but catch us live. And now we're going to go to a short break.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey Flutteristas, I'm Viktor. I used to work on the Flutter team. Now I'm the founder of Serverpod. Serverpod is a team of 9 full-time developers, so it has grown way past the hobby project. We are super happy to sponsor this conference, not just because we love Flutter, but because we solve real problems for many of you. If you haven't checked out Serverpod yet, I got a treat for you. As a Flutter developer, what if you could write your backend code in Dart? That would save a lot of time. And what if you didn't have to worry about coding your API or serialize new data? Well, I got some great news for you. Serverpod is an open source, scalable backend written in Dart for the Flutter ecosystem. It analyzes your server code and generates your complete communication protocol. It also has a Dart-first, type-safe ORM to talk with your database, handle serialization, and has great logging. Everything else you need is also there, uploading files, handling authentication, streaming data, and scheduling tasks. Did I say that it's all free and open source? How awesome is that? Today, I'm going to talk about Serverpod and using Dart on the backend. I will share insights from my experiences, hoping to inspire you to take the first steps in building your own server. Let's dive in. The server is basically just an app running on a computer with access to the internet. It will listen to connections from clients and return data. In some cases, the server can also keep connections open for a longer time to make it possible to push data to the client. This is often done using WebSockets. For instance, if you have a chat app, you will want to pass messages to and from the server in real time. The most common way to communicate between the client and the server is using HTTP and passing JSON objects, which is often referred to as REST API. A few things need to be in place to build a server API. First, you need a way to encode and send your objects. This is called serialization. We take an object in the server's or the client's memory and create a textual representation of it. Next, we need to be able to call different methods on the server. On the server, you create endpoints that group methods together logically. The method is a URL that we can call from the client, just like we would type a URL in the browser's address field. Luckily, Serverpod handles all these tasks for us, so we don't need to dig into all of the technical details. Knowing a bit about what's happening under the hood is still a good idea, and it will take you a long way. Now that you know the basics, we'll look at what we can do with Serverpod. Spoiler alert, despite all the features, Serverpod is very simple to work with. Serverpod is an open source, scalable app server written in Dart for the Flutter community, and it has gained a lot of traction among Flutter developers. We now have over 10,000 Serverpod developers. The framework comes with many features that make it faster to get things done, debug your code, and deploy your server. It automatically generates your protocol and client-side code by analyzing your server. So calling a remote endpoint is as easy as making a local method call in your app. And of course, best of all, you can write your entire backend in Dart and even share code between your app and the server. Serverpod really is a complete competent backend for Flutter. Apart from being just a server, Serverpod provides solutions to many common tasks that are otherwise cumbersome to implement or require external services. It provides you with world-class logging capabilities. You no longer need to search through endless server logs. Instead, you pinpoint exceptions and slow database queries in an easy-to-use interface with just a single click. You get a high-performance distributed cache built right in. Any data models can be cached locally on your server or using Redis if you need to use the same cache across a cluster of servers. Serverpod also gives you the ability to communicate easily with your database. With Serverpod's object relation mapping, or ORM, your queries use native Dart types and null safety. The database layer even has support for things like database migrations and relations. In addition to these features, Serverpod supports everything you would expect from a modern backend framework. Firstly, Serverpod simplifies this task of handling file uploads. You can connect it directly to Google Cloud Storage or S3, or you can even store files within your database, which is great for local development. When it comes to authentication, Serverpod takes care of all the tricky parts. You can integrate social logins in your application with support for services like Google, Apple, and Firebase. If you use Google, you get access to all server-side APIs like calendars and contacts. A standout feature of Serverpod is its support for streaming data. This means you can pass models and push messages from your server, enabling real-time interactions with your app. Whether you're building games, chat applications, or any other service that benefits from instant data exchange, Serverpod has you covered. Just return a stream from one of your endpoint methods, and you are good to go. Serverpod reimagines task scheduling. With its future calls feature, this replaces the need for complicated cron jobs by allowing you to call a method at any specified future time or after a delay. These calls persist even if the server restarts and ensures that your scheduled tasks are never missed. Say you have a user signing up and you want to send them a reminder a week from now. Just make a future call. Monitoring the health of your application is crucial, and Serverpod provides comprehensive tools for this purpose. You can monitor not just the database, CPU, and memory usage, but also any external services your application relies on. Lastly, deploying your server with Serverpod is a breeze. We are developing Serverpod Cloud, which will allow you to deploy your backend with zero configuration. Serverpod Cloud currently is in private beta, and we're bringing on new users every week. If you want to try it out, join our waiting list at serverpod.cloud. But you can also easily host your Serverpod on Google Cloud or AWS thanks to our Terraform scripts. In fact, you can deploy Serverpod anywhere you run Dart. Let's have a quick look at how the Serverpod magic works. To create an endpoint in your server, you extend the endpoint class. Here we're creating an example endpoint. In your endpoint classes, you can add methods. The endpoint methods must take a session object as its first parameter, and it must return a future. You can use most primitive types, such as strings, ints, and doubles, but you can also create your own serializable classes. In this example, we just have a hello method, which appends the string hello to anything you pass to it. To make it possible to call this method from your Flutter app, all you need to do is run the serverpod generate command. Serverpod will find your endpoint and your method. Then it generates all the bindings required to call it from the app. Let's have a look at what this looks like. In your app, you can now call the client.example.hello method. Easy as that. Under the hood, Serverpod has created a REST API for us, but when using it, it feels like magic. This was a super quick intro to Serverpod. I hope I inspired you to learn more and try it out. We created Serverpod because we wanted it ourselves, but it really makes it so much easier to build a backend. Finally, I want to give a quick shout out since we are currently hiring a few more developers for our office in Stockholm. If you're interested, check out the info on our website, serverpod.dev. That's all I have for you today. Enjoy the rest of the conference and happy coding!
Welcome back to part 3. I am Steph, and I have most of Yogita. It is awesome to be here, and the conference has been going fantastic. I'd like to thank Serverpod for hosting. That was awesome information. Next, we are going to be doing an activity. We're going to be doing a Kahoot. If you win, you need to take a screenshot or a picture of it. So we have that information, so you can then share it with us. Also, I'll read the questions. Because of the amount of time, I won't be reading the possible answers. And so we're going to have that brought up have our producers bring that up. Wow, really struggling. Okay. All right, so you need to scan the QR code, and there's the game pin. Anybody gonna join? Well, this is going to be a fun activity.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Now we're getting some people.
Welcome on board. You are ready for the quiz?
Yeah. Glad to see we're getting some people in here. Hey, I know who some of those people are.
Yeah. On the Kahoot, I really like the nickname that people provide over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is definitely better than last time. Okay. Do we have more people? Hurry. Okay, we'll do another few seconds.
And please don't forget to take the screenshot after the quiz.
Right. If you're a winner, make sure you take your screenshot. We need that as proof of who you are. Okay. Let's do the first question. What is dot prompt used for? Oh, take our faces off. Thank you. Nope. Because they're so long, we're not going to read the answers. So that was awesome. Good job, Jackie. What is a flow in Firebase Genkit? And these are shorter, so a sequence of AI-powered operations, a type of UI animation, a Firebase authentication method, a database query technique. Uh-oh, Jackie, Mo took you over. Yogita, you want to read the next question?
Yeah. What are the main pillars of the responsible AI? Speed, efficiency, low cost, or innovation, adaptation, scalability, or transparency, security, fairness, accountability, or automation, personalization, and engagement. Click on your answer, guys. Yeah, Jackie back on the...
Jackie came back on top. You want to do the next one?
Yeah. What is the first process in vector search? Searching within the vector spaces, calculating distance between vectors, using the gain algorithm, converting data into embeddings.
So do we think that Jackie's still going to be on top? Uh-oh.
Oh, this time Omni.
Which of these is not a challenge when growing a Flutter community? Keeping members engaged, finding sponsors for events, having too many enthusiastic members, encouraging active participation. Not a challenge. That is true. We have a lot of enthusiastic Flutteristas, wouldn't you say? This conference wouldn't happen without them. What is one of the biggest advantages of building a Flutter community? Access to exclusive Flutter features, creating a support network for learning and collaboration, limiting access to advanced developers only, keeping knowledge within a small group. That picture was very familiar. Oh, that's where the shirt came from. Okay. Yogita, you want to do this one?
Yeah. Which package was used to implement the timer during the waiting process? Block, Firebase auth, typewrite text, or Go router?
Oh, we have a new person on top. You want to do this one?
What time does the ping system mention in the report provide? 3 seconds, 1 minute, 60 seconds, or 5 minutes? And it's 3 seconds.
Flutter's mascot, Dash, is based on what animal? Penguin, hummingbird, blue jay, dolphin. Hummingbird. Which function is required to start a Flutter app? Run app, main app, launch app, start Flutter. Hopefully people know the answer to this one. Yay, run app.
And
Third
third number
place.
is Avni. Second number Mo. First.
Jackie, make sure to take a screenshot.
Well done, all of you.
Yes, awesome job. Great quiz. Love the questions. Absolutely love the engagement. That was awesome. Okay, so next. So the prize winners. You need to scan this QR code and then have that and your screenshot of you winning and send it to what the QR code provides. Okay.
You guys, it's a Google form. Please attach your screenshot to take your prizes. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So next, we are going to have a speaker who is coming on stage. Elvira is presenting Securing Your Flutter Apps, Navigating the Mobile Security Landscape. So take it away.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this session about securing your Flutter mobile apps. In this presentation, we are going to have a look at security in mobile landscape and how this applies to Flutter products. Then we will have a check at the top 10 mobile threats, and we will deep dive into 3 threats more specifically. And finally, we will see how security can be tested. Before starting, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Elvira, and I am a mobile developer. Specifically, I've been working with Flutter for almost 3 years now, focusing a lot on UI, performances, and network communications. But it was only when I started to work in a bank, and therefore with a banking product, that I came closer to the concept of security until it became one of the main topics on my day-to-day job and my career in general. But banking apps are not the only services that need to be secured. More often than not, our devices and mobile apps handle important aspects and data of our lives. Think about healthcare data, locations, and private messages and pictures. So when a user decides to share their data with our apps, they are trusting their data will be treated with good care, and they want to feel confident in the reliability of our products. That's why security is not an optional, but an essential asset that cannot be left behind. When we talk about security in relation to Flutter, there is an important consideration to make. Flutter framework is amazing in terms of potential, because we can target so many platforms with a single technology and a single code base. But this multi-platform nature, while facilitating code reuse, also brings the inheritance of every and each security landscapes for each of the platform. And this means that developers still have to cater and to address for all the security threats that each platform comes with. Another important aspect is that developing a secure app means integrating security best practices at every stage of the development lifecycle. So at the very early stage of planning, it is important that security requirements for the product are identified. For example, a messaging app may want to make sure that the messages exchange is properly encrypted. In addition, it should be clear how to be compliant with the industry regulations, for example, the GDPR for privacy. At this stage, it can be also useful to come up with a threat model that can be used in the future as a reference document. During the design phase, it is important to choose the right secure architectures. For example, an app that handle massive amounts of highly sensitive data may want to implement the zero trust architecture. Also, you want to design a strong solution for a secure storage if you need to store data in the app, and to enforce secure communication using secure protocols and certificates. During development is when you start to put everything you prepared in action. And at this stage, it is important that you strive to follow all the secure code practices in every single line of code. We will have a look at some of them soon. And in this phase, put a lot of attention to your API integrations, validating and signing the requests as needed. And make sure no sensitive data is exposed in the logs you use for error messages. Going on, testing phase is essential to be sure nothing was missed in the previous steps. And for that, you can use scans such as static application security testing or software composition analysis. To scan both your code, so the code you write yourself with your team, together with the dependencies your project is including. And simulating attacks through penetration testing is also a good and recommended practice to find weaknesses. But because this requires more knowledge, you may want to rely on external entities that can pen test your application. During deployment, you have to make sure that configurations are set in a secure way, particularly the ones that were set by default. So, for example, if you're integrating Firebase products, you want to make sure that from the Firebase console, the APIs are restricted and that the key you use to access them are strictly tied to your app. Also, you want to make sure that debugging tools and features are disabled in a production version of your app. Finally, after release, it is important to keep on maintaining the security of your app by keeping a close eye on it. Threats continue to arise, so make sure you regularly update dependencies and libraries, and make sure to monitor logging and analytics you are collecting to detect anomalies on time. From this overview, it is clear that security isn't just an afterthought, but it's woven into every stage of development, from planning to maintenance. And with so many considerations, it is easy to feel like this is too much, especially if you are just starting with security. But luckily, you don't have to start from zero. And you can start by checking OWASP. The Open Worldwide Application Security Project is a non-profit foundation that works to improve security of softwares. And through the years, it became the source for developers to secure the web first, and not too much time after mobile as well. Every year, OWASP releases a compilation of common vulnerabilities. And the one you see now on screen is the latest available for mobile platforms. I will go quickly through the list to have a glance at what each vulnerability refers to. And in the next part of the presentation, we will focus on more in depth on a few of them. So at the first position, we have improper credential usage, which may be generated by using hard-coded credential and secrets, or by improper handling them. Inadequate supply chain refers to the security of third-party components. So you can think of SDKs, libraries, APIs, and even tools that you use to build and maintain the app. Insecure authentication and authorization typically happens because of weak password policies, but even more often because of inadequate server-side validations and use of insecure API endpoints. When an app fails to sanitize inputs and outputs, it may be at risk of common injections and cross-site scripting. So you want to make sure you sanitize and validate inputs and outputs of your app. And when we talk about sanitization and validation, we mean that we want to make sure that we clean the data, removing or escaping harmful parts that may be otherwise executed on the server or the client side. Insecure communication is about transmission of data to the network. And if not properly secured, communication can be intercepted and compromised by attackers. Privacy controls are about handling personally identifiable information of your user. So for example, names, date of birth, addresses, and so on. And the importance of addressing for this threat come with great ethical responsibility considerations on the developer side. Failing to protect the binary of your app will open ground to reverse engineering and tampering, because attackers may easily scan your code and exploit pitfalls. Security misconfigurations refer to configuration of settings, permissions, and controls. You can think of a cloud service that you are integrating in your app. Insecure data storage points to inadequate protection of data stored within the app. So I'm talking about the local storage. And the last one, in insufficient cryptography, it's quite self-explanatory. So it refers to the cryptographic methods employed in your app. And these may be absent, not strong enough, or even deprecated, so not secure anymore. Now that we have an overview of what all the threats mean, let's focus on the three that I believe are the most relevant for mobile Flutter apps. Let's start with improper credential usage. This risk occurs when an app mishandles sensitive credentials, so password, API keys, tokens, and so on, by, for example, storing them insecurely or transmitting them without encryption. Attackers can exploit these vulnerabilities to steal credentials and to gain unauthorized access to user accounts or even to backend services. One example may be an app that uses a token to grant access to the user's account on the backend server. There is nothing wrong in using a token, of course. Actually, it is recommended. But the problem here is that in this case, the token is stored in the shared preferences as plain text. And so if an attacker gains access to the device and exploit the weakness, they can extract the token from the app storage and use it to impersonate the user on the server. To avoid this, first of all, you should never use shared preferences for sensitive data. Take this as a strict rule. And the better approach is to use tools like the Flutter secure storage package, which will instead leverage platform-specific secure storage. And so Keystore for Android and Keychain for iOS. Another good practice is to never embed credential directly in the code or in configuration to later on validate them. Ideally, you should validate credentials over secure APIs. And this is the same for not only for user credentials, but also for API keys to connect to APIs or any other secret. And in this case, you may also consider using environment variables instead. Other recommendations are to always encrypt credential during transmission, to use strong multi-factor authentication protocols, and to regularly update API keys and tokens, also by implementing an effective rotation policy. By rotating the tokens, in case an attacker discovers a token, you will minimize the time they gain unauthorized access to your server, because after some time, that token won't be working anymore. Second threat we are going to focus today is insecure communication. This threat occurs when an app fails to properly secure data transmission between the client, so our app, and the server, but it is actually between two components in general. This vulnerability may lead to the so-called man-in-the-middle attack, where an hacker can intercept and modify the network traffic, leading to data leakage, session hijacking, and spy abuse. A very simple example to explain this vulnerability is to not enforce HTTPS over HTTP. Now, imagine the user connects in our app through a free Wi-Fi in a coffee shop, maybe. A potential attacker may be able to intercept that, so to intercept the connection, steal the credential, and even impersonate your server and APIs. So the user won't be communicating with your server anymore, but with the attacker. That's why man in the middle, because the attacker will place themselves between the client and the server. By simply replacing HTTP with the more secure HTTPS protocol, we can already ensure encryption, because data will be unreadable. And we can already provide a layer of protection to the user from phishing, because HTTPS requires the server to be verified. So enforcing a secure connection is the first step, but this is not enough, because your app will still accept any verified certificate. So even if it is a verified certificate, it can be from anywhere. So you are not restricting the certificate yet. And the attacker may still have a space for exploitation. For this, you need certificate pinning in combination. You can imagine a certificate as a handshake between your app and the server. So if someone tries to impersonate the server, your app will reject the connection because it doesn't see the exact certificate that it expects. To implement certificate pinning, you can use packages like HTTP certificate pinning, but there are probably also other solutions because this is a very common issue that needs to be solved. Just make sure that the solution you choose is popular and recommended. Another important practice to protect from insecure communication is to never include sensitive data in URLs. And if you need to send over tokens, session IDs, and so on, consider headers and even post calls, even if you just want to get data. Typically, post calls are, for a number of reasons, more secure than get calls. But of course, for this, you need collaboration with your backend. Last threat for today is insufficient binary protection. And this refers to the lack of security measures in the app's binary, making it vulnerable to reverse engineering, tampering, and unauthorized modifications. If the binary of your app is not protected, attackers can easily decompile your app, analyze the logic, and bypass other security controls you had in place. The first step towards protecting the binary is code obfuscation. Obfuscation hides function and class names in your compiled dark code, replacing each symbol with different symbols, making it difficult for an attacker to reverse engineering your app. To obfuscate your app, you create a symbol map using the Flutter bid command in release mode with the obfuscate and split the bug info flags. And if you want to debug your obfuscated app in the future, you will need the symbol map. So make sure you are going to store it. It's important to know that Flutter code obfuscation, though, only works on a release build, and obfuscating your code does not mean that you are encrypting it. So it's not like you obfuscate the code and can forget about anything else. You still need to put in place the other security practice. It's just putting multiple security layers on top of each other. In addition, you may want to detect jailbroken and rooted devices, so you can limit the usage of your app on hacked devices. And for this, the device info plus package does a really good job. And you also want to protect native code. For iOS, you can do that by stripping symbols from the target build settings. And for Android, you can enable minify enabled and shrink resources in the build Gradle file. Last, I want to mention about some testing tools that can help you with discovering vulnerability early in a project. So when you want to test the security of your app, there are three main analyses that you can execute. And I'm talking about static analysis, dynamic analysis, and software composition analysis. Together, these three analyses help you perform a 360-degree scan of your project. So they are not mutually exclusive, but you have to intend them as complementary tools. Also, you can think of integrating this scanning in your pipeline. So, for example, you can decide to break the build or restrict PR merging if any vulnerability is found. Let's have a look at them. So static analysis scans source code without executing it, and it can help you, for example, with finding a secret. You can use the Flutter analyze command to catch basic issues, but if you want something more deep than that, you can use tools like Dart code metrics that will enforce security rules like detecting unencrypted local storage. However, static analysis may produce false positives, so you want to manually check the findings and act on them case by case. Dynamic analysis tests the app at runtime. So during the test, you interact with the app to find security flaws. For example, you may be able to catch insecure communication in your network traffic. For this type of scanning, you most probably will need to rely on third-party tools. Finally, software composition analysis scan the dependencies integrated in your project to find vulnerable packages. Flutter already comes with a command to find out if some of the dependencies you use are outdated, and it will also tell you what's the minimum version you should upgrade to be compliant. But in general, as a rule of thumb, you should always upgrade to the latest stable package version, so you can get the latest bug fixes and improvements. In addition to the Flutter command, you can also use more advanced third-party solutions that will give you also additional details about the security vulnerabilities and flaws that come with outdated packages. It can be interesting. So to sum up, security is always changing and developing, and new risks are always arising. Therefore, you as a developer need to remain alert and to take proactive measures. This may sound scary, but we can rely on some evergreen common tips, which I tried to sum up here. So first, always think about security during every phase of your development, and always follow security practices in every line of code. Then keep a continuous eye on OWASP guidelines, because they will give you the latest insights on security risks. Then make sure to always update your tech stack. Integrate security checks in your pipeline so you can automate security scanning and you won't forget it. And never forget to audit your app when implementing major changes. Following these practices will bring you to closer to build a secure app and keep your user safe. Thank you for joining this talk, and feel free to scan the QR code to leave me any feedback or question. I love to stay in touch and keep the discussion alive. Bye.
That was awesome. Thank you so much, Elvira. There are a few comments. We'll go ahead and show that. I totally agree. Great talk. We have another one. It was really awesome, and it was shown earlier, but we'll go ahead and we'll show this one again. Fantastic. So, Yogita, who do we have coming up next?
Yeah, so our next speaker is someone who has truly mastered the art of Flutter. She's worked on some incredible projects that have pushed the boundaries of innovation. Please join me to welcoming Mariam to share her expertise on seamlessly deploying Dart Backend API with Globe. Over to you, Mariam.
Everyone. My name is Mariam Hamzat, and I am here to share a streamlined approach to deploying that backend APIs with Globe. I am a Flutter engineer and a community manager. I love writing and managing. You can connect with me via these links or scan the QR code. In this talk, these are the list of items that we're going to be talking about. From the challenges people face when they want to deploy their backend applications to a solution that will help everyone deploy their backend application lessly. The challenges of deployment. It is not new to us as developers that several people face different problems, issues when they want to deploy their backend application. They spend time having to deal with setting up and managing servers, ensuring the application runs smoothly across different environments, configuring DNS, firewalls. All these things take time and it stresses a lot of developers. For that developers, that is backend developers that build backend applications with that, the challenge is even greater. It is more stressful for that developers because we do not have platforms that give first class support for that, which allows the DAT developers to create complex configurations while they are trying to deploy their applications on existing platforms. What is the solution for that developer? I bring to you globe.dev. Globe.dev is a deployment platform designed specifically for Dart and Flutter developers. It simplifies backend deployment by providing a zero configuration experience. All you need to deploy your backend application or your application on globe.dev is just a single command line. Globe deploy. Very simple and easy. Globe handles all the complexities of server management, scaling, DNS, and every management that has to be done for getting your application to be global, accessible on the internet. Globe handles it behind the screen. This is how the globe.dev dashboard looks like for a new user. When you sign into globe.dev, this is how your dashboard will look like. You do not have any projects yet, but you have access to every features that globe.dev offer. In this talk, we are going to be looking into a to-do API backend application. We are going to be running this backend locally. Then we will deploy this backend application to Globe, and then we will use the URL that Globe gives us to test the endpoints and see if it works. Now let's get to it. The to-do API. So the to-do API allows you to create new to-do items, view a list of all to-do items, update existing to-do items, and also delete to-do items. And this is a picture that shows the preview of how the to-do items works on Postman. So for this demo, I am going to be showing you how it works. So let's run the application locally. First of all, I will go to my projects or my IDE. I am using Android Studio. My project is open already. And I am going to run it by using the dats_rog dev command. This runs the application and allows you to use the local host to run the endpoint on Postman. So all I have to do is I copy this URL, I go to my Postman, and I paste it here. And after pasting it, I put a slash, then to dos, and I can send the requests. So when I send the request, because I have not created any to-do at all, getting the list of to-dos will just return empty. If I want to create a to-do, I will make a post request, come to the body, my to-do has been created. If I run the get request now, I am going to be getting the to-do that I already created in my list. So this shows that my application works locally. But now I want people to use this same endpoint to be able to fetch their to-do list, create their to-dos, and also delete to-dos that they've created. If I send anyone this local host link, they will not be able to access the to-dos, the to-do endpoint. So what do? We want to deploy it on the internet so that people can have access to it all over the world. And that is where Globe comes in. So globe.dev allows you to host your application on their site, their platform, and whenever you send anyone the URL link, they can use your endpoints or your application from any part of the world. So how do you get started with Globe? First of all, we will go to our browser, then type globe.dev, create an account, and you will be navigated to this screen. This screen is your personal workspace. And this is where all applications you are deploying under Globe will be handled. So for me, I'm going to be taking you through how I will go about deploying my to-do backend and common issues that you might face when you're trying to deploy your to-do backend. First of all, you come here and click on Create Projects. When you click on Create Projects, we have two ways you can create projects in Globe. You can either import the project from GitHub or you deploy from the CLI. When you're importing from GitHub, that is, you're going to be adding your GitHub account right here in Globe. Currently, I have these 3 accounts here. And if these 3 accounts are not the accounts I need the project from, I can easily come to this bottom and click on Configure the GitHub app if I cannot find my repository. And if you click on this, it brings you here where you can select what accounts you want to deploy the application from. Yeah. So because I have the application that I need here, I will just go ahead and look for where the application is, and I will select the application to do backend. So I'll click on import. It brings me to this screen where you have to check everything and ensure that they are all correct. So when you are deploying your application using the GitHub approach, you have 3 things that you need to consider: the import settings, build config. My import settings, it is importing from my GitHub account. It is the project name. This is the root directory. If you want to change your root directory, you can also change your root directory. Depends on what exactly you want to deploy. For me, I want the root directory. So I am selecting this. Then the branch is master. I do not have more than one branch on the application. And after you check that, you click on next. In Globe, selecting your framework presets is very, very important. And because you are importing the project from GitHub, Globe knows what framework you built your application on. So it's already filled the framework presets for us. And there are more than just one framework. It supports Jasper, Flutter, and Serverpod Mini. But because our application is on that frog, it's already selected that frog. And this is the build command for that frog. And this is the entry point for our dat frog application. Then we click next and we have build config. So our build configuration is going to be running on that 3.7.2. I do not have build runner on my project, so I will not be enabling the build runner. But if you added build runner to your project, maybe in your pulpspec.yaml, you have code generation using build runner, then you need to enable this. But because I don't have build runner, I will be disabling it. Then click on next. I do not have any environment variables yet, so I will not be adding this. But for Globe allows you to include your environment variable. It manages it for you. Then when we are done with all this, we click on deploy. So the process it takes for the deployment to work is this flow underneath it. This is one of the beauty of Globe. Globe allows you to see the logs and status of your deployments. If there's any problem, if that happens while you are deploying, it shows everything underneath this building section. So what it is building is the project. It is running the dat_frog build to build the project. If the project builds successfully, then the deployment will be successful. So our deployment is successful. We check the deployment status section and we can see waiting for build is ticked, building is ticked, deployment to global network is ticked. And under the building, we can see all the items that was done. We can see all the items that was run for the building to be successful. So what we can do now is we can visit the deployment that we just deployed, or we go to the dashboard. So if we click on visit the deployment, it opens the URL of our application. And what it is running is the bin/server.dat file, which has welcome to dat frog. If I go back, I click on go to dashboard, I am able to see my deployment. This is the application that was just deployed. So this is how it looks like. This is the production URL. And all I need to do is I basically just copy this and I can go to my Postman and change the HTTPS. Then create posts and send. Let me go yeah. So we can see that using the Globe URL, I was able to also create um, my endpoints, right? This is basically how you can deploy your backend application with Globe when you are using the GitHub integration. Globe also offers other things. You can also check your deployment for this particular project under here. You can check for the logs, all the logs that you might want to check, probably error information. You check them here. You can also check the usage of this particular deployment. You can also see the cron jobs that that is running for your application if you have any cron job. You can also change settings of your deployment or your backend application on this build settings section. So the settings part has the general environment variables, the Git, that is connection of your repository. For your environment variables, it has to do with if you have API keys that you don't want to expose to the world, you can basically create your environment variables, and Globe helps you keep it safe and you're able to access it securely from here. Now, we can also create, you can also deploy our backend application with CLI. So if you want to deploy backend application with CLI or your Flutter applications with CLI, you just come here. It gives you the steps that you need to follow. All you need is just the three options. You run that pub global activates globe CLI, globe login, globe deploy. So once you have done all this, your application will be deployed successfully on Globe. There are some issues that you might face while deploying your application with CLI. Now let's go to dashboard. I have an application I deployed with the CLI and there is an issue with it. So this is it, to do backend via Globe deploy. So if I click on this and I click on the issue, so it said something went wrong while starting the deployment build. Most of the time, when you are running via CLI, Globe does not know what framework you are running your application on. And because it does not know what framework you are running your application on, your build will fail because there is no certain build command that Globe Globe understands or recognizes. Because when you come to your settings here, you will see that the framework presets for the projects from CLI is Shell. And our project was not built with Shell. It was built with that frog. So I just had to change this to that frog. And I want to change this to Shell. So when I changed it to Shell, the entry point is lib./main.stat. And it does not have any build command. So running the build version when Globe wants to deploy your application would not work because there's no command to build your application. So when you come here and change it to that frog, it fills in the command and it gets the entry point. So when this is done, I will save it. It has been saved. So I can now redeploy the application. So it says project redeploy. So it is waiting to build. So while we're waiting to get this to build, the issue I mentioned earlier which is going to your settings to check your framework presets, is one of the common issues that we might face when we want to deploy our application to Globe. So all the time, you have to check your settings to confirm if the application has the correct framework set, especially when you are building or deploying from CL. There is also one very good thing that Globe gives us. Globe allows us to deploy our application in preview and in production. In preview is when you do not want to put the application in public yet. You want it to be in preview, and you want it to be in preview just to test if it works perfectly before deploying to production. So when you want to do that, you basically use Globe deploy no prods in your terminal. And if it is prods you want to run using your CLI, that's your command line, then you do -prod. So this is how you can run your prod or your preview version of Globe deployment. When we fixed the framework presets issue, our application has been deployed successfully on Globe. Yeah. So this is how Globe works. Very simple, very easy. We do not need to stress ourselves about managing server, the DNS, that's domain name system. We do not need to stress about environment variables, configurations that allows people to use our APIs or applications globally on the internet. I have several references that I used to put this talk together. The globe.dev website has a very good documentation about how you can use Globe. And I also wrote an article on this particular topic in detail. It has all the screenshots of every steps, and you can access it via this link. Thank you so much.
That was awesome, Mariam. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed that. Now, next, let's see, we have a few comments that we're gonna put here. Let me check. Did this just get shown? Sorry, I was. And then next we have, who is coming on next, Yogita?
So next, I'm thrilled to introduce our next speaker, who is skilled Flutter developer who has made significant impact in the tech community. Today, she will be sharing valuable insights on the subtle art of micro-interaction in Flutter for enhanced UX. Let's give warm welcome to Jackie.
Everyone, my name is Mariam Hamzat, and I am here to share a streamlined approach.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jackie Moraa. I'm a software engineer, Women Tech Makers Ambassador, and a Flutter enthusiast. My presentation today will be on micro interactions in Flutter. We'll be covering the following topics. First, what are micro interactions? Then we'll be looking at why micro interactions matter, the psychology behind micro interactions in Flutter using some few practical examples, as well as best practices and tips. So let's get started. So what are micro interactions? To understand what microinteractions are, we need to first define interaction design. Interaction design is the art of creating digital experiences that are intuitive, engaging, and delightful. These intuitive interactions create a sense of excitement and anticipation that make users feel empowered and in control. Micro-interactions fall under interaction design. They are little subtle details that react to the user's actions on the application. For example, an animation or a heart icon when an image is liked. These subtle animations, sounds, and feedback cues are often overlooked, yet they play a very powerful role in shaping the user perception and behavior. Most of the time, you wouldn't even realize you're experiencing a micro-interaction unless you're a UX designer. So why does micro-interactions matter? As we've mentioned, micro-interactions play a subtle yet powerful macro role in shaping user experiences, and this is how they do it. An enjoyable user experience is more than just usability. It is engaging, encouraging, and empowering your users. And micro-interactions do this by, number one, encouraging user engagement. A user is likely to stay on the application longer if they get visual rewards from interacting with your application. Psychology comes into play here, and we're going to be looking at that in the next couple of slides. However, system status and feedback is a cue that needs to also be addressed. By providing visual reactions to user actions, the user is able to know the current status of their task or the action that they have just done. This in turn reduces user frustration. When a user knows the status of their application, they don't get frustrated while using the application. Number three, guiding users in the application. Micro-interactions leverage on principles such as feedback and confirmation to enhance user confidence, and this makes it easier to navigate through a digital product. Lastly, just a quick question. Have you ever performed an action twice because you weren't sure whether the first action was actually registered? Well, I have. I accidentally performed a financial transaction twice because I wasn't sure that the queue for the first button was registered. Hence, I ended up having to make calls to request for reversals. This error could have easily been prevented by a simple micro-interaction, like a loading bar or an animation. So when all these are combined, we improve the overall product satisfaction for our users. The psychology behind micro-interactions. As we mentioned, psychology comes into play with micro-interactions, and let's look at some of those components. Micro-interactions leverage on the principle of operant conditioning. Operant conditioning is a method of learning that uses rewards and punishments to modify behavior. In this case, behaviors that are rewarded are more likely to be repeated. So if you reward your users for completing an action, it will encourage them to continue engaging with your product. Dopamine also comes into play here. That is, the pleasure that your users get from a delightful interaction with your application gets addictive, which means they will spend more time on the application. Those familiar with the language learning app know that sometimes when you complete a lesson, you get rewarded with a chance to double the points in the next lesson. And what does that do? It makes you do another lesson. Hence, the reward gets addictive. Secondly, micro-interactions also provide the system status and feedback throughout the user journey, as we mentioned in some previous slide. So micro-interactions can foster trust and transparency. The feedback loop that reassures the user that the action that they have done was acknowledged builds trust and reduces user frustration. In the example that I just gave, I am now very cautious when it comes to that application, as I don't want a repeat of the double financial transaction. My trust was put to the test. So a loading bar, which indicates the progress, or a subtle animation when that button is clicked, will reassure the user that the action was acknowledged and in turn build trust. Thirdly, there's also a learnability aspect. Micro-interactions can guide and help users to navigate unfamiliar interfaces. For example, an animation that highlights a clickable element, an arrow to show where the user should swipe next, a tooltip hovering over your icon to provide details and subtle instructions, etc. This promotes user learnability, and it creates a more intuitive user experience. Emotional connection is also a factor in psychology that comes from micro-interactions. So micro-interactions can evoke an emotional connection with your user. For example, a celebratory animation, vibration, sounds, etc. when a goal is achieved will add a touch of delight and personalization to the user experience. By engaging with your users emotionally, micro-interactions can foster a connection and brand loyalty. In the language learning app we mentioned, a big milestone is celebrated by a fire animation, which we all look forward to. So in my case, I recently clocked 2,000 days of consistency and I could not wait to share this milestone. I'm already waiting to see what day 2,500 will have in store for me. Lastly, we're going to be looking at the hook model. The hook model is a method for building addictive products in behavioral design. It has 4 stages in a cyclical manner. We have the trigger, action, variable reward, and investment. This is how it will look like. At the heart of every micro-interaction lies a trigger, which is the catalyst that sets the interaction in motion. A trigger is what initiates behavior. It is the cue that tells the user to take action. There are 2 types of triggers, external and internal triggers. So external triggers are things in the user's environment, and this could be a notification from the application or a recommendation or an ad. Internal triggers are emotions and thoughts that prompt the user to seek out the product. This could be boredom, loneliness, curiosity, etc. The next phase is the action, and this is the simplest behavior that you do after getting the trigger and in anticipation of a reward. This could be scrolling through the application or button clicks. And this is where micro-interactions can come in. So actions should be simple as possible to increase the likelihood of your user doing it again. The third aspect is a variable reward, and this is the core of the hook model. So the reward must be variable. This means it must not be predictable. But variable rewards create a sense of anticipation and keep the users engaged. For example, in a social media app, receiving X amount of likes or comments on a photo that you have just posted is a variable reward. Then leads to investment. Investment is what your user puts into the product, which increases the likelihood of them returning back to your product. Investments can include time, effort, data, social capital, etc. Taking the same example of our social media application, uploading photos or following users, adding stories to your feed, or streaming services where you create playlists and so on, online retail where you add items to cart, that is investment. So micro-interactions can be used to strengthen the individual components of the hook model, and this is how they relate. A well-designed micro-interaction can enhance the action and reward phases of the hook. As well, a good micro-interaction can help provide satisfying immediate reward, which can contribute to the investment aspect of the hook model. At the end of the day, what you want is to create a product that the users keep reaching out for. So what you want is to create addictive products. Okay. So let's look at how we can have this done in Flutter now that we have a background of micro-interactions. Flutter has a rich set of inbuilt widgets and animations to implement micro-interactions effectively. We're going to look at a few of them, starting with buttons. For button feedback, we usually have a number of widgets. We're going to be looking at Inkwell as well as gesture detector. Starting off with Inkwell. An Inkwell widget is a Flutter widget that effectively simulates material design, ink splash on any widget for visual interactivity. So when you tap on an Inkwell widget, an ink splash or ripple effect will be displayed. This makes the touch interaction more responsive and visually appealing. It gives your user visual feedback that emphasizes the points where the Inkwell was touched. You can see the ripple effect emanating from the point of the tap in this example that we have on the right. The splash color property that we have here will allow you to customize the appearance of the ripple. It's important to note that Inkwell works best when it's wrapped inside a material widget as a parent to ensure the ripple effect is visible. The splash effect needs a material widget ancestor to draw onto. In this case, because we are using a transparent color for our container, we can be able to mitigate this, and hence we are able to see the ripple effect from the splash color on the inkwell. The next widget we're going to be looking at is the gesture detector widget. This is another widget that's also used in relaying button feedback. It's very useful to allow you to recognize and respond to various touch gestures, just as the name suggests, such as taps, swipes, double taps, drags, etc. It provides a way to make your Flutter application interactive and responsive to user input. So in this example, we are detecting a double tap on an image as implemented by a popular application that I'm sure most of you have interacted with. And there is no confusion at all when you double tap on this image, as you can see that there is going to be a registered visible heart icon appearing in the center of the image. It will linger on for a few milliseconds, but you will be able to notice that your tap has been registered. So we just have the gesture detector widget, and we are defining the method that on double tap. And this is where we'll define that the heart icon will be shown. And we just have the stack, which contains the container for the image, and the center where the child will be, the heart icon, if the flag has been toggled. The next Flutter widget we're going to be looking at will be with regards to progress indicators. So with progress indicators, we'll be looking at the circular progress indicator as well as the linear progress indicator. So progress indicators assume a very pivotal role in elevating your user experience. They are essential components which convey the status of your ongoing application. So with progress indicators, users are informed that the application remains active and responsive, even as it handles some of the requests and data processing unfolds. So there are several types. We have the circular progress indicator and linear progress indicator for this example. We also have others like determinate progress indicator and so on. So here for the progress indicators shown are the circular and the linear one as mentioned. We have a flag which is the is circular loading or is linear loading, which determines whether the indicator is currently showing. So if it's true, the button is set to null and disabled, but if it is false, then the button can be clicked to show the progress indicator below the button. So we are just showing both the linear and the progress indicator with a fixed duration set. So in real world, this duration will be dependent perhaps on the completion of a network request or some other asynchronous request. The third widget we'll be looking at is the pull to refresh, and in this case, the refresh indicator. So the refresh indicator is a widget in Flutter which provides visual feedback to the users during data fetching process. To correctly implement the refresh indicator logic, you must ensure that the onRefresh callback is wired to return a future. The refresh indicator will keep spinning until this future is resolved, which should happen once the new data is ready and the UI has been updated. A smooth action is critical for a positive user experience. Users expect immediate feedback when they initiate a pull to refresh, so this refresh action should be very fluid and very responsive. So in this case, just as mentioned, we have our onRefresh callback, which is going to be expecting a future, which is this refresh list. So we're just simulating this network call. We have a list of items already, and once we drag the scroll down and call the refresh, we'll be inserting items at the top of the list, and this is what will get displayed at the top. So once the refresh finalizes, the user will be able to see the new material added on top of the list, which is being shown by the list view builder. And lastly, we're going to be looking at animations, and in this case, the animated icon widget. So animated icons. In Flutter, animated icons achieved using the animated icon widget allow you to smoothly transition between different icons, enhancing user experience by visually indicating actions or state changes. In this case, we have a Boolean value, which is the is playing. It inverts the Boolean value. If it was true, it will become false and vice versa. So if is playing is true, the animation moves forward and changes from play to pause, as you can see. And if it's false, the the animation reverses and changes from pause to play. So this is very important in showing the user the current status of your application. In the case of designing streaming platform or a video playing platform, when the user clicks on this button, they can be able to know that we are currently playing some media item, some media data, or if they click back and it's back to pause, that the media item has been paused. So what are some of the best practices when it comes to working with micro-interactions? Micro-interactions must be implemented thoughtfully to ensure their success. Micro-interactions should be simple and clear. They should be subtle and unobtrusive. Do not overwhelm your users with animations or sounds or shiny things. It will make the application very cluttered and hard to use. Secondly, maintain consistency. Micro-interactions should align with the overall design language and user expectations. Ensure consistent styles across all touch points and screens in your application. Thirdly, usability. The primary function of micro-interactions should be to enhance usability and user feedback. Do not prioritize aesthetics over functionality. Usability is always the core of your application. Number 4, testing and iteration. As with any design element, user testing is crucial. Observe how users interact with the micro-interaction and refine them based on the user feedback. When you understand the psychology behind micro-interactions and implement them strategically, UX and UI designers together with developers can create digital experiences that are not only functional but also delightful and engaging. These small details can make a world of a difference in user perception and ultimately contribute to the success of your application. The full code for these examples used in these presentations can be found on the QR code. So if you're interested, I'll give you a moment to scan. Also, let me know in the comment section whether you've implemented micro-interactions in your products. I'll be interested to know your experience with how your experience with them has been. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you to the Flutteristas team for having me on board.
That was fantastic. Jackie, thank you so much. I will admit, if you are looking at our schedule on our website versus what just happened, Steph screwed up. I was supposed to have, we have an activity that we're doing on, we had a code challenge and we're going to announce the winners. We were supposed to do that, but I messed up. So sorry about that, Jackie. So next we're going to bring on our infamous project manager, Kaylee, who is going to talk about the code challenge and the winners.
Hello, hello. Glad to be back. So this year, for everyone who was following along with us on social media and our website, which you should always be doing, we did run a code challenge. And this year we went for an infinity challenge. So our entrants were challenged to create a Flutter snippet that had to run infinitely on a loop and be visually engaging and interesting. We got quite a few really fun entries. One thing that I think is really interesting that we didn't actually consider when we came up with doing a code challenge was how AI would play into something like this. So I was judging everything and it hit me while I was looking at them. Wow, this is really almost an AI challenge. And almost all of our entrants used AI to some degree. And so then it really became a challenge of creativity, which I thought was super interesting. I tried a few myself, but it was really fun. So we had 2 outstanding entrants. So the first winner I would like to announce is Shweta. So we got a small little snippet of her creation here. Our very familiar and lovable dash. Great entry, great idea. Very on brand for Flutteristas.
I love the wink.
Isn't it great? The title of her entry was Naughty Dash, which was spectacular.
Congratulations,
That was awesome.
Love the creativity there. And our second winner is our very own Ivana.
Great.
And what I love about Ivana's is there's actually a lot going on here. So not only does she have infinity in the circle that's rotating, but each of the segments of her pie also have their own duplicating infinity going on with the icons bouncing around inside there. And of course, we've got our awesome Flutter icon in there.
I love the Flutter icon in there.
Isn't it
That
great?
was awesome.
So,
Yeah, that was great. I really liked that.
great job, Ivana. Great job, Shweta. And thank you to everyone who participated and sent in your code and your ideas. We wish we could give prizes to everybody, but those were our two favorites. So congratulations to them.
Congratulations.
That was awesome. So next, we are going to do a Q&A, and Jackie and Mariam are joining us to answer some questions. So our producers are going to be bringing them on. Hi, Jackie. That was great. I loved it. I have to go back and rewatch it, and I'm looking very forward to. And Mariam, I want to rewatch yours too. So this is awesome. Thank you for joining us for some Q&A. Let's see. Bear with me as I look to see, do we have, let me find the questions. Okay, so I'll ask the first one. How does globe.dev handle scaling for Dart backend applications? Unless I'm in the wrong group of questions.
Okay. That's a very good question, right? I know I mentioned while I was talking that Globe does a lot of things behind the scene, and that's like the beauty of the platform. So it handles scaling automatically by adjusting resources, to handle increased traffic on your application that has been deployed on the internet, so that the performance is very great for people who are using it or you as the author using it. So it handles it like automatically behind the scene.
Awesome. Okay. Next, what Dart frameworks are compatible with globe.dev?
Okay, so at the moment you can deploy frameworks. You can deploy application that uses Frog, Serverpod Mini, Shelf, Flutter. Your Flutter web applications can also be deployed on Globe, and if you write Jasper, yeah.
Awesome. Next, can I use my own domain name with applications deployed on globe.dev?
Yes. The beauty of this question now is custom domain was deployed to production, I think 2 days ago. Yeah, it was announced on Twitter that you can now use custom domain on Globe. So if you have a domain purchased already on Cloudflare or Namecheap, you can use custom domain now on Globe. You just need to link it to whatever application you're deploying, and you just have access to that application using your custom domain name. Yeah. So it's like you can play around with it now. Just log in to your Globe accounts, and you will definitely see custom domain on the platform. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, Yogita, do you want to ask the next one?
Yeah, sure. So what is the preview deployment in globe.dev?
So on Globe, you can deploy your application in preview, and what this is basically allowing you to deploy your application in a test environment. So the preview environment is basically an environment where you can test your application before you deploy to production. So while you are testing in preview, if there's any issues you faced while you are testing, you could easily fix, redeploy it still on preview and test again. If there are no issues.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I think we lost.
Oh, we lost her.
Yeah.
Okay. But we have Jackie's cat joining us.
Yeah.
Does your cat have a question for you?
I think so.
Oh, okay, let's see. We have this question.
Yeah.
Can you describe an app that you have used which has incorporated the hook model to create an addictive product?
Yeah, I think a lot of apps do use the hook model, whether it's consciously or just by the nature of how the application is. It tends to be like that. A number of applications are actually designed to be very addictive. I've mentioned a couple of them in my talk, but let's just go through them. So as we mentioned, the hook model consists of the 4 phases. You have your trigger phase, which is the action, could be external or internal, like a call to action. Then you have the action, which is the behavior that you do in anticipation of the reward. Then you have your reward, which could vary to create the desire that you need. Then you have the investment. So the first one I'm going to just speak about is because it has really hooked me, and that's Duolingo. So you have your trigger, which could be external or internal. For external triggers, you have the daily reminders, you have the threats from the owl to do the lesson. And for the internal triggers, you have that internal drive to learn or to not lose the streak. Therefore, you go and do the action, which would be to complete a lesson. Once you complete a lesson, you will get your reward, which could be XPs, which are the points. You'll get a streak extension, you'll get gems or tokens, badges, you'll climb up the leaderboard, and you'll make the owl very happy. Uh, and then in turn, it will lead to that investment phase where you do not want to lose your streak. You want to set new milestones that you want to achieve. So all these come together to create a very addictive product. Another one could be Instagram. You get your push notifications, which are external, whether somebody has interacted with your site. And then the internal ones could be because you're bored and you want to look at cat videos. And then you will open the application and you'll start scrolling. And then the reward is you get to see the content that you want. You see the stories, you see the photos, and now your boredom has been satisfied. And then what will you do as an investment? You start following those pages, you start liking, commenting, and even maybe post content of your own, which in turn will make you go back to the trigger phase, because now you start getting push notifications for the things that you saw or you liked, and it's a cyclical behavior. So addictive products are maybe not good for the user, but as a developer, I think that's something that you want. Yeah.
Okay.
Which makes us addictive.
Yes. So we're going to go back to the previous question, and because the internet was so rude and kicked Mariam off. So we'll go back to the question you were in the middle of answering. What is a preview deployment in globe.dev?
Yeah, thank you so much. So I was saying earlier that a preview deployment in Globe allows you to deploy your application in a temporary environment. So what that means is you can test whatever changes or whatever thing you are deploying to production in a temporary environment to ensure they work well before you deploy to production. So if you have, say, for instance, you have deployed your application to production, then you have new features or new things that you want to also deploy. But because you do not want to deploy a mistake or causing the live production application any issues, you could just deploy the new features using preview, test the preview deployment, ensure that it works well. If it does not work well, you can fix, then redeploy to preview, test it again. Once everything works fine, then you can push to production. So that's basically what it does.
Awesome, thank you. Let's see. Yogita, do you see any other questions, or do you have any questions? I'm looking to see. Remember, when you're posting your questions, to put the Q in front of it, and then it's easier for us to find. Don't ask your question more than once because you get dropped to the bottom. Let me see. We do have some other shout outs here. Let's see. Sorry. We have this. Yes. And then we have this. Let's see. I am not seeing any other questions. Is there anything either of you want to add? If not, we will go to break, which we're running a little ahead of schedule, so we'll take a little longer break. Then if we could bring up our sponsors, we can show that slide again. Thank you so much, Jackie and Mariam, for your presentations.
Thank you,
It was
girls.
awesome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
These are our speakers that are appearing today. And hold on, let's see here. Okay. And sorry.
All awesome people on the screen now, right now.
Okay, so here are our sponsors. Yogita, do you want to
Yeah,
do
so
this?
the gold sponsor for our Flutterista conference is Devangels, Serverpod, and Flutter. And the silver sponsor are Style, Shorebird, Code Magic, and Kashish.
Yes, thank you so much.
Sponsors.
Yes, thank you to our sponsors. They have helped us immensely. It's super awesome, and we couldn't have done this without you. We also, again, we were showing this earlier, we couldn't have done it without the rest of the conference speakers. I'm excited to hear the upcoming presentations. So now we will go to a break, and we should be back at 5:14 p.m. UTC.
See you again.
See you.
Hello. We are back from the quick break and here we are, surprise for the part 4. Hope you had a great time to grab a snack or stretch a little bit. And we're gonna dive into part 4 of Flutteristas Conference. Yogita, would you like to announce our first speaker of part 4?
Sure. Welcome back, guys. And let's give a big welcome to Maureen, a talented Flutter developer who excels at building dynamic and user friendly apps and has a deep interest in artificial intelligence. We are excited to hear her insight on smart mapping in Flutter with Gemini AI. The floor is yours, Maureen.
Hi everyone, Maureen Josephine here, and today I'm going to talk about smart maps with Gemini in Flutter. And for those who don't know me, I'm Maureen Josephine, as I mentioned, and I'm a Google developer expert in Flutter and Dart, something that I really hold in high regards because I was the first Flutter GDE in Sub-Saharan Africa and the first Flutter GDE in Kenya, which makes me appreciate the beauty of the program to interact with other GDEs across the globe and also opportunities to also give talks, share knowledge, and things like that. Other than that, I'm a Women Tech Makers Ambassador, a program by Google that enables women to thrive in tech, share resources, and learn together. Besides, I'm also a Women in Tech Shoutouts founder. So this is a platform that enables women to thrive, and also we continue appreciating them for the good work they're doing through shoutouts and also getting to know their tech journeys through sharing whatever they encountered across. Other than that, I'm a tech communities lover. And this brings me to why I'm also part of this Flutteristas Conference, because I'm part of the group that enables us to unite together as Flutteristas, share content, learn from each other, learn from our leaders and other people, which is great. Other than that, I'm part of other Flutter communities as well, Flutter Kenya, Flutter Kisumu, which I founded. And it enables me to thrive within the tech space, learn from other people, as well as share my knowledge. And lastly, I'm a Flutter engineer. I work as a Flutter engineer in the AI robotics space. And today I'm going to talk about smart maps in Flutter with Gemini, as mentioned before. Have you ever used your maps and it led you to a completely wrong direction, especially if you are new to a place? Imagine you are new in this city and your navigation app keeps taking you through traffic jams. And you're also in a rush at the same time, and you literally know no one except your app. I've been in this situation before, and I had to struggle branching into coffee shops, trying to ask people directions, and they'd be like, check your Google Maps. And this kept me wondering, especially if you move to a new country where you literally don't know the language, except your native language, but you only know English, which other people don't quite seem to know well. So this brings you in a situation where you really need to converse in a one-to-one conversation with someone, but you don't know how because your app doesn't allow you to do this. And you end up in a confusion where you don't know where exactly to follow, because sometimes you're like torn between, should it be this way or should it be the other way? But what if you have an opportunity to actually speak to your Google Maps and tell your Google Maps that, hey, I want to go to the coffee shop, but I want to branch along the way, or I have this budget of 20 euros. Please lead me to a direction where this nearby coffee shop is. And I also don't want to get lost along the way. Just like we converse with our friends, when you call them and you ask them, I want to go to this direction instead of the other. Sometimes I've also been in a situation where I've given wrong directions, especially when somebody asks me something and I don't quite know how to express it really well. So you be like, go south, go east, go west. But most of the time you end up wondering, where is south? Where is west? Where should be north? And this keeps us into a loop where you don't know exactly where to go to, or rather, what exactly to follow, especially if somebody gives you a wrong direction in a new city, in a new town. So this is where this talks comes in, where we are going to integrate Google Maps SDK with Flutter, which is cross-platform, and Gemini AI. So for those who are totally new to Flutter, Flutter is a mobile SDK, currently cross-platform, can run in iOS, Android web, and also lately desktop. It allows you to create beautiful, intuitive apps where you can integrate into other things as well. And the Google Maps SDK also would enable you to use the current Google Maps to help you integrate it to your apps to navigate through whatever places, directions, or any API that you'd love to use. And finally, we are going to use Gemini AI. So this would help you try to integrate AI into your Flutter app while also using Google Maps. And this is why we are having the beauty of using AI. But this way, I'm going to show you how you can use AI-powered platforms or other tools to help you navigate while also making sure that your maps are up to standard. But before you go there, what is actually Gemini AI? So Gemini AI is a Google's advanced multimodal AI developed by Google DeepMind. It's designed to handle texts, images, audio, video, code seamlessly, making it one of the most powerful AI models available. So this means that you can actually integrate Gemini into your app, Flutter app, for example, if you're building a mobile app or a web app, iOS app, Android app, and all. And you can integrate it and use it however or whichever way you'd like to. So in this case, we are going to enhance our maps with AI, but using Gemini AI. And these are some of the benefits of using Gemini. So it helps in predicting traffic patterns, also having personalized location recommendations, especially if you want to go to a specific place, or AI-powered search. That means that you can actually search something and get prompt results out of it, and also interactive maps outputs. So this helps you to enhance your navigation whichever way you'd like to. As we proceed, other than Gemini, because our app is going to have all these three tools, you need to know how to set up your Google Maps SDK. And how to do this, you have to go to the Google Cloud platform and navigate on creating your first API. So I'll show you the resources on where to get that. But how to do that, you navigate to the Google Cloud Platform console, and then you can select what kind of maps you want to create. You can also try to specify the types of APIs that you'd love to enable. If you want places, you want weather APIs and all that, you'd have to set up. And for this case, because we are going to use a simple integration between Google Maps, Gemini, and Flutter, we're just going to use the Places API to help us generate, to showcase our map, first of all, and also use it to try to talk to it and tell it where exactly we want to go. And one fact about this, as you try to navigate through Gemini, Google Maps, and Flutter, Over 1 billion people use Google Maps literally every month, and the app provides navigation for over 220 countries and territories. This is actually a lot if you imagine over 1 billion people monthly. So this brings us to a situation where we really need to improve our maps navigation to enable people reach where they want safely and also without wasting too much time in navigating. Other than this, I'm going to show you a simple app that actually does this to enable us use our Gemini, Google Map SDK, and Flutter to achieve this. And this is a sample demo. I was trying to query coffee near Museum Island in Mite. This is a recording of the app that I'm going to show you its code currently. So this is the UI, and you'd write the query, and right now it's querying, and it shows a variety of lists around it. So if you scroll up, it gives you suggestions of where exactly you should go to and specific directions that you need to have as well as you go on. Because you are looking for coffee and probably you have a budget of 20 euros or something, and you want to make sure that you are within the budget for this, and also make sure that everything is also in the right direction that you want. With this, you can add markers to your map. So the markers are the red points. Usually they're red, but you can customize it to any color that you want. It enables you, for example, right now that we are searching coffee near Museum Island in Mite. So once the search is complete, you can add the markers in your map to enable you to highlight different places where these sections are, so that even when you are navigating, you can directly go to those places. And this is where the code comes in. Like I mentioned, I'm using Gemini, but I'm using Gemini 2.0 Flash. So this is the generative model that I'm using. And you'd have to pass the API key. And with this, in the process of getting started with Gemini, you just navigate to the Gemini dashboard. There is the Google AI platform that enables you to get started with AI. So that's where you'd have to create your own version, and you'd have to get your APK version. And with this, you just put safely your APK in a safe place, but add it here. You can have it probably in your secrets or something, and then call it here directly. And one thing that you need to have in mind, these API keys should be private. You should never have them in public at all, or have them checked in to GitHub. So I'm just gonna show you a highlight of what I have in my PubSpec.yaml. So like I said, you'd need the Google Generative AI plugin. So this plugin already comes in with other functionalities that I'm going to show you above. So it enables you to already have these generative aspects of Gemini. Other than that, you need the Google Maps, and you just had the version that you need. So for this case, this is the latest version. And the geolocator. Geolocator is used to help you specify the exact current user location. And because my demo was mostly on the website, I was using the Google Maps Flutter Web, this version that enables you to also integrate that along the way. And lastly, I was playing around with text-to-speech to enable you to transcribe your text so that all the response that you get from Gemini, it can actually talk about it. And one other thing that I wanted to explore is speech-to-text, so that it can transcribe all your speech. For example, when you want to ask Google something verbally, You can ask it, and then it shows the transcription in a text format. And let's get straight to the code. Here's where it actually starts. It's a simple application that enables you to just call your map sample. And within the map, this is what we would have. From the Gemini response, this is the UI that helps you to just enter a query to chat with, like you saw here. And it has the text editing controller to enable you to edit the code, or to rather edit your input and everything that goes around that. And then you'd also have to specify the latitudes. I had this as the latitude target and the zoom level. You can literally put this according to your own. And then within that, you can call the get current location method that allows you to set the permissions. So before I ran the app, you'd have to enable permissions. And this you can, on web, you can enable it easily from your index.html. So that's also where you'd have to specify your API keys for the web. But for Android, you'd have to specify that on your Android XML manifest. And after that, you just also specify the position for the geolocator so that it gets the current user's current location. And with that, we also have the fetch Gemini response method. Like I said, it just takes the model, the type of model. And for this model, I'm directly using the Gemini 2.0 Flash. And then I'm passing in my API key that I created from the Google AI dashboard. And then from the response, this is what I have. So it takes the model, which we have here, and then generates the content of that model. And if there's no response, it would say no response. So something I realized along the way is because these responses are generated and some sections always have the bold with asterisks. So I had these regex to help me find where all the asterisks are there and then replace them with none so that the response doesn't have to show that. And then you can also pass the locations so that for every search, it enables you to get or rather save the locations as well. And other than that, the markers that I was talking about. So this is the method that adds the markers on your screen. So you can actually call the marker and specify the marker ID, which is based on the latitude and the longitude, and then the position, which is literally just the latitude and the longitude as well, and the icon. So if you've ever used a map, it always shows you some red markers on the screen. So for that, you can always customize this according to your own preference. So in this case, we had this with the default marker with hue red. You can have that. And then for the info window, you can have the info window and pass the title with name. And with that, we also have a method to clear responses so that every time we regenerate something new, we can literally clear that. And then we can also update the camera position here. With this, I would like to mention also the benefits, or rather the challenges that I faced trying to experiment this. First of all, because this is not fully perfect in terms of the integrations between Gemini, the map, and all. But what I faced as one of the challenges was, especially if you add speech to text, sometimes the transcription is completely different because of our natural language, probably also because of our accents. So sometimes you can ask something through the voice, but it doesn't really render it as expected. So those are some of the challenges. And also another challenge I faced is, you see, like for this example, I'm trying to look for coffee near this museum, but I also get like lists of what I want. So what I wanted to achieve mostly was to navigate to a specific. So for example, if it gives me like 5 streets, I want to be able to go to each and every street and come back to where I was without like much struggle, or rather just add a marker straight ahead and enable me to navigate there without having to experience any trouble. So what I'm saying is this can still be improved, and I'm still also trying to do more research on how we can actually make this better so that the experience is great for the users, as well as get the right suggestions. Like we've said, right now, it's like having a conversation with your friend to help you navigate something, which I feel is pretty much nice, because now Gemini has that capability to help you to navigate, as well as try to have this in a way that you yourself, if you are lost, for example, you're able to find yourself or find your way out. And with that, that's all from me. I would share all the resources that revolves around these integrations. It's something beautiful to experiment, especially if you are trying to integrate Gemini into your Flutter app and you make a command and it actually gives you a response. That's so beautiful to watch, because it also motivates you to try to improve your apps and also add some other features that you can experiment along the way. So the next steps with this app would be to make the UI really intuitive, like I've mentioned, to be able to make the markers navigate exactly where you want them to, especially if you're lost or if you're trying to look for a coffee shop worth 20 euros or what your budget. The good thing about this that I've learned is it gives you a highlight of everything, literally everything, because it tries to talk to you. It tries to tell you, okay, you can take 5 to 10 more minutes and navigate towards this direction, and then you'd find the next coffee shop. Other than that, it can also help you try to check which type of coffee do you like and all that. Other than that, thank you so much, and thanks for listening. You can find me through this QR code on LinkedIn or on Twitter, formerly Twitter, now X, and all other platforms in case you have other questions, or in case you're also exploring Gemini with Flutter, with Google Maps. I would love to hear your feedback. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maureen, for sharing your expertise with us today. And it's clear you have put a lot of thoughts and effort into this. Thanks once again.
And like, it's such an inspirational view, such a new look, obviously. We can just see how we can use the AI further in different ways. And I would like to thank you, Yogita, as well, because thank you for all of the effort. Thank you for joining us as co-hosting this session. And thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we will proceed with Sandra. She will be presenting golden tests in Flutter, ensuring UI perfection 1 pixel at a time. Let's hear how testing can get that visual polish just right. Sandra, over to you.
Hello everyone, my name is Sandra Lund, and I've been working with Flutter for the past 5 years. And over the past 2 years, I've been working on an app that is constantly evolving, and it is today used by over 500,000 users. But lately, new challenges emerged. Our visual tests were not good enough to prevent regressions in production. And in parallel, we were working on making the app accessible, and we wanted to find a way to prevent regressions from happening as well. That is why I have explored the power of golden tests to find a way to tackle these issues. But for those who have never heard about golden tests in Flutter, they are so-called snapshot tests that compare a widget's visual output pixel by pixel to reference images to catch UI changes. The idea of these tests is that you spend a lot less time creating them than you would fixing the bugs in prod. So imagine if you had to test different screen sizes, widget states, text scaling, and semantics by hand every time you make changes to a widget. It would take a huge amount of time. So after this session, you will be able to create advanced golden tests which focuses on accessibility and screen sizes. So why do I use Alchemist? If you have already worked with golden tests, you are aware of the issue with font rendering between platforms. So if you create your golden test on a Mac, then the test will fail on a Linux machine. That's the first point. You can easily inject custom themes as well as simulating gestures such as clicks during the tests. And lastly, it allows you to create many different test scenarios into a grid to make your files organized. So let's see how we can create our first golden test with Alchemist. So you call the golden test function, which is needing a name for the test, but also the name for the test image you want to create. In the builder, you simply return a golden test group, which is the widget that will create this grid layout for you. And in this test group, you can add all the different scenarios that you want to test for your widget, and each one is requiring a name. So now we've seen the basics. So why have I snuck in semantics into golden testing? Well, semantics with unit tests takes much more time, and it's easier to debug a visual file than to read logs, especially when you want to share the results to other members of your team. Yes, semantics is not visual to the regular user, but it's the sort of visual guidance for those using screen readers. And lastly, I find no documentation about doing these kind of tests, so I wanted to share the explorations with you. So I had to explore, I had to iterate, and I knew there was already in the material app widget a parameter called show semantics debugger. So I tried using this for my golden test, and the result was already pretty good. I could see with what the screen reader would detect in terms of these boxes, but I could not know what the screen reader would actually read out loud. So I continued exploring, and I found that there was this widget called Semantics Debugger. So I used that instead to wrap my child with, but I also found I had to change the label style for the semantics text, because by default the text style is, the color is white, and if I didn't provide a font family, it wouldn't work. But with this small change, we actually got a pretty nice result. Here you can see also the text, the labels that will be read out loud. So with this test, we can actually see that there are two issues. First of all, the image doesn't have a label, so maybe we need to add a label or either exclude this image from from the semantics tree. And lastly, there is this progression widget, which is indicated as a button, which is not. So you can see that this type of file could easily be shared with the team members to discuss what needs to be done in terms of accessibility. And to continue on this part, also Alchemist provides a constructor called golden test scenario with text scale factor to be able to try different text scale factors. These text scale factors or parameters are set in the user's phone, so it is very important that an app can accommodate those preferences. And as you might see, there is another widget that I've added called exclude semantics. And that is because the previous test using semantic debugger and the semantics tree being very different from the regular Flutter tree, the visual did not turn out great if I didn't use exclude semantics for this test. And let's go ahead and now try to do tests for different screen sizes. So here we're going to do an example of an iPhone and an iPad. And the good news, the test for different screen sizes is rather easy because Alchemist have a parameter called constraints where you can pass the arguments for height and width for your test. But of course, you need to know the sizes of those different screens. So here I created a simple enum class with the different screens that I want to use. But how to find width and height and pixel ratio of all these different devices? Then I actually went into the device preview package that in their source code, they have a list of so many different devices that you can just, the data that you can use for your tests. So now when we've created this type of test, we now have to head over to the actual testing. So when we created a test, we have we have to generate the image. So we do that by calling Flutter test update goldens, which will generate a folder called goldens that will be at the same place as your test. It will generate a file image for the CI and also for the machine that you were creating the test for. And I did this on a Mac. So now when we've done our test, but there have been a change to the widget since the last time we created the test, there will be a conflict. So if there is a conflict between two images after some changes, it will create a failures folder. And here we'll have the before, known as the master image. And then we have the test image to the left, where you can see the visual changes. You can see that it's changed lightly to bluer color. However, we can see this with our eyes, but there are some changes that can be really difficult. For example, changing a spacing from 2 to 4 pixels. So with the masked diff image that you can see at the bottom right, it will actually highlight the parts of the image that has changed. So what have you learned during this talk? How to get started with Alchemist, how to test accessibility, different screen sizes, and how to evaluate test images. So what can be done next? How can you go even further? You can think of doing tests, golden tests for different themes, maybe try different languages as well. But what I really recommend is to make a template for your test. So you have the scenarios that you want to try every time, and in a team you'll have a coherent way of testing for the visual part. So I hope this makes you want to try creating golden tests or improve the test that you already have. And thanks for listening.
Thank you, Sandra. It was like really, really inspiring session. It was really interesting. So we will have Sandra for our live Q&A right now, and we are getting amazing comments about it. Welcome.
Hello. Hi.
It was really good. How about you?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad someone finds it interesting. Yeah.
Of course. And we can actually directly go with the questions if you prefer. And
yeah,
we
sure.
have...
Yeah, sure.
Amazing. So our first question is, what approach do you use for managing golden file when collaborating with the team? Like the differences.
Yeah, so right now what we do is that whenever there's a change, we'll see this in our PR, in our pull request. So whenever there's a diff, we make sure, is it something we want to change? In that case, we will discuss with the design team. They will have to validate the changes. But if it's not voluntary, if it's a regression, well, it's the same process anyway. We have to discuss with the QA and the designers. But as of today, it's really the pull request that sort of blocks that part, making sure that we have coherent design. Yeah.
Now I'm proceeding with our second question.
Yeah.
And it is, how do you structure golden tests in a large Flutter application using Alchemist?
Yeah, so I think it's probably a simple answer because we structure it the same way we structure our files, like our widget files. That's the easiest way to structure it, exactly the same way. And what we do in our design system is that we use atomic design. So that also helps because we have a big library of widgets, and that really helps to organize and making it easier to find your way around. Yeah.
I also had a small version of that. Like it was in the settings page. I had like all of the widgets in one. Then when we changed something, it was showing the difference in entire design system. Just like I think it also points out all of the differences there. Visually, it's just really good. And let me check whether we have any other further comments.
Yeah,
sure. Really good comments you're having. I will try that using, of course.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, interesting approach, Freya and others. We already mentioned those. Thank you so much for jumping out for the Q&A and answering all of these questions. It's just amazing to have you here.
Yeah, it was amazing to be here for sure. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. So before we continue, we will actually go for a quick interactive break. Meantime, my co-host is also here. But let's welcome Mariam to our stage. Hello, Mariam. Welcome back.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Nice talks. Really exciting.
Yeah, now we have you on the stage with the co-host title now. So it's amazing. And we can actually start with our interactive break, which is our Flutteristas map activity.
Thank you. Nice.
Yeah. So let's see. So there you can see actually everyone. Maybe we can slightly zoom in to see even further.
Yeah.
That would be great. Maybe we can hang around all over the world. And we actually have a QR code to fill this in. Maybe you can still fill this one in. No rush. At the end of the conference, we can actually show all of our attendees, speakers, organizers, all in a map. So let's see our impact and effect. So let's see whether we can pull up the QR codes slightly, like slowly soon. There we are. So scan your QR code, share your location with us, and we will try to show it in up-to-date, and later on we can maybe make a post out of it. Really good. So if you scan the QR code, and we can actually go to just jump back into our talks. And next up, we have Natalie. She will be sharing her insights in enhancing your Flutter code base with the Analyzer package. Stage is yours, Natalie.
To this talk, today I will be going over how we can streamline quality checks by leveraging custom lint rules. So in today's agenda, I will give a brief introduction about myself and background and set the stage for understanding custom lints and static code analysis. Then we will dive into how we can write custom lint rules using two approaches. The first will be how we can do that with using the Analyzer package, and then we will see how we can do with using the custom lints package. And finally, we will provide a brief analysis of both approaches and discuss the pros and cons. So a bit about myself. I started my developer journey around 2 years ago, and initially my role was a full stack web developer. And I've had multiple languages that I was exposed to. During my studies, I was mainly working with Python, and then in my first role, I worked a lot with Angular and React. And around 7 months ago, I transitioned into being a mobile developer. So my main language I work with now is Flutter and Dart. And one thing I noticed having exposure to all of these languages is that a lot of the times I find it a little bit debilitating thinking of the correct syntax to implement simple things, really. So a lot of the times I feel like this. And one thing that really helped me joining a new team was that they have already set some custom lints, and that really helped my learning process initially because I was made aware of all the syntax violations and code practices that team follows. So a little bit more about lints. What is a linter? It is a program that we run to analyze code. And this originated from a Unix utility that examined C language source code. The name was inspired by the bits of fiber and fluff shed by clothing. So a linter acts as a lint trap, catching all problematic code while leaving the rest intact. So it analyzes any errors, style code violations, and just overall ensures consistency throughout the code base. But what if we have specific needs that are not covered by the standardized linter? You may be already using the Flutter lints package, which is built on the core set of rules in lint. Now, all of these rules can be enabled through the analysis options file, and you can set which rules you want to exclude and which files you want to suppress, for example. And a lot of code bases already use the standardized linter. You can run this standardized linter by simply running the Dart analyze command in your command line interface. But what if there are project-specific needs that are not covered by this linter? In this case, custom lints come in really handy. So when we have project-specific requirements not covered by the linter, we have the option to create our own custom lints. And there are two approaches to doing so. The first one will be creating your own custom lint plugin that leverages the Analyzer package. And the other one will be using the custom lint package, which is actually also built on top of the Analyzer package. So I've mentioned Analyzer package a lot. Let's have a little bit more background information about this Analyzer package. So this analyzer package is a very powerful tool for static code analysis and examines the code without executing it to identify potential errors and help adhere to coding standards. This package is not only limited to analyzing syntax, but also provides really insightful code metrics for things such as code duplication, unused code, or cyclomatic complexity. And all of these tools are really helpful, and we can create custom plugins for specific analysis needs. Now, what's really great about this package is that it includes a comprehensive API that can parse, analyze, and transform Dart code in real time, making it a great tool for building custom analysis tools like custom lints. Now, if you're wondering how can we get all this feedback in real time, this is because the analyzer package has a client-server connection with the Dart analysis server. And this provides real-time code analysis. And on top of that, there are built-in debugging interfaces provided by Dart that can help us debug and monitor the Dart analysis server. So let's dive into this analysis server diagnostics tool a bit more. As we can see here in our IDE, we can run the diagnostic server by simply going to Dart and then open Analyzer Diagnostics. So this will be running on a port, on your local port, and will give you a lot of information about your current workspace. So currently I have a sample project loaded in my IDE, and we can already see all the analysis context provided. Now, analysis context is a unit that the Dart analysis server picks up on, which has its own dependencies, and it's usually defined by just a root directory and a file that encapsulates the dependencies. So here we have a plugin, and as we can see here, another custom context analysis is the first package custom lint approach, and then another sample package. What's great about this is we can also assess all the files in this analysis context, and you can assess the abstract syntax tree for each file. So if we delve into this here, we can see this is a very simple file, but we have a main compilation unit and all the child elements. So if you want to examine a different file, that can also be possible. You'll see it will have a much larger abstract syntax tree. On top of that, you can see any information about the plugins. As you can see here, we have a plugin configured, and we will delve into how we can set that up later on. And you can see there's a specific section to get information about the plugins in use. And of course, there's a lot of other sections that can help you with analyzing the memory, the performance, and timing of your utilities. So as soon as you open your IDE, the Dart analysis server is started and it's initialized. After that, it loads any configured plugins and then creates analysis context for each package. After that, it will scan all the relevant files in the project. And as you develop and add more files or codes, the last two steps will be reiteratively run. So it will create a different analysis context if necessary. And this is the general analyzer lifecycle. So let's dive into the first approach. That is creating your own custom plugin using the analyzer package. So there are some base requirements for this. And of course, initially you need to create the plugin. So for that, we will need to specify whether we want a Dart package or CLI tool. In this demonstration, we will be looking how to create a CLI tool so we can run it from the command line. And then we will specifically focus on how we can configure the pubspec files and bin file for our main package and the sub package that we will create for the plugin. After the setup is done, I will go over also how we can visit and parse the files and apply these custom rules. So in order to create the CLI package, you can run a very simple command on your terminal and create a package, name it however you like. In this case, it will be called IBLints, and specify the type to be CLI. This command will just provide a simple skeleton for our project, and we will specifically focus on how we can configure the bin and pubspec YAML file. So in order to create the sub package for this plugin, we will have to follow a specific convention. And that is, we have a required folder structure. So in order for the plugin to be loaded into the analyzer. And for this, we need to create a tools directory inside our project and have analyzer plugin directory inside of that, which we will have, again, our own pubspec YAML and bin file. So since this is an encapsulate package with its own dependencies, this will be considered its own analysis context. So if we have a high-level overview of how this structure looks like, we will have the CLI tool package with its own dependencies and executable file. And inside of that, inside the tools analyzer plugin, we will have the sub package with its own, again, dependencies and executable. And both these packages will be sharing a common library. So let's dive in to the first dependencies and bin executable for the main package. In order to configure the main pubspec YAML, you will have to remember just to add the dependencies. So in here, we will have the analyzer and analyzer plugin as dependencies, and we will add lints as dev dependencies here. And of course, here you can also specify the name of your plugin. This will be the same name as your bin executable file. So let's take a look at the bin executable file. This will be a very simple file that is the main function that redirects to the main source code in the library. And this calls the plugin and runs the project. So now let's have a look at our sub package and examine the dependencies and executable files there. So if we take a look at this, remember that this will be located inside of the folder structure we set up, which is under Tools and Analyzer plugin. And in here, the main dependencies we need to add is our own custom lint we create, which is, in this case again, called IBLints. And now let's have a look at the executable file. In here, we will have one main function that will pass the arguments and port and call the start method using the port. Now, this send port is actually the port number that facilitates the communication between the lint plugin and analyzer server. And we call the start method passing the send port to begin the linting process. So now that we have the main setup for the main package and sub package out of the way, let's take a look at the common library. In order for both of these packages to use the common library, we will have to export certain things. So in this, we have an IBLints file, which is the name of our plugin in the library. And we will be exporting first the entry point for the plugin, which will be in a file called starter, which we'll examine in the next slide. And the second export will be an entry point for the command line interface. So the plugin starter file will be located in the source directory inside a plugin folder, which will both have the actual plugin and the starter file. So the starter file is has a start method called from the plugin directly, and it uses the port which the analyzer runs on. This is the start method that is actually used in the main bin file we went over. And it is required to pass an instance of server plugin starter and call the start method on it. In this instance, we will pass our own custom plugin, IBLinks plugin, which is the other class used found in this plugin directory. We simply pass a resource provider, and in this case, it's just a physical instance. And we call the start method on the server plugin starter and pass the port. So all this does is that it helps the plugin be loaded and started. I will cut this from here, just moving to the next section. Okay. So now that we have the main setup out of the way, let's take a look how we can visit the file, parse the contents, and run the lint rules. So let's take a look at the plugin directory. In the plugin directory, we will find the IBLinks plugin file that we just passed in the starter. And what we have to set up is and make sure is that this IBLinks plugin extends server plugin. And the server plugin is an abstract class provided by the analyzer. This setup ensures that we can integrate our plugin with the Dart analysis server. As you can see, we have multiple overrides we need to implement. Let's take a look at these overrides. The first three are quite simple. These are just some boilerplate code to get the name and look at which files to analyze. And then the third override to get the version is just the version number of the protocol used to communicate with the analyzer. Now, if we have a look at the last two overrides, we can see one override called the after new context collection, which is run after a new analysis context is attached to the analyzer. And then the other one override is called the analyze file. And this will be the main logic that will analyze, parse the file, and report the error. So let's have a deeper look at the after new context collection. So as I mentioned, this runs every time a new context is attached. And what it does is that it loops through each analysis context provided in the context collection. And then it just checks the path and file and checks the analysis options provided in this analysis context. So each analysis context will have an analysis options file that we can specify which rules we want to ignore or which files we want to exclude. Having that said, it just checks if the analysis options file exists. And if it does, then it will read the options from the file and update the options map with the path. After that, we will just call the superclass method after new context collection and pass the context collection. Next, let's have a look at the analyze file override. And then we will parse the file into tokens and construct the abstract syntax tree. So as you see here, we are getting a resolved unit for each path. And the unit is very much the root token of the abstract syntax tree. So each file is parsed into an abstract syntax tree, and then all of the abstract syntax trees have a root unit called compilation unit. So then we will have some boilerplate set up for initializing the errors, checking the analysis options, and setting the severities for the errors we want to report. So that can be an error or info level or warning. And this is where the main processing of the visiting the nodes happens. This is where the magic happens, if you want to call it that. So on each compilation unit, we will visit the children, and we will use the visitor to traverse through each of the children in the unit. And in the visitor class, which I will go into more detail into the next slide, we will just be passing the path, the compilation unit, set the severities, and most importantly, apply the rule if the lint is found. So we have some additional logic just to check if there's any suppressions, but if not, we add the error on lint found. And finally, we send the error reported to the analysis server. Now let's take a look at the visitor class. This is what we have used in the previous slide, if you see here. So in the visit children method, we are passing the visitor class. So this is an abstract, this is a class that we have to extend the generalizing abstract syntax tree visitor. So we will create a constructor and pass all of these parameters that will help us specify more information about the error we want to report, the path, and what we do when the lint is found. In this visitor class, as it extends the generalizing abstract syntax tree visitor, there are multiple options for overrides that we can specify the context of when each rule is run. For example, if we want to run a certain rule only when it visits an expression, this is the file where we specify it at. And there's a lot of options, so we can limit the scope for how each rule is run in. So if we take a look further into one of the overrides, you can see all we have to do is have a list of the rules we want to run. In this case, we're just running one rule. And I will go more into detail about how we set up these rules. And we will just pass some boilerplate code about the node, path, compilation unit severities. And if you want to add more than one rule into the method, that is also possible. You will just extend the list. And for all of the rules you add, you will just run for each rule, run the lint. And finally, you run the super method. So now that we had a look how we can visit and parse the contents, let's see how we can create the lint rules and run them. So now that we had a look how we can visit the file, parse the contents, we'll have a deeper look in how we can create our own custom lint rules and run them. So just a little bit more of a setup into writing the lint rules we create. We will create an abstract class inside of the plugin directory, inside the source file. And in this abstract class, we will just pass some parameters we need, such as the node, path, compilation unit severities, and what on the onLint found method. So just to clarify, this is an abstract class that will make creating the rules much simpler and cleaner. And this is the class that we need to extend all the rules we create to. So if we expand this class, what we need as well is that we need a main method, void run, and this abstract run method is what the subclasses will be using. And then also a report lint for method. So let's have a look more about the report lint for, which is run when an error is found. So when it is found, we return an object of type analysis error, where we set the severity of the error found. And then we set the message we want to display when the error is found. And also the code, which is the name of the rule we have run. We can also provide the location of where the error is found. So this is all just some setup to specify the location, specifically where it begins and ends. And finally, we have an additional method called the runLint, which simply takes a lint rule as a parameter and runs it. Okay, now that we went over how we can visit and parse the files, let us dive into how we can add the rules. So all of the rules we will add will be included in this rules directory. And for that, I will give a brief demo how we can write the rules and run them. So in here, you can see I have set up our own custom linter, which will be using the analyzer. This is custom linter approach 1, and a very simple sample project. Now in the sample project, do note that in the PubSpec YAML, we are adding this plugin as a dev dependency, and of course specifying the path so that we can use it in our sample project. So in here, let's first go into our library and open our source code. We see here we have a rules directory, but it's empty. So let's go ahead and start by creating a file. And for this demo, I will just write a very simple rule to avoid force unwrapping. So we can go ahead and name our rule, avoid force unwrapping, .dart. And in here, we will just create our rule, so final class, and name it the same, avoid force unwrapping. And as I mentioned before, we have created an abstract class to help us write any rules we have. So this is the abstract class we went over called lint rule, where we set the message severity and report the error. So any rule we create, we will have to extend to the lint rule. And of course, let us import it. And inside this, we will have a constructor where we pass all of the necessary parameters. So let us do that. So here, what we will need is all the parameters we set, such as path. And then let me just, for the sake of time, I'll just be copying this. So we have the path, compilation unit, node, severities, and finally, the onLint found. So now we have the main setup ready for the constructor, and we can go ahead and start with adding the override methods. So we can see here there's a quick way to do that. We create our 2 missing overrides, as you can see here. And for this override, this will just be the message displayed when we have an error. So as I mentioned, this rule will be for avoid force unwrapping. And just a little context, if you don't know what that is, this is when you have an object such as int or whatever, and you are trying to access something from it. A lot of the times, if there is a null check and you want to bypass it, you can just add this bang operator. And what this communicates to your IDE is that this cannot be null. So it's a little bit, tricky, because if it is null, then this can cause errors in your code base. So that's why we are writing a rule to just make sure that in your entire code base, null checks are implemented properly and it is not used. So for the message, we can write anything, hopefully something informative. So force unwrapping should be avoided. And in your run method, what we will do is just set the final node to be this dot node. so that we can get the node we want to analyze and check. And this is where we implement our logic for the node. So if the node is postfix expression, so just a postfix expression, and the node operator here, if it has type of the exclamation mark, which the syntax for that is just token type dot bang. So just let me fix this import real quick and pause here real quick. What this really does is just checks what is after the expression. So as you can see here, like int dot first. So the postfix expression is whatever is after the expression. So in here it is the exclamation point. So we're checking if this operator after the expression is of the token type bang. And if that is the case, then we will call the onLintFound method, and we will do report lint4, which we have specified in the other file, and we will pass the node and path. So as you see, this is very simple, but we have set up already a rule and created the message and the run method for that. And now that we have the rule set up, there is one more thing that we need to do. And that is in the library, we will have to go over the visitor file that we went over, where we pass all of these parameters that we use, and specify which override we want to apply this rule for. So this specifies the context in which we want the rule to run. In this case, we have override visit expression. And so we can run this rule every time the visitor goes through a normal expression. So in here, what we will need to do is just pass the list. And in here, we can call our rule we just created with all the parameters passed. And let me just see here. This will be the list. And since we only have one rule, we can already call the for each method and run lint. So there we go. We fixed the syntax here. And let's see the error here. Import the library. So now in the visitor class, we know that every time the visitor visits an expression, we will be running this rule that we just created. And if you want to create more rules, what you do is just simply extend this list here and add more rules as you go. And it will run for each rule. So let's have a look at the sample project that we have set up. As you see here, I have a very simple file that uses force unwrapping. And you can see here that we are already seeing an error. So this is the message that we have customized, and you will see force unwrapping should be avoided if possible. And you can see it is red. Okay, so that was the first approach. Let's dive into the second approach, which we will write custom lint rules, but we will use the custom lint package specifically. And luckily for us, because the custom lint package is built on top of the analyzer, a lot of this boilerplate setup we did in the first approach won't be needed. So let's go over the main differences. So in the setup, in the dependencies, we will add the custom lint as well as a dependency in the custom lint builder. And similarly to how we created an abstract class for lint rule in the first approach, I will also be creating an abstract class to help writing the rules in this approach as well. So what we have here is just an abstract class that extends Dart lint rule. And in this class, we have a run lint method and an override run method. So in the runLint method, you see here, this is the method that all subclasses should override, and this is where the logic of the linter is added. And this is the run method, which is mainly responsible for deciding if the lint rule is on or off for a certain file. And what I mean by that is that it just checks the analysis options provided for that and checks if it should be excluded. And then if not, it runs the lints and passes the resolver and reporter context. So what we run in this if statement here is simply this runLint function. So if there are no override methods to specify the context of running the rule, how can we run the rule in specific scopes in this approach? So if you remember, in the previous approach, in the visitor file, there are multiple override methods to specify the context that we want in each rule. However, this is not the case in this approach. So instead, what we use are hooks. Now, hooks are have a similar idea and allow us to run certain rules in specific contexts. And the hooks are registered in the runLint method using the CustomLint context. Now, after you register your hook, you can specify the custom logic that you want to run whenever this hook is used. And if it is, then you can report the error. Now, there's similarly to all the overrides, there's also a lot of examples and use cases for different hooks. This can be something more general, such as visiting a node or visiting a class declaration. So let's dive into the second approach. If you see here, I have a different linter with all the setup that I've discussed and another sample package. The only thing different about this is that in the PubSpec YAML, we will provide our custom linter, but the path will be for this second approach, custom linter. So let's dive into the second approach. This will, luckily for us, will be much more simple. So in the library, we will have a rules folder where we can also see the abstract class we just went over and created. So whatever rule we create now, we'll have to extend it. So for sake of simplicity, I will add the same rule. So let's create a new file here. Avoid force unwrapping. And in this file, we will just create another class, similarly to what we did before. One thing you will notice is that it's actually not that much different when you write the rules. The main difference is in the setup. So here, this class, we will have to, again, extend our baselint rule. And in here, we will pass the constructor and call super, passing the code. And this will be the code or message that we set up. Let me define this now. So this can be just a static, constant code. And that will be of type lint code. So this is, setup is provided by the custom lint package. So this lint code, let's import that real quick. And in here, what we will have is a name, which is the name of our rule. So it can be the same as our file, avoid force unwrapping. And we will have the problem message. So the problem message is, again, is what displayed when we get the error. So it can be really anything. Don't do that. Oh. Hopefully something more informative. And let's finally close this. There we go. So now we have the code set up, which is of type lint code. with the name of the rule and the problem message. Now let's create our override. So let's do that. We have one missing override, and you can see we pass the resolver, reporter, and the context. And now how we register the hook we want to create is through the context. So we go through the context, just the analysis context, and go through the registry. And if you see here, these are all the options for the different hooks you can use. So it can be something like add annotation or, assert a statement. So really this resembles in the previous approach, all the override methods in the visitor class. So for this rule, avoid force unwrapping, we want to run this hook whenever we have an expression. So if we had add expression, we will pass the listener. Let's call this the node. And I think here we pass one more. There we go. There we go. And then we can add the logic in here. So if the node, this will be very similar to the previous one, is post fix expression, and the node operator token type is a token type bang. Then we will report the error. So let me just fix this import real quick. And if this check is true, then we will go through the reporter and call the report error for token method. Now you might see a little cross here, and that's just because in this current version it's deprecated, but you will see that it will still work. So node dot operator. So this is just an info warning about the method we're using. But as you see now, our rule is complete. And what we will have to do now is create another file for the plugin. And that will be creating our base to add all the rules we want to run. So in this library folder, I will just create a new file and call that the name of our plugin. So IB_lints. And what we have to do now is create a plugin base and call the create plugin method. And here, this can be a private class, just any name really. So for this case, because it's IB_lints, I will just be expanding this. So it will be inside business lints. And we will have to create this class. So let's quickly do that. So now we have a class of our plugin, and this will be extending the plugin base. So after that, we will create a missing override to get all the lint rules. And in this override, what we do is simply add all the rules that we want to run using the custom linter. So as you see here, we will just have to return a list. And in this list, we will specify any rules we want to run. So we have created avoid force unwrapping as a rule. So let us save that. And now the setup is complete. As you see, we have just a simple list. You can expand this as you create more rules. But now if we have a look at our sample package into our test file, you can see this is since there's another linter being used, this is a second message being displayed. But if you hover over this, you will still see the let me just run the custom linter just to refresh it. So you can run dart run custom lint. So now if we look at our sample package and go to the file that we created to test the rule, we can see that this is also being displayed here with the name of the rule. So don't do that. And one thing that you can also do is run this through the command line. So we can just call dart run custom lint, and then you will have a preview of all the errors found. You can also do the same, run it through the command line for the first approach, and you just write dart run and the name of your custom linter. So this concludes how we can write custom lint rules for both approaches. So just a bit of a analysis of both approaches and what I have learned from my experience and noticed is that, as you can tell, using the analyzer package, it's a much more complex setup process. And although this is more work initially, this does allow for more granular control later on. And also a great benefit of using the analyzer package is that you just get to use fewer dependencies. And that is important for some teams to use less third-party dependencies. So if that is something that is a priority of yours, then I think the analyzer package is more suitable. However, if you want something with an easier setup process and also not that much control over the different hooks you can use, then I think the custom lint package is very suitable for that. You will have to add the custom lint package as an additional dependency as well for that. And one thing I noticed in the custom lint package approach, as you add more and more rules, the performance for the custom lint package is much slower. So I do think another pro of using the analyzer package is just the performance of the plugin running and how much time it takes to analyze your code base. So thank you so much for listening. I've attached also some helpful resources and tutorials. So if you scan the code, you can see some documentation about how we can use the Dart Analyzer package and also how to use the custom lint package. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Natalie. It was like really good that we are going into cleaner and more structured code. And Maureen, would you like to announce our next speaker?
Yeah, thank you so much. Just to echo once again, thank you so much, Natalie. I really learned a lot as well. And on to the next, since we also scanned the maps and seen where people are, and there's a nice, interesting topic about globalizing Flutter by Alba. Super interesting talk and looking forward to it. Welcome, Alba.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for being in here. I am very happy to be speaking in this conference, and I want to, first of all, thank the Flutteristas organization to make it happening, and of course, for inviting me. With that being said, I would like to talk today about a project that I worked on, and where we had one single code base, and we shipped for 4 different brandings. First of all, who am I? My name is Salvatore Rodriguez, and I work as a software engineer at a company called Secura. You can find me in these links in Medium and LinkedIn. This is the agenda for today. Today I will be talking about key concepts about globalization, internalization, and localization. We will be explaining the project that I work on at Delivery Hero, where we ship 4 different brandings in only one code base. And I will expose all the key issues that we encountered during this project, such as managing multiple languages, currencies, and branding elements. And obviously the solutions that we applied to address these challenges. But first of all, I know that this is an online conference, but I would like to do a game. So please raise your hand if you know this sign. Okay, chances are very high if you're in Europe, you know what this is. Now this one and this one. So this might less people know what this is. This is a Turkish lira, and it represents the official currency of Turkey. According to ChatGPT, there is 180 different currencies recognized worldwide. So this is an important topic if you want to do your app globalized. Also, another important topic to think about is the directionality of your text. If you handle multiple languages in your app, you need to decide whether handling left to right languages like Spanish or English, or right to left, like, for example, Arabic. So that we are all in the same page, I want to first explain the definition by Wikipedia about internalization. Internalization is the process of designing a software application so that it can be adapted to various languages and regions without engineering changes. And the definition of localization is the process of adapting software for a specific region or language by translating text and adding local specific components. Okay, but what really means all of that? In simple terms, internalization means using variables instead of hard-coded text. And localization means passing the correct strings to these variables for a certain locale. These two concepts, plus handling different directionality change languages, different format types, different currency formats, is what we call globalization. So now that we're all in the same page about the key concepts, let me present you the project that I worked on. So 4 months ago, I was still working at a company called Delivery Hero, which is a food delivery company with more than 34,000 employees, and is used in 70 different countries. But I want to talk about one specific project that I worked on, and it was called the Merchant app, which was a Flutter-based app for restaurants partners. We shipped our app for 4 different products in multiple markets. So for example, we had Panda Merchant for Asia, which was an app created for the merchants in Food Panda app. We also had Austria, and we shipped Foodora Merchant. In Chile, we ship Pedidos Ya Merchant, and in the Middle East, it's called Talabat Merchant, and it's for the Talabat app. So basically, we built these merchant apps for all of these brands. As you might predict, handling 4 different brandings in only one code base, it came with a few difficulties. So the issues that we had, first of all, we had to support multiple languages. Then we needed to support different directionality of the text, like for example in Arabic. Also support multiple currencies. And finally, we had different branding specifications for each Figma file for each different locale. So how we did it? Let's first start with supporting multiple languages. The main challenge here was that we wanted to make sure that the app supported 5 languages. And we also had to account the scenarios where the translations might fail to load due, for example, a network issue or server downtimes. First of all, the thing that we do is structure our localization system to accommodate multiple locales. We see the label sections, which map each locales into a corresponding language name. Here's what it means. The local ID is the key. So EN or EN_HK that represents the specific language or region language combination. And the label is the value that represents the name of the language that it should appear in the app, in the settings or in the UI. And in here, EN represents English because it was our global fallback language. So EN_HK, it represents English for the specific region of Hong Kong. Then we set the supported locales section, which was the locales available for each language. This means that German is available in Austria with the DE_80, Germany, Switzerland, and even in the United States. Then we set the country local section, which specifies the locales available for specific countries. For example, Qatar with the QA for English and Arabic were supported. This configuration gave us a single source of truth for all the supported languages that we had in the app. Then each language, it had its own JSON file, and it was a very simple structure. It was a key value pairs that the key represented the string in the app, and the value, it was its representation, the translation. These keys represent the text that needs to be localized across the different languages and regions. In the slide, we see the key pairs for the ENCL, which corresponds to English in Chile local, and the DE_AT, which corresponds to German in Austria. This structure allows us to support hundreds of translations while keeping everything organized. So this is how we store the translations for each locale. This is what we call hard-coded translations, and we push them into a central repository. Then these keys were, as I said, pushed to a central repository and were synced to Webplate. Webplate is a tool that we decided to use for managing our translations in the application. So basically what it is that it's connected to the source code from our repository, and is used as a bridge between the key translations and the value translations that was done by the translators. Once the translators were notified by Webplate, if one key needed a new translation, so they manually translated the keys into the respective languages. And once these translations are complete, Webplate syncs the updated translation back into our central repository on GitHub. Once these translations are synced, they are exported into a Google Cloud bucket. And this bucket, what it did was that it was the remote source of our app. This step makes sure that all the translations are available for our app to fetch dynamically at any time. Also, during pipeline, Bitrise fetches the latest translations and includes them in the app builds. And before the code freeze, that is only a date that we decided before the release, the app fetches the latest translations from the Google Cloud bucket and hardcodes them into the app. So these hardcoded translations act as a fallback in case that the app cannot fetch the live translations. Okay, but a lot of different translations. How did we decide which ones to use? So first, at runtime, the app fetches the translations from the Google Cloud bucket. Once they are fetched, they are cached locally. If these translations fail, the app falls back to the cached translations. And if this fails too, they fall back into the hard-coded translations that we had. Lastly, in the remote case that we did not have the translation available, we show the key itself.
Sure.
Now that the translation issue is solved, we also needed to handle the different, we needed to consider the plurals. So we needed to handle how different plurals are shown in the app. Like, for example, we wanted to render the word item if it's one item, and items with an S if it's more than one item. So for that, we use the sprintf Flutter library. And first, we store into our JSON files the different parameters, as you see now in the slide. Then we created this helper function for each pluralized group. It handles the returning the key based on the account and the current locale. The localize method looks up the localized value from the JSON file, and the replace tag replaces the %d, which is like the key for the which is the placeholder with the actual data. This is how we solved the first problem, which was supporting multiple languages. Now, the second issue that I want to talk about is how we handle right to left languages and layouts in our app, and also left to right. So, for example, we needed to support Spanish, English, and German for the Pedidos merchant and the Foodora app, where they were in Chile and in Austria. But we also needed right to left languages like Arabic for our app in Qatar. An example of these combinations are these UI elements, like for example, in this is like we see that the text align on the right instead of the left in English and in Spanish, and the icons and the buttons mirror positions. So this was quite a challenge, but luckily Flutter provides built-in support for bidirectional layouts, and it makes easy to switch between left to right and right to left dynamically. We use this app directionality class. So if the brand is Talabat, we force right to left, otherwise left to right for Pedidos Ya, Foodora, and Foodpanda. So our approach was to apply the direction dynamically based on the brand settings, so that the direction was set centrally and it was centrally controlled. Then we set the directionality widget that it was wrapped, then it was wrapping the entire app so that the text follow the correct order in every entity. With this approach, we did not only adjust manually, we didn't have to adjust manually every widget, and instead we did it based on the brand configuration. The third issue that I want to talk about was support global regions with different currencies. So again, we needed to make sure that a user in Austria sees prices in euros, while user in Chile sees Chilean pesos. To solve this, we rely again on the entity config file, where we set each region's configuration that defines the currency format and code. Each locale had a dedicated entity config, and for example, Qatar uses the local ID AR_QA currency code, which it was the currency code Qatari Real with QAR. The setting to display was detailed with the currency formatting. At this point, it would have been ideal for us to use the Silk class, which was a feature in Dart 3, but at that time we did not have, when we were working in this project, Dart 3 was not available yet, so this is why we didn't use it, but it would have been great. Once we have the configuration for each locale, in our entity config file, we provide a utility class to make sure that every price is detailed in the correct format, based on the user's locale and the currency. So in this class, we see, first of all, we check if the amount is provided, and then we return the method that returns a fallback string. Then we check if the locale exists. If it's invalid, it defaults to the English language, which is our default. If currency code is blank, we use the default from the feature config, the currency code ISO 4217, which is the configuration setting that contains all the default currencies code, like, for example, in a standard format, USD for dollars, EUR for euros, and so on. And then we decide whether we use a simple or a more detailed currency format. Then, using the Intel Flutter package, we use the currency symbol getter. This getter, what it does is fetch the currency symbol for the user selected locale. It first pulls the locale with the feature config.currency formatted local ID. So it gets the local ID, is for example EN_USA, DE_ET, and so on. And then the name. The name is come from the feature config.currency code, ISO 4217, which is this formatted, and the result is the correct currency format for display. So in this example, based on these parameters, it formats the price using the rules for the provided locale and the currency. So the amount is 199.99, and is formatted with the local Austrian English, and therefore the currency symbol, it will be euro. The last issue I want to talk about is how we handle different brandings for each locale. As I mentioned before, our applications serve multiple branding, and each with distinct branding elements such as color, logos. Of course, we needed to make sure that the UI requirements in Figma were met for each brand. So we implemented a structure configuration that allow us to do that using brand config and entity config classes. We followed a similar solution for this issue than we followed for the rest. We handled the region-specific settings such as the currency, the locale, and the default country codes in our entity config file. So we could also use it for handling different UI settings for each brand. Once we have the entity created in the entity config file, we can adapt and follow the UI that we desire. The brand config class allows us to define all the specific UI elements for each brand. This includes primary and secondary colors, interaction colors, logos, API paths. This is an example of what we use in the Talabat app, but we follow this same approach across other brands like Foodora, Foodpanda, and Pedidosia, which we had their specific branding elements. Both branding config and entity config are initialized when the app starts and is based on the entity ID. We use this approach to make sure that each entity loads the respective configurations dynamically. Also, the entity config uses a singleton pattern so that we wanted to make sure that only one active configuration it was in the app at the time. So, for example, if we are in Foodpanda Hong Kong with the local FP_HK, the entity config instance will only hold the settings for that entity. Also, this entity method initializes the configuration for a specific entity, and it's based on the entity ID. And the first new instance, if it's true, it replaces the current configuration with a new one, and if it's false, it reuses the existing instance. With this approach, we achieve that each entity loads respective configurations, and it was all done dynamically. As a side note, I also wanted to add that Flutter provides some packages for localization, but it did not work for our necessities. Reasons. They are designed for small to medium-sized apps, and we needed an enterprise-grade localization that supports real-time updates via the Google Cloud, Webplate, and caching. Also, it relies on hard-coded translations, so inside of our app, and we needed something dynamically. We needed dynamic translations that we could update without requiring an app release. And finally, we needed regional variants, for example, EN_HK for Hong Kong, that standard Flutter localizations, they don't handle it too well. With these solutions, we made sure that we have a fully globalized app for brands in one single code base. This is the approach that we use, and it worked for us, and we ship apps for millions of users. I hope you like it, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Wow, that was amazing talk about globalization, seeing various aspects of how we can do that. So thank you so much, Alba. And it's great to learn from your talk, and great that so many companies are trying to make our apps global. So thank you so much for this. What do you think, Ezra?
Actually, we got Natalie onboarded for our, of course, live Q&A. If you got questions from earlier, drop them in the chat, but welcome, Natalie. By the way, you're muted.
Hi, thank you.
So we can actually, if you want, we can directly start with the questions.
Yeah, sure.
Sure. So here is our first one. How can the plugin be integrated into a CI/CD pipeline?
Yeah, really good question, because at the end of the day, this is all about making the quality checks seamless. And in order to do that, I think it's easiest to integrate it into the pipeline. So in order to do that, it's quite easy. You really just have to, depending on your CI/CD tool, whether you use Jenkins, GitHub Actions, regardless of what you use, you will need to just add a lint job in your pipeline configuration file. And in this lint job, I think it's important to just have a step that just runs your custom linter. So you can do that easily by adding a step that uses Dart run and then your custom linter. And another tip I would say for that is that to ensure to have another step in that job to make sure that the dependencies are actually updated. So with that, you can use the Dart pubget command.
Totally, you would just like put it to your GitHub Actions, Bitrise, GitLab CI.
Yeah, and that way you can just automate the checks, and every time your pipeline runs, you can have, see if you have any errors without having to run the command directly each time.
Meantime, I'm going for the next question. You got really crazy good comments. Comments were like going crazy. I will show them just later on. Here is our next question. What are some examples of other plugins you can create with the analyzer package?
So really it's up to your project-specific needs. The way that I like to think about it is that whatever plugin you will create using it, you will just extend the analyzer package capabilities. So that comes with anything revolving static code analysis, really. And I think one really interesting thing that you can do is look into code duplications, for example, or unused codes. So you can really extend the capabilities of the analyzer package and create your own plugin to just check if, even if you have unused API calls or unused sections of the code, it really helps with the code maintainability as well. So I think the limits are, quite high.
Totally, like I got immediately in mind, like maybe disallowing print things that you can have, enforcing naming rules, pretty much stuff around.
Also for documentation, it can be really helpful, really ensuring that there's a set standard for documentation so that maintainability down the line won't be too difficult.
Meantime, I'm gonna pull the third question. Mariam, maybe you can guide us in that while I'm checking the comments for her.
Yeah, sure. So the next question is, are there any performance considerations when using custom lint rule extensively? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, as I mentioned a bit in the analysis slide, after you add a lot of rules, using the custom lint package, the performance does slow down a bit, especially on how complex the logic for your rule is. So the more complex logic you have, and if you have a lot of custom lint rules, then I do think that you need to take the performance, especially the time running to analyze your code base, if you have a large code base. So mainly just the time for the command to run.
Okay. Great insights.
Actually, I saw Maureen. You asked a question. Maybe you can mention it here.
Yeah. So it's a great talk, and adding lint rules is really good in our projects. But I was kind of curious, what's your take on using the Flutter DCM rules instead of your package?
Yeah, I think the Flutter DCM rules, the Dart code metrics, right? They are really helpful for, I would say, general purpose linting. And even though they are configurable to some extent, I think there is certain limitations to what you can add, really. So if you really have more specific project-specific needs, it would be more helpful to use a custom linter. And really, maybe I can share a really brief example of how I even came around to getting this topic, is that we realized in our code base we had not necessarily errors, but in some of our serializers, we were using some types that are nullable and some that are not. in the serializer. So something just specific to check the serializable nullable type. Something like that. It's more catered to your needs, and something like a custom linter would be more handy for that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
interesting. I agree with that.
Maybe if you can, I do remember, I think it was last year in Stockholm, one of our dear Flutteristas, Daria, was giving a talk in Flutter and Friends. I think she was also extended on that front. Maybe we can have a look if she is in the comments somewhere. We can see. Actually, it would be great to like get both of your takes there. Meantime, thank you for being here all the time. And I would like to show out a little bit all the comments coming to you and Alba. Speech learning a lot, super interesting subject. I was actually able to show them to you. It was really great presentation. Thank you really for this. We got really great ways of showing how to structure your code, how to make it cleaner, how to make it like better.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate being here, and thank you as well for inspiring all the speakers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Meantime, maybe we can go for slightly giving a small shout out to our sponsors, and then we will follow it with the break soon. So thank you for giving us a time to also taking this moment for our sponsors. Like, this is just not actually for logos and links, but this is actually investing what this conference represents. So I would like to thank them sincerely. Serverpod, Devangels, the Flutter team, your goal support helped us to scale it globally. Now they are everywhere in the backstage while we're creating this and so on. And the Shorebird, Code Magic, Tide, Kashish, thank you for believing in a vision that prioritizes community safety and the mentorship. This is just not a tech sponsorship. This is an impact sponsorship. So I really would like to thank that. You're creating a space for the voices to be heard. Thank you. And thank you for choosing to stand with us. Right now, we have 5 minutes break that we can go for. And see you soon.
welcome back. Everybody having a good time? It's been pretty awesome. We are now in part 5, and our next speaker is I'm sorry. Oh, wow. Maureen, thank you. I'll let you do it.
Yeah.
And they're speaking on building a watch party app with Flutter.
Yeah, interesting topic. Right?
Yeah, sounds really great. Take it away.
Hi everyone, my name is Bona and I am a Flutter developer, and today I will be presenting building a watch party app with Flutter. So I'm going to give you a quick overview of how I came down to this app. First off, I started watching film movies with my friends with a watch party app, and I just thought to create something like this using Flutter because it was quite intriguing to me. So I'm going to kick off this tutorial, I'm going to start with breaking them down. So we have the Superbase part, the YouTube part, and the Zigo Cloud part. So I'm going to be breaking them down. So yeah. So for synchronized video playback, we have the Zigo Cloud, and for signing out and the invite link, we have Superbase and YouTube. So let's dive right in. I've talked about this story. Yeah. So the prerequisites, we have the packages used to achieve this, which is Flutter contact, used to ask permission from your contact list before you add a friend, because you can search by email and add your friend. Well, we have the HTTP for making calls, like making network calls. So a Superbase underscore Flutter, the Superbase plugin for Flutter, and the Zigo Cloud UI toolkit. So this one is already inbuilt. So it's a part of the Zigo Cloud document. When you are installing, you have to install this package. It's very important if you want to run the Zigo Cloud. And we have Share Plus and WebView Flutter. So exactly. So WebView Flutter is used for the video playback and to be able to make the user feel like they are on that particular application. And Superbase Flutter is for authentication, database storage, is the alternative for Firebase, and it's open source. And Share Plus is for sharing content. UUID is for generating unique IDs, and the HTTP is for making network calls, HTTP requests. And the Zigo Cloud, Zigo UI kit pre-built call is for video call functionality. Contact service is for accessing the user contact, and permission handler for handling permission. Yeah, so like I said, we're going to be breaking it down into 3 parts. So we have the Superbase, we have the YouTube streaming API, and we have the Zigo part. So first things first is setting up your Superbase account. So you're going to need to head to superbase.com, create an account. By the side panel, you will see your auth, and you enable the email section. Most of the time, it comes pre-enabled. So you select the settings necessary that you need. And then when you create a project, you are given a URL and also a key. So you have to add it and initialize it in your main.dat. Very, very important. Just copy and paste to your main.dat from your from Superbase immediately after you initialize it. And yeah, so this was what I was talking about. This is the project URL, and this is the API key here. And also, so this is the chat December. We're going to come back to that. Like I said, and then after that, you move to the YouTube API. So the YouTube can be added in 2 weeks. I used two approach for this. The reason why I could not use this approach again this year was because my card kept declining, so I had to take up another alternative, because one of the key things of the developer is to always think on their feet, right? So for you to take this approach, you need to go to the Google Cloud console and get your API key. Then you also need to add the YouTube player Flutter package in here to get your API key. And I'm going to be talking about the other API which we added, which is Watch Mode API. We added this because of the restrictions on the Netflix, Amazon Prime, and Hulu. They have these DROM restrictions, which does not allow you to embed the links using WebView. So I had to look for a good alternative as always. Like I said, method one, you go to your googleconsole.com, and then for the YouTube API, you create a new project. You search for YouTube data API v3, and you get your API key, which is this key from your Google Cloud, and you also add the dependencies you come back to your ID, then add the YouTube player Flutter package dependency to enable it to run smoothly. What's in the shelter? Okay, so and also you need to once you enable this, you need to enable a public data to be able to access this YouTube API key, right? And then after that, we are coming back to our WebView method, which is my most preferred method at this point. So first thing, you go to pub.dev and you search for WebView underscore Flutter, and you do you on your terminal, you run this command Flutter pub at WebView underscore Flutter, and when you are done, it's already there. So you add this code, you initialize the WebView controller, and you add this code, and you also copy and paste a YouTube link to embed it here. So I also put comments so that it will be able to guide you on how best to integrate this into your Flutter app. So, like I said, WebView package helps you feel like you are on a particular app. So, for instance, we are initializing WebView in this tutorial, and it helps you feel like you're in a particular app, and it makes the process just seamless, not too cumbersome. So, like I said, you can go to YouTube at the top, copy any URL link, come back and paste it with the WebView controller, and you add it. That's how you embed it. And yes, I gave an instance of how I use the WebView controller in my Flutter project. And the next one, and that is the section of the YouTube API. And the next one is the Zigo Cloud. So I use Zigo Cloud because for some reason, me and Agora were not cooperating, and I had to find another alternative. So why I'm using Zigo Cloud, one is because I really love that documentation. It is very, very, very detailed, straight to the point, and I feel like anybody can really understand what to do using that documentation. So it offers a plug and play solution and low latency, and it's scalable and offers 10,000 minutes for free trials, and it has a lot of use cases which we're going to be seeing very soon. It has use cases from video call to karaoke to what even a watch party app is there. So it's pretty cool. So to get started, you need to go to the Zigo Cloud and create an account. So they're going to ask you for your country, your work email, you create a password, click continue, and you verify with your email. Once you're logged in, you go to the dashboard, click on start with the UI toolkit, and you get started. So this is where you create your project, right? And you get to choose your framework. So they have React and other framework, but my business was solely Flutter. So I chose Flutter. I scroll down, I click save. On the configuration page, I got my app ID and app signing, which are very, very essential in your API service product. So copy these values and store them because at least you need them in your ID, or you can just copy directly to your ID immediately you see this. And I trust that you'd have created a API underscore service products folder where you call your API. That's what the HTTP is for. So yeah. So you click on create, pick your use case as I said. In our case, it's the video call. Select then save and yeah. Okay. So you also add the Zigbee Cloud UI kit preview call dependency. This is just it already has like a UI toolkit for video calls. So instead of creating your own, you can just use that own, which is pretty cool because they've studied all the cases. Then also we have to go to the native side of things, which is very, very important. You open your Android app build.gradle and you set your target SDK version to 33, and then you set your main SDK version to 21 because it's very important. And you also go and upgrade your Kotlin and Gradle settings. So see, for the Kotlin, you have to make sure that it's 1.9.0. Like these settings are very important. If it's not as specified as they requested, you may have issues running your Zigbee Cloud. Yeah. Yes. So and that's that. And also you have to enable the distribution wrapper. Then you all you need to do is just go to the Zigbee Cloud and copy the this thing and paste there, and also make sure that you enable your Android manifest folder to allow users to be able to access the internet. And I wrote a well-detailed article on it. This is the second one actually. And you can also access my slide if you scan this QR code. And yeah, and you can follow me here for more if you like to see more updates, because I would like to, keep posting, keep updating the app, and I'll definitely have more info on this. And yeah, so, and also the demo. So this is the first demo. Then, well, I think my YouTube API has really expired, but this is how like it looks like. This is an idea of how it looks like. The video, it's having an issue. So I'm running this on web, which is giving me a bit of issue, but I want to deploy this as a web app. So I'm going to find the best alternative to make sure it runs where I want it to run. So yeah, this is to create the atmosphere of like a virtual watch party cinema. So I'm still working on this, but very soon people are going to be able to view everything from the screen. Like click on that avatar and also, select the platform they want to use to stream together. So yeah, that's just it for now. But I'm still going to keep working on it. It's perfect. So thank you so much, Eileen. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. Yeah. So thank you so much for listening. I really appreciate you. Yeah, thank you for this opportunity, and thank you to the Flutteristas community for giving me this chance to speak on this. And thank you, Jesus. Yeah, so I'm done now.
I would like to, we'll have here shortly my co-host, Maureen. And thank you so much for all your work today. It's been fantastic. Thank you. Then I have a new co-host coming on. And we have Akansha. Oh, there she is. Oh, I love you. I remember that the last time we did this.
Yeah.
I will let you introduce yourself.
Yeah. So hello, everyone.
Oh, I can't hear you.
Hello, everyone.
Can you hear her? I can't hear. Oh, okay. Sorry. So next we will have a QR code for one of our great sponsors, Shorebird. I thought, okay. Before, I'm really struggling, folks. Really sorry. It's been a long couple of days. Akansha, would you please introduce yourself?
Yeah. Oh, hi, everyone. So I'm Akanksha, and I'm a software engineer at JP Morgan. Have been working with Flutter for last 2-3 years, and have been part of this amazing Flutteristas community for so long, and have got a really good support. And it's really inspiring to be around everyone. And yeah, so we are back this year with Flutteristas Conference, and this is the part 5. So we have our next talk, which is by Danielle Honingston. She is a senior developer at Olfaction Lab, and she will be talking about how we can deploy our Flutter web apps using GitLab pages. So it's a very interesting topic, and let's...
Before we do that, we need to do our Shorebird QR code for our sponsors.
Yeah.
So if one of our great producers could pop that up. There you go. Make sure to scan that. It's only on the live event. Make sure that you get that scanned. And then we'll come back. And we will have Danielle presenting.
Hello, I'm Dr. Danielle Honigstein. I'm a senior developer at the Olfaction Lab at the Weizmann Institute of Science, and I'm going to be talking about hosting your Flutter web app on GitLab pages. So you have an awesome Flutter web app, and you want to put it on the web somewhere for free so that everyone can use your app. And you've heard that you can do this using GitLab, and that's amazing because your code is already in GitLab, so you should be ready to go, right? Well, maybe not. When you do a search, you'll find that many places will explain to you how to do it in GitHub and not in GitLab. Also, there's this YAML file that looks confusing, and many tutorials that you will find are going to be out of date. So here it is, the step-by-step instructions to how to host your Flutter web app on GitLab pages. Here is a link to these slides. In the slides, there's a link to the code, and also in the last page, there's a link to the code and other resources. So we will start with a working Flutter web app that's already published to GitLab. After that, we will create our pipeline. Our pipeline is a file called .gitlabci.yaml. Note the dot at the beginning here, it is important. After that, we will run the pipeline, and then we can view our web page. Unfortunately, things tend to be a bit more complicated than that, so we have a troubleshooting section and a bonus section at the end. Once your website is up and running and working perfectly, you might want to add a feature and test it out somewhere. And for that, a dev subdomain from your dev branch is very, very useful. So we'll start with a Flutter web app that is already in GitLab and works locally. For this demo, I'm using the example Flutter app. You can see that it's working locally. This is the code. And it has already been pushed into GitLab. Excellent. Now we want to create our pipeline. The GitLab CI YAML file is a file written in YAML with simple instructions for GitLab CI/CD framework. CI/CD is continuous integration and continuous deployment. What it means for us is that this is a framework for running automated tests, like running tests and also publishing pages. You can write this in VS Code or any other editor that you want. However, we will be using GitLab's pipeline editor. This is very useful because it has autocomplete features with GitLab's most common commands. And also it has an online syntax checker. YAML is very, very sensitive to extra spaces or tabs. So an online syntax checker is very, very useful. Pipelines are built from stages and jobs. Stages run in sequence, usually build, deploy, maybe test and then build and then deploy. Jobs run in parallel, and they are basically scripts. Each job is part of a stage. So you can have a test stage that performs many tests in parallel. In our example, we have one job per stage to make things clearer. Something important to notice, jobs run in separate environments. All these tasks run on the cloud in a container. A container is an environment that holds all that is necessary to run your web app, no more and no less. This sounds simple, but it has to include the entire Flutter framework for this. Thankfully, other people have already built environments for us. They're called images, and we will use one of them. So we will go to the built-in GitLab pipeline editor. This is in build pipeline editor. The first time you will need to press configure pipeline. This shows you a template pipeline. We will not be using it, so we just erase everything here. And we will get started immediately with creating our first job. We will call it build and test web app. It's good practice to test your apps before you deploy them. The first thing to write is which stage this is. We will call this the build stage. This is a standard name for a stage. We will use the image from Cirrus Labs, which has Flutter already in it. We can also define a before script part where we will do the Flutter pub get. Not absolutely necessary. You can also put this in the main script. And the main script is basically to build our app. So Flutter build web. And as I said before, Flutter test before that. It's very important to state what we want at the end of this stage or at the end of the job. It gives us some parameters that don't interest us. What really interests us at the moment is the build/web path. So this is what we state we want to save. And that is the entire job of the build. Now we're at the second job, which is the deploy. The job must be called pages so that GitLab knows that this is going to be deployed to GitLab pages. The stage is the deploy stage. As all we're doing here is copying, we do not need the Flutter image for that, so we're not going to use it. Instead, we're just going to copy from build/web into the public folder. This is the folder that is going to be deployed. And again, we have to tell GitLab that what we want at the end is the public folder. And that's all we need. Now we need to check that the syntax is correct and commit it. Let's write a meaningful GitLab message and press commit. And this part is done. Now we need to run the pipeline. Anything that is committed using the pipeline editor is run automatically. If you're doing it in another editor, you need to push the GitLab CI file in order for it to run. You can see it run in build pipelines. It looks like this. We can see the stages here on the right. And we can look at exactly how it's running. So it shows up that it's in the middle of the build stage and the deploy stage is next. After a while, it's going to look like this. And at the end, it should really look like that. Now we can finally view our site. For that, we go to the deploy and then the pages. And here we will see some default settings, leave them exactly as they are. You can see our new domain. You can see that it's active. We can click on that. And hooray, here's our web app. And it's working. Amazing. Now for troubleshooting. The most common error that happens is that the pipeline doesn't run at all. Sorry, that there's errors in the pipeline. This looks like this. As you can see, it happened to me many, many times. You can see exactly in which stage it failed. And if you click here on the status, you can see where it failed precisely, and you can look at the logs. In this case, we can see that our error is Flutter command not found, which means we forgot our image. So there was no Flutter in the environment, and it failed because of that. The next most common error is that the pipeline doesn't run at all. First of all, it is possible to state that we want the pipeline to run only in specific branches, only if pushed into specific branches. Make sure that you're in the correct branch. Also, if you're doing your pipeline in an editor, have you pushed it to the right place? Is it in the root folder of your project? Make sure that it is in the correct place. Another error is that the pipeline runs wonderfully well, but the page still doesn't show. The most common reason for that is the name of the deploy job. It has to be called pages. Deploy pages, my pages will not work. A second issue is if you are trying to publish a web app not to your home page, but to a subdomain, home/something, and more on this in the next step. This is our bonus stage. After everything is running wonderfully well and you want a dev subdomain, so let's assume we already have a dev branch created and we have already pushed it into the GitLab. So ideally, we would like to go to our site, add/dev, and have our dev branch here. We haven't done it yet, so obviously it doesn't work. For this, we need to go back to our pipeline editor. In this case, we will be writing our stages in advance, again for clarity. So we have build dev, build main, and deploy. We could have created only one stage build and have two jobs in there. But for clarity, let's split each job into a different stage. So let's start by building our dev site. For that, we need to first fetch our dev branch. We will write the same stage as before. We need to remember that we need an image because, again, we're doing something in Flutter, so we have to have the Flutter image. And then in order to check out our dev branch, we need to first fetch the origin. So git fetch origin dev. Whenever we fetch anything, the pubspec.lock might change, so git stash. After that, we want to check out the dev branch and Flutter pubget. Now we can finally build, but we don't want to build to the regular folder because that will just confuse us later. So let's specify that we want to build to build/web/dev instead of the regular folder. And because this web app is going to be working from the /dev, we have to say this is not going to be working from my home page. It has to be working from the dev page. Note the two slashes before and after. And again, our artifacts are the build web dev folder. You can see the editor does not like this because we forgot the paths keyword. We can also specify when we want this build to expire if storage is an issue, but in our case, it's not a problem for the demonstration, so we won't do that. Now we can do our build main. For clarity, I'm calling the stages and the jobs the same thing, just with a underscore instead of a hyphen. This is not strictly necessary as long as you build as long as you write the stage correctly. Here we need the same image. We don't actually need to check out the main branch because this is a different environment, so it already will be in the same branch. But for clarity for ourselves, just to make sure we're in the right branch each time, we can still git stash and check out main. And the same as before with the same path. And now the deploy is also very similar. The only addition is that we want to copy also the build web dev into public/dev. However, the public/dev folder does not yet exist. So first we need to create it. And then we can copy from build web dev to public dev. We're copying recursively, that's the -R. And in this case, I want to use this asterisk to make sure that the folder structure is exactly as I want it, not to copy the entire dev folder, but the contents of the dev folder. And again, the artifacts are the public folder, and we're done. Again, we need to commit, and the pipeline will run automatically. Once the pipeline is finished running, we can go to our website, refresh, add our /dev, and here we are in our dev branch. And that is it. It would be really awesome if you would share your app with me or with everyone. If you are willing to do it publicly, there's the Show Off Your Work channel in Discord. You could also contact me directly. My Discord handle is d_honing. The code link is here. I've also written a post on Medium with the first part of this talk. So if you're a Medium member, you're welcome to also check out my post there. Thank you very, very much to the Flutteristas for inviting me to talk. Thank you very much for Sylvia Diekman, my mentor, and for Jessica Pereira, who's my producer. And thank you all for watching.
And we're back. That was really great. Next we have...
That was a really nice talk, and I'm sure GitLab Pages has a lot of advantages. So it was really nice to just go through all the steps, and I think it seems very simple to not just deploy your web apps on Flutter on GitLab Pages. So yeah, let's get to the
I
map.
agree. Yeah. So we're
Activity,
going
I guess.
to next doing a map activity. So if you haven't done this yet, scan this QR code, and we're having a map showing all of our viewers as well as where our Flutterista speakers and the people who helped out with the conference. And so if we can show the map, and as people update it, I will do a refresh. And I can zoom in a little.
You see a lot more dots. So
yeah, there's a lot more dots than we started with this morning. So it's been awesome. We've got a lot of people in Europe. There's a new one I'm seeing in Africa. This is really great. Oh, and there's another one. I don't remember seeing the Uruguay one. So thank you. If you haven't done it, we'll put it up again. There's another activity in the next session. You can go ahead and scan it if you missed it the first time. And our next presenter is Valeria, and she's presenting on the ultimate guide to API key management in Flutter. Take it away, Valeria. Oh.
Hello everyone, I'm Valeria Duran Ruiz, and it's a privilege to be here today speaking at the Flutteristas Conference. I am a software engineer as well as the founder and executive director of Tech Violet Software, a mobile-first development agency. I've had the opportunity to lead our team through exciting challenges, particularly in crafting robust API key management solutions. These systems have become the backbone of secure and seamless integrations across diverse applications, a pursuit that continues to fuel my passion for innovative problem problem solving. Through this experience, I developed the ultimate API key management guide. Thank you all for joining me. And joining us today, we have Sparky and Dash, who will be with us as we journey through our best practices for API key management. Today, we will go over an introduction to API keys, understanding them, their management and development, their management and production, some more tools and libraries to consider, how to monitor and rotate API keys. Also, at the end of the presentation, I have a QR code for a blog post with all the links for today for extra tutorials and documentation. In today's talk, we'll be discussing the crucial topic of API key management in Flutter projects. API key management is essential for ensuring the security and integrity of your applications. Let's dive in. So what are API keys? Application Programming Interface keys are unique identifiers used to authenticate requests made to an API. They're like digital keys that grant access to specific parts of your application's functionality. Not all keys are created equal, so it is important to know what you're dealing with. So diving into the documentation provided by creators of the service you're using is the best place to get your bearings and understand what you're working with and the security you will need to have in mind. Also, today's guide is about how to use third-party API keys in your code. These best practices still apply if you're designing API keys, though that is beyond the scope of today's talk. In this day and age, nobody has API keys leaked anymore, right? If anyone does, it is probably very amateur teams or solo developers with a very tight budget and not much experience, right? Well, think again. We have seen some crazy leaks just this year. In the government, the United States Treasury was hacked by a filtered API key where unauthorized entities exploits beyond trust API key to access US Treasury systems and documents. Also, in the AI world, DeepSeek API keys filtered and have ranked up monumental bills for the owners of these keys. Also, in the crypto finance sector, Coinbase, one of the largest cryptocurrency exchanges in the world, has faced various security threats over the years. Stoltman Law Offices, a Chicago-based investor protection law firm, published that Coinbase users have lost more than $300 million per year to various social engineering scams. In just December and January, December 2024 and January 2025, it has been reported that more than $65 million have been stolen from Coinbase customers. And also in research, where a hacker used compromised API keys to steal $25 million from Kronos Research. As Jenny Warner, Director of Product Marketing at Exabeam said, 3 security challenges are apparent in this incident. Designing secured API key connections that strictly control authentication and authorization, compromised credentials, and distinguishing between normal and abnormal behavior. Valid credentials, potentially obtained from a previous attack or other incidents, likely provided the threat actors with potential access to sensitive data. In this case, API keys. Private key exploits are proving to be one of the most common methods for attacking crypto wallets and systems. Such breaches are often amplified by the inherent difficulty in differentiating between unauthorized and legitimate logins. And again, I share the links to the news articles and the blog post at the end of the presentation today if you would like to read more about these incidents. Now, understanding API keys, common pitfalls, and how to avoid them. In Flutter applications, API keys are commonly used for accessing services like REST APIs, third-party SDKs, and cloud services. And some security considerations here, it's critical to keep your API keys secure to prevent unauthorized access and potential misuse. Negligence in API key management can lead to data breaches, unpredicted costs, and service disruptions. Some common mistakes include hard coding API keys in the source code and not rotating them regularly. And managing API keys effectively is crucial for maintaining the security and functionality of your applications. Some best practices to follow are to use secure storage, so to store API keys securely to prevent unauthorized access. Avoid hard coding them in your source code. Instead, use environment variables, encrypted databases, or dedicated secret management services. And we'll go into these in this presentation. Then also access control. Limit access to API keys within your organization. Implement the principle of least privilege, ensuring that only authorized personnel can retrieve and use the keys. Also, usage monitoring and auditing. Keep track of how and where API keys are used. Monitoring helps identify unusual patterns that might indicate a security issue or a breach. And also rotation and renewal. This is something that sometimes people don't do, and it is very important to implement in your projects. And it's to regularly update and rotate API keys. We're going to go into this a little bit later, and especially if there's a suspicion of compromise or as a routine security practice. This minimizes the window of opportunity for any misuse if a key is compromised. Now, API key management in development. Even if you're working on a project that will never see the light of day of production and real users, maybe you're working on a proof of concept or an MVP, you still need to keep security in mind. So do not ever commit a secret key to version control. If you do that, your key is visible to everyone on the internet. And also, do not ever forget to obfuscate your API keys, making it easier for attackers to reverse engineer your app and extract the keys. In development, you have a few options. We will go over the pros and cons for each approach. First, we can create a Dart file with the key and add this file to get ignored to make sure it does not get committed to our repository in the cloud. This is a very simple and effective way to store API keys. And if we need to use the key anywhere, we can just import the file, however we named it, in this case, api_key.dart, and read it from there. This approach is very simple, but it does have some drawbacks. It's hard to manage different API keys for different environments. And the key is stored in plain text in the api_key.dart file, so making the attacker's job easier. We should never hard code API keys in our source code. If we add them to version control by mistake, they will remain in Git history, even if we ignore them later, just so you know. So let's look at another option. An alternative approach is to pass the API key with the Dart define flag at compile time. This means that we can run the app with the Dart define flag from the terminal to run your app, like so. Then inside our Dart code, we can add this code that I shared right there. So the string.from environment method allows us to specify an optional default value, which acts as a fallback if the key is not set. But as we said, we shouldn't hard code the API key inside our code, whether it's get ignored or not. So it's not a good idea to use default value here. You might as well just throw an error here. The main advantage of using Dart define is that we're no longer hard coding sensitive keys in the source code. But when we compile our app, the keys are still in the release binary. API keys and source code are combined to produce the release binary. So to mitigate risk, we can obfuscate our Dart code when we make a release build. It's a good idea to obfuscate your entire code when you build a release version of your app. And the official documentation explains how to do it. I have a link for the docs on how to do this in the blog post at the end of the presentation. And while we can use obfuscation to mitigate risk when storing API keys on the client, highly sensitive keys should be kept on the server. So like API keys. So make sure you read the documentation of your API key provider of choice and follow the recommended guidelines. Another thing to consider is it can become impractical to run the app if we have many keys. So there is another way to manage this. So since Flutter 3.7, we can store all the API keys inside a JSON file and pass it to a new Dart define from file flag from the command line. So just like this, you can run it in the terminal like so, and then have this file inside your source code. This file should be get ignored. Now, some pros and cons here. There's one last question that we need to answer. If we don't store our API keys in version control, how can we share them with other team members or retrieve them when we check out our project on a different machine? The solution is to store them in a secure vault, load them into our Flutter project using a CLI tool. So tools like 1Password CLI are very well suited for this. Also, large organizations often have their own solutions for managing secrets, like API keys. So if you're setting up your own project and making architecture decisions yourself, 1Password CLI is an option that I would recommend and that I have used, though you should check with your team if a solution is already in use or preferred. This is where the need for documentation shines to keep projects running smoothly, especially as your project and team scale. Now, API key management in production. In general, we don't recommend putting API keys on the client app. The assumption is that if it's on a client device that you can't control, it can and will be compromised regardless of the tools or obfuscation techniques you used. So there are tools out there that float around as options for you to use in your client, but we're going for best practices for production environments. So we need to go into the cloud. In production environments, the guidance is to keep the API keys on a device or server that only you, the developer, control and have access to. Then have the client app authorize into the server, which then gets our API from said server. So a little bit about what we have available. So I want to go over parameters and secrets and how they come into play here. So parameters are configuration values that you can set for your cloud functions. They can be things like API endpoint URLs, feature flags, or other settings that might vary depending on the environment. Parameters can be set via the Firebase CLI or in the Google Cloud Console. And we also have secrets. They're very similar to parameters, but they are specifically designed for storing sensitive information like API keys, database passwords, or encryption keys. Secrets are stored securely using Google Cloud Secret Manager. Now here I'm going a little bit into Secret Manager in case you haven't used the Google Cloud Console too often, but it is nothing to be scared of. Let's go through it. So Google Cloud Secret Manager is a service that allows you to securely store and manage API keys, passwords, certificates, and other sensitive data. It's a robust solution with encryption, versioning, and access control features. Versioning is really important for us because we want to rotate our keys later. So in short, and don't worry, we will get into this, but just in short, these are the steps that you will do. First, you store your API keys or other secrets in Google Cloud Secret Manager. Then you grant your cloud functions permission to access the secrets stored in Secret Manager. This will be through Firebase. And within your cloud function code, you use the Google Cloud Client libraries to retrieve the secrets from Secret Manager. And this is where I wanted to mention that creating a secret is very simple. So go to the Secret Manager page in the Google Cloud Console and enable the API for your project. On the Secret Manager page, click Create Secret. On the Create Secret page, give it a name. And to add a secret version when creating the initial secret, in the secret value field, enter a value for the secret. Any value that you need. The secret value can be in any format, but must not be larger than 64 kilobytes. You can also upload a text file containing the secret value using the upload file option in there, and then just click the Create Secret button, and that's it. Now, some considerations here. Remember that even with secrets, you still need to configure your Firebase security rules to protect your data. Also, you'll need to manage the permissions of your cloud functions to access the secrets stored in Google Cloud Secret Manager. The Firebase CLI usually handles this for you automatically. Remember that accessing secrets is an async operation, so you'll need to use await or .then to get the secret value. And also, when deploying a function that uses secrets, you will need to deploy them together using the secrets flag. Now, this is the official documentation from Firebase, and they include instructions and a fantastic video by Alexander on how to add Firebase to your Flutter app, including how to load up the CLI in your machine. It just takes a few minutes, so go check out Alexander's video for that. And once you have done those steps of adding Firebase to your app, we will go over the few simple steps so that you can do this. So the first thing that you need to do is to upgrade to a Blaze plan. So it is as a pay as you go, but it is required for secrets. So when you first sign up with Firebase, usually you're in the Spark plan and that one's free, but you will need a Blaze plan to be able to use secrets. For sensitive data like API keys, you'll definitely want secrets. Then you initialize Firebase parameters in your project. So navigate to the root directory of your Firebase project in the terminal and run the command like so. Then this fetches your current function configurations and saves it to a .runtime config.json file. If you don't have any existing configuration yet, the file will be empty. This file is intended to be checked into source control. If you have secrets in this file, then those secrets will be exposed. You can remove the secrets from this file. Then set parameters using the Firebase CLI. Use the Firebase functions config set command to set parameters. This command sets a parameter named API key, in this case, within the some service namespace. Use namespace to help organize your parameters. And then set secrets using the Firebase CLI. Use the Firebase functions secrets set command to set secrets after running it. You will be prompted to enter a value for the secret. Then this command creates a secret named some_service_API key. Note that the name must adhere to certain restrictions. It has to start with a letter. It must only contain letters, numbers, and underscores, and must not exceed 63 characters. Then when deploying a function that uses secrets, you will need to deploy them together using the secrets flag. Now next, you're going to access parameters and secrets in your cloud functions. In your cloud functions code, you can add this code. This is a node.js example, and you can find this in the official docs. And something important to keep in mind is that secrets are accessed async, like I mentioned before, so you need to use then or await, .then or await to get the secret value. And now you can, from the terminal of your project, you can deploy your cloud functions with this command that I have right here. Now, securing your Flutter app goes beyond API keys. Consider additional measures like user authentication, data encryption, and secure communication protocols. And also stay updated on best practices as security threats. And also, like I have right here, don't forget to set your Firebase security rules. Very, very important. Rotating and storing API keys is an essential practice to enhance security in your Flutter projects. Here is how you can effectively manage this process. Now, to rotate API keys, first, generate a new key. Start by generating a new API key using your API provider's management console or key generation tools. Then update your Flutter application to use the new API key. This can be done by updating your configuration files, environment variables, or however you stored your API keys. Now, thoroughly test your application to ensure that the new API key is working correctly. Check all functionalities that depend on the API key. Make sure to triple check here, and if you have more people in your team, have them check it and test it with you as well. Now, you can deploy the updated application to your production environment. Ensure that the new key is in use before deactivating the old key. And now, once you're confident that the new key is working as expected and the application is stable, you can now deactivate the old API key from your API provider's management console. Now, let's talk more about tools and libraries available and their pros and cons. We have Flutter Secure Storage, a library that provides secure storage for sensitive data, such as API keys. It uses the platform's secure storage mechanisms, like Keychain on iOS and Keystore on Android. We also have Envify, a tool for managing environment variables in Flutter projects. It helps to keep API keys and other sensitive information out of your source code. There's also .env, which is a library that loads environment variables from a .env file. It's useful for managing API keys and other configuration settings. We also have Firebase Remote Config. It's a service that allows you to store and retrieve configuration settings, including API keys, from a remote server. It provides a secure way to manage and update your keys without redeploying your app. Now, I have discussed this option with the Google engineers, and we have some concerns. If you would like to read more about that, the link to the Stack Overflow discussion is in the blog post. Also, other cloud providers like AWS Secret Manager and Azure Key Vault, which works similarly to Google Secret Manager, are available. And then also there's Vault by HashiCorp. It's an open source tool for securely managing secrets and protecting sensitive data. It provides a unified interface to access secrets across different environments. And again, the links to all of these tools and libraries will be in the blog post at the end of the presentation. So some final thoughts here. During development, you can afford to make some quick decisions to continue development. If you're building a demo or a proof of concept or MVP, reaching to the cloud might be beyond the scope of your project. So as long as you have a plan in place before any deployments, and whatever you do, have your systems in place so you never commit your keys and other sensitive data. For apps in production, depending on the project, sensitivity of the data, and how seasoned and or large your development team is, sometimes it is best to do things the right way from the beginning, and that is to have the client app authorized into the server that only you have access to, the developer, and which then gets our API from said server. And also rotate your keys. Now, as promised, this is the QR code for the blog post with all the links from this presentation and information on how to reach me. Also, you can find more information on Tech Violet software and more things to come. Now, keep building Flutter and supporting our amazing Flutteristas community. Thank you for joining me today.
That was fantastic, Valeria. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Valeria. That was an amazing talk, and API management is very important and must not be overlooked. So thank you very much for sharing your best practices. Now, please welcome Andrea Cornejo. She's a mobile developer, Flutter organizer, and a Women Tech Makers ambassador. In her talk, she will show us how to supercharge Flutter development using dev tools, from debugging and performance tuning to building smoother and more engaging user experience. So let's go.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me today. I am excited to talk about a very important topic for Flutter developers, DevTools. Before I start the topic, let me introduce myself. I am Andrea Cornejo. I'm from Bolivia. I am computer science engineer and mobile developer. I'm also an organizer for communities like Google Developers Group, Sucre, Flutter Sucre, and Women Tech Makers Ambassador. If you like to connect, you can find me on social media as Andrea Cornejo or Andrea Coding. And let's get started. What is DevTools? Simple put, DevTools are a set of debugging and performance tools that help us analyze and improve our Flutter application. They provide us valuable insights into performance, layout, the overall head of our apps, making it easier to diagnose issues and optimize performance. Today we are going to give you a brief introduction to them. But you're probably wondering, what can I do with DevTools? With DevTools, you can inspect UI, analyze performance, profile CPU and memory, monitor network activity, optimize app size, and much more. All in one place. Okay, in this part, we have this table with the DevTools and on which platform it is available. In my experience, when I was working on a Flutter web, I wanted to use the network view to monitor network activity. However, since it's not available for Flutter Web, I decided to change the platform and run the app on desktop. So my advice is, if you ever find a tool unavailable on one platform, try switching to another platform where the tool is supported. It's an easy work around that can save your time. Now, let's talk about how to launch DevTools. When your app is running in debug mode, you can easily open DevTools. Just press F1. It's not the only shortcut, there are others, but it's the faster. VS Code command palette and search for the Open DevTools command. You can also launch it from other IDs or even directly from the command line. It's that simple. Okay, this is what happens when I try to align widgets in Flutter and everything just doesn't work. You can take it anymore. Sometimes in my case, I want to cry. Well, today I am going to show you a solution for this very common problem when try to customize the UI. Welcome to Flutter Inspector. Let me introduce you to the first DevTool. It helps us inspect and debug the widget tree of our application. It's an incredibly useful tool that allows us to visualize, analyze how our widgets are structured, check their properties, and see how they interact with one another. Well, I don't know if I the only one struggling to find a specific widget in a large project. It can be hard to locate the right widget quickly. But here's where the Flutter Inspector comes to the rescue with the Select Widget mode. We can easily select a widget from the UI and jump to the corresponding code where it belongs. It's a super helpful feature to save time. I want to share with you a new feature in the Select Widget mode. Previously, when you select a widget and wanted to exit Select Widget mode, you had to go back to VS Code, disable the mode from the output, and then return to the app or the code. That wasn't the most efficient way to do it, but with the new functionality, now the select mode is active. You can simply use a close button directly, like the video. You can see the button on the bottom. And only you can simply use a close button directly on the app screen and to exit select mode. It's much more efficient and saves time. And then we have other functionalities. Is the refresh tree, which updates the widget information in real time, and slow animations like the video. Runs animation in the application 5 times slower, and you can see the performance or other issues that you can improve or something like this. Another feature is show guidelines. This helps you visualize your layout better by drawing guidelines. Show the alignments, paddings, scroll views, and clippings used in the application, making it easier to understand how your layout is organized. Another feature is show buzz lines. These show all the buzz lines used for aligned text. It's really helpful for checking if your text is perfectly aligned vertically. But I have to mention that the lines are very thin if you can see in the image. Okay, highlight repaint. You can see borders around all the render boxes, like an video. That change color every time they are repainted. This feature is great for identify unnecessary repaint and optimizing performance. Finally, highlight oversized image that are using too much memory by inverting their colors and flipping them vertically. This makes it easier to spot image that could be optimized for better performance. Sometimes it feels like our UI is taking forever to respond, right? Yes. When my UI takes ages to respond, we've all been there. But don't worry, DevTools come with a powerful tool to help us analyze and improve performance. Now, let's take a look at the performance view. It's the tool that contains information about the performance of the application. This tool helps you diagnose performance issues and UI lag in your app by monitoring frame rendering times and identify dropped frames. Next, we have the CPU profiler. This tool lets you record and analyze a session from your Flutter application, but it can only be used in profile mode. Next up is the memory tool. This tool gives you detailed insight into memory allocation, help you to detect and debug issues like memory leaks and even out of memory crashes. Network is another useful tool. It allows you to monitor all network requests made by your app in real time and help you track performance issues and debug problems related to data fetching, such as slow or failover requests. There are new network profiler updates. Added a filter text file to the top level network profile control. In the last version, there was already a filter, but it was a bit less accessible. You had to open a separate dialog to use it. Now, with this update, the filter is directly accessible in the view, making it much easier to search. Logging, it helps track errors, warning, and debug message to diagnose issues and monitor app behavior in real time. Here have another problem. When the user sees the app sites, they're common problem, but we have the solution is the app size. We can see how much space that the package. We can see how much space the package, their code assets, fonts, and classes used in the application occupy. When you click on the app size tool, you have two sections: analyze and diff. In the analyze section, you can upload file for DevTools to analyze. It will provide you with a detailed report on the total size of your application and how the space is distributed among the different components. If you want to generate this file, you can see the documentation and you have the step-by-step for generating your file. Like this, you can see the total size analyzed, such as an asset and other files that take up space.
The other section is if you can see a comparative view between an old version of your application and new version and a new version. You only need to upload the files for comparison. You can, if you want to know more about DevTools, this is the link. You can read the official documentation. In summary, DevTools is essential for quickly diagnosing issues and build high-performance applications. Remember, if you want to be a person who using DevTools to find and optimize every detail of my app, or do you want a person who debugging with brain and hoping for the best? I was that one. Thank you so much. Before I finish, I would like to give a special thanks to my friend Christian, who has been my support for this talk. And thanks to the Flutteristas community for the opportunity. I hope to see you at another event soon. Goodbye.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I forgot to unmute my mic. There we go. Sorry. My audio I couldn't hear. I hit mute accidentally. Okay, that was fantastic. And we are going to have Q&A now. And we'd like to welcome our speakers on stage.
Hi.
Fantastic job. Yay. Please introduce yourselves. Andrea?
Hi, everyone. I am Andrea, and I'm excited to be here. And yes, I like it. The Flutteristas Conference. It's so good. And yes, I'm from Bolivia. It's 2-4 p.m. And yes, I like it all. And nice to meet you too.
Nice to meet you.
Yes.
Oh, I cannot pronounce your name, and I'm so sorry.
Hi everyone. I'm Ijoma Emanuela Obuna. Yeah. Hi Steph. Hi Ankasha. Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Hello.
And Danielle.
Hi, I'm Danielle. Here it's midnight almost, 11:30, and I'm a programmer at the Weizmann Institute of Science in Israel. And I love the programming Flutter, and the Flutteristas are awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here when you should be sleeping. Your presentations were fantastic. So we have some questions, and let's see what we can. Hold on. Here we go. First one. And this one is for, they didn't put their name. For Emanuela. Why aren't the videos loading?
Oh, okay. The videos are not loading because of the way I structured the UI. So I have to fix the structure because there's an improper rendering, which I'm currently working on now.
Awesome. Let's see. Oh. How is the backend synchronized?
Okay. The backend is synchronized with Superbase, sorry. It's synchronized already. So with the time session, it's actually synchronized. So Superbase is powering all the backend for the Watch Party app currently.
Awesome. And Manuela, we have another one. It looks like, here we go. How does the invite link work?
Okay, the invite link works by, it has a there's a package I added, so it generates a unique invite link for all the users, and it also works with the share plus package, so people can be able to share the unique link generated for the user to anybody they want to invite to the watch party.
Okay. Next, we have one for Danielle. You used an image in the build job. How do you know what is in the image? What if I need a specific version of Flutter?
So I use an image of Sarah's Labs. Sarah's Labs has a GitHub repository, and basically you can just choose a specific version from there. They also say that they have versions of web if you also want to actually run things on Chromium, even though I'm not doing that for these purposes. In any case, in their GitHub repository, you can choose whichever version of Flutter you want.
Okay. Akansha, do you want to read these next questions?
Yeah, so the next question for Daniel. In the last part, you created a build in the dev branch. When did we lost when we switched to the main branch?
The jobs in a pipeline is that when we state that there's an artifact, that it keeps whatever we just created in this job. And if we're still in the same pipeline, in the same file, then it will just keep it under the name we wrote it. If we would have put it in two separate pipelines, then yes, it would have been lost. But as it's in one pipeline, then once we named it, then it saves the entire pipeline.
That makes sense. Yeah. So we have two questions for Valeria as well. And the first one is, how would you migrate your API key management architecture from development to production?
Okay.
Question for Andrea. Can you use Flutter DevTools on a real device, or is it just for emulators and simulators?
Okay, and just you can use Flutter DevTools on both real device on emulators, and it's very useful to test on real devices because sometimes you have issues and only happen on real device, and it's preferred to use on the test on real device.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, real devices give you a better user experience, like you're able to see things how they're working in a real device. So yeah, that's good. Good to know. And yeah, I guess we have that many questions, and let's see if we have anything in the chat.
I am not seeing. If you have a question, be sure to put a Q in front of it so we can find it quickly. I am not seeing any. Okay. I'd like to thank you for joining us for our quick Q&A. Thank you so much. Your presentations were fantastic. I am looking so forward to going back, watching them, just focusing and being able to follow along. And it's very awesome. Thank you so much for your time. And Danielle, go to sleep.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you for joining.
Awesome.
Thank you for
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay. So next, we have our sponsors. And Akansha, I'll let you do this one.
Yeah,
Please.
so I you to our amazing sponsors, our gold sponsors, Dev Angels London, Serverpod, and Flutter Community. Silver sponsors Tide, Shorebird, Code Magic, and Kashish. Thank you very much for sponsoring and supporting our initiative at Flutteristas. Thank you very much.
Yes, we couldn't have done this without you.
Yep.
Okay, so next we are going to do another Kahoot quiz. So if we could get the QR code displayed. Make sure you scan that, put your name in, make sure you get the game pin. We will have winners at the end. If you win, make sure you take a screenshot or picture of the you winning. And then so you have it at the end where you'll fill out a form, and we need to have that attached. Okay.
That's cool.
So it looks like we've got some people joining.
Yeah.
I recognize a few names. I see a name there that's a hint to something that's coming up. Okay, are there more? I should do this, but my phone's not like right here handy. Awesome. Okay, any more people? Nope, here comes some more. Okay.
That's good.
Yeah, we've got a lot more. Come on. Anybody else?
If you want to win some cool prizes, you should definitely join this. So be quick.
Yes. Okay, we're ready to go. Which Flutter widget can be used to provide visual feedback to the user during the data fetching process? Inkwell, gesture detector, refresh indicator, and okay, well, there's the answer. See, dyslexia, I read slow. So, Akansha, I'm going to let you go from here.
Yeah. Okay, so we have now our next question. Which of the following is not a part of four-stage process as described by the hook model? Options are action, psychology, investment, and variable reward. And the answer is psychology. Let's see how many of you got that. Okay, so maintaining the lead position. What does the Google Maps use to provide real-time traffic updates? Magic, satellite images only, crowdsourced data and AI, or is it random guessing?
I like those answers.
Okay, let's see how many of you got that one. And still at the top, AB. And the next one, why is Flutter a great choice for integrating Google Maps? It allows cross-platform development, it is owned by Google, it uses JavaScript, or it has built-in GPS. And yeah, let's see if so Frey is now on top, taking the position. Next one, approximately how many people use Google Maps each month? So this is a slider and you need to answer by just some random guesses, I guess. Let's see. Okay. Yeah.
Wow.
Let's see how many of you were able to guess this one, because I don't think anyone would know the number. So Frey is still on the top. Good. Our next one is, what API is commonly used to integrate maps in Flutter app? OpenStreetMap API, Google Maps API, MapQuest, or Bing Maps? And that was obvious. I hope a lot of you got that one. So Frey is still on the top. That's great. What is a golden file in Flutter testing? A log file of all past tests, a snapshot image used for visual comparison, a configuration file, or a list of widgets to test. And the answer is a snapshot image. So let's see. Frey is still on the top, maintaining a good streak. So what happens if a golden test fails? So answers are a bit long. I think you should be able to get this one. And yeah, let's see if there's any change. Okay, again, AB has made it to first. Which file do you need to configure if you want to exclude certain custom lint rules or suppress some files? Analysis options YAML, pubspec YAML, config, or settings JSON. And yeah, 6 of you got that one. And yeah, top 3, I guess, a little bit changes, but yeah. How do you register a hook if you're writing custom lint rules using custom lint package? $11 answers in, and we still have some time. Okay, 5 of you got that one, and Frey made it back to the top. Next one is, what is the purpose of deploying from a dev branch to a subdomain? To test iOS-only features, to separate backend from frontend, or to preview in-progress changes, or to reduce the app size? And that's great. 9 of you got that one. And let's see. Frey is still on the top. In the troubleshooting section, what common issue is mentioned? That's from the talk. If you were listening to the talk, you would know the answer. And 5 of you got that one. Frey is still on the top. What is considered best practice when implementing APIs in your Flutter apps in production? And yep, 8 of you got that. So that's good. And Frey is still on the top, and some folks moved up. Which of these is not a tool to manage API keys in your Flutter projects? .env or Vault by HashiCorp, NBFi, Microsoft Paint? That was obvious, and yeah, Frey still on top. So next one is, what is Flutter DevTools used for? And Frey still on the top. Let's see. What feature in Flutter DevTools allows you to analyze widget trees? Is it the widget inspector, performance view, CPU profiler, or logging? And that's good. Let's see. Okay. Which tool in Flutter DevTools helps monitor network requests? Memory view, logging view, network view, or debugger? Ten of you got that one. And let's see if there's any change in the podium. Okay, we have the results. Dashi on the 3rd position, AB on second, and first one, Frey. Congrats.
Okay, so the three of you, make sure that you take a screenshot because the top 3 are winning swag. How's that? Flutter swag. Woo, woo! And make sure to scan this QR code so you can go and fill out the Google form that's behind it and attach your screenshot so we know it was really you. Who doesn't love Flutter swag? Woo!
Woohoo! Don't forget to fill this one. So,
yep. Awesome. Okay. So now we're going to go into a break. Yeah. I will be taking a, actually, I'm presenting in the next session. So I will be back. Akansha, thank you so much for your help as my co-host, especially with the reading. Yeah, the letters go together. It's kind of hard. And after our break, Danielle will be back with a new co-host, and we will see you in the next session.
Yeah,
thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
See, the number one rule is we never mute ourselves because the producer cannot unmute us. So hi everybody, this is part 6. We've made it. So this is the last little section we've got, and I have the great pleasure of co-hosting with me Kaylee, who has actually been our project manager kind of person role for this conference. Which what I told her backstage was that she is everything I love and everything I hate about project managers, which I think is a really good thing. So why don't you tell us? Yeah, why don't you tell us a little bit about what's gone on to make this happen?
Well, sure. First, before I get to that, a lot of you don't know me, so I will quickly introduce myself. My name is Kaylee. I've been a Flutterista since 2021, which was our first conference, and that is how I got introduced to the Flutteristas, by randomly deciding to come watch this crazy conference that I found online. And it was everything I was looking for. And I hope that what we're doing today inspires somebody out there to also come and join and be a Flutterista. If you missed Anna's amazing first talk at the beginning, she talked a lot about how the community has changed her life, and it has been a very big part of my life since I've joined the Flutteristas. So it's pretty amazing. We really hope that we achieve our goal of including more women and non-binary Flutter enthusiasts out there to sign up and join us. Yeah, so that's the Flutteristas part, but the conference part has been absolutely bonkers. My favorite thing about being the project manager is getting to lead so many amazing women. There's no way that we could have pulled off something like this without so many talented women behind the scenes. I think at last count, we had about 35 volunteers. And again, volunteers. Nobody is getting paid to do this. Everybody comes and shows up after they work their day jobs, and they come and contribute and put on a really, really, hopefully for you, a great conference.
That's amazing. Yes. And also, so that's us. We also have had several community members that have come in and helped us produce things. And so a special thanks to Simon, who I guess technically, I think Simon paid to help us out because he's a sponsor. Scott, thank you for Scott for helping us out. And a special thank you that was helping us iron out some kinks we were trying to work on was Majid, who, I mean, you know, yes, absolutely. So thank you so much, Majid. I hope you get a chance to see this, but you know, couldn't have done it without you, without any of you, without any of the people we've mentioned. Could not have done it. So thank you all. And I would like to second the idea of this being life-changing. I mean, Anna is one of my heroes. Watching what all she's done. Daria, we're going to introduce in a second. I mean, I'll tell a little bit about her. You know, Nilay and Esra and Steph. I mean, they're among my dearest friends. So it's been amazing. You know, with the group that we've got, how I get to see, you know, you all at different times and stuff like that. It's amazing. So thank everybody. Thank you all for watching, but thank everybody that's been involved. You're all so special to me.
And one extra little bit that I want to point out with that is, you know, we all met virtually online, and, you know, it's not just a virtual group. We have a lot of events that we do in person where we get to actually go and meet people and make real life friends with each other. Danielle and I had an awesome time hanging out at FlutterCon USA, and I look forward to meeting even more Flutteristas in person as the years go by.
Absolutely. Okay, and I think, you know, the other thing I just kind of wanted to do is, you know, we thanked our producers, we thanked our volunteers, our sponsors. We've been showing them a lot. Thank you very much.
Few extra thank yous on my list that I want to make sure because
we can do those now, or we do them at the end. Which would you like?
Well, I guess we do have a slot at the end. Make sure we get everybody covered. So let's go ahead and go on to Daria. I think.
Okay. All right. So our next speaker, Daria, is someone. I mean, I've mentioned the people that meant a lot to me, and I just have to say, Daria has actually kind of changed my life for calling me out on some behaviors that that are a little destructive for me. So I just want to say thank you so much, Daria, from the bottom of my heart. I cannot be more pleased than to introduce you and your talk about your indie dev adventures, lessons learned from going solo with Flutter. So would you take the stage, please?
Hi everyone, my name is Daria and I'm super excited to see you at my talk about indie dev adventures. I don't know if you have seen the movie Dora the Explorer in your childhood. Let me know in the comments if you did. But the plot is that a little girl, Dora, and her friend Boots went on various missions in order to achieve various goals and encountered many challenges. And when I was reflecting on my indie adventures, it reminded me of this movie. The best part is that in my native language, it is actually translated as Dasha the Traveler, and the short version of my name in my native language is also Dasha. So let's begin our adventure. My development journey started in 2015 with native Android development in a mobile app agency. So as of this year, I've been making apps for almost 10 years now. But in 2019, I discovered Flutter and never looked back. Throughout my career, I've built many apps for many different clients. Then, thanks to Flutter, I've launched my own first app, Bunny Search, back in 2021. This is when I started being more involved with the community, sharing my experiences via articles, talks, and tutorials. Eventually became a part of many wonderful communities such as Flutteristas, Google Developer Experts, and Women Tech Makers. Last year, I've even written a book about Flutter design patterns and best practices. But then, at some point, all of these technical challenges became a blur, and I started thinking about what I want to do next. This led me on a solo journey, and I decided to test out waters in the indie world. So my husband and I created a company, BB Apps, where we are working on our own apps and encounter many different challenges beyond technical. And today I will tell you about some of them. But first, briefly about the apps that we built. Bunny Search, which I already mentioned, is an app for finding cruelty-free brands. Tracket is an emoji-based habit tracker. Trigger Journal is an AI-based symptom tracker and wellness journal. And Native Paul is an AI-based conversation-focused language learning app. And today we will be mostly talking about the last two apps because they have two important things in common. They both rely on AI services and both have monetization in form of subscriptions. In the first part of the talk, we will focus on technical challenges related to these things, since as indie developers, we don't have a huge team, but we don't want to compromise on security, quality, speed, and features. And in the second part, we will talk about challenges related to distribution. And the map will guide us through those challenges. And while we're at them, we will fill up a backpack with useful tools. Okay, so our first challenge is the roller coaster of AI features. I mean, we're in 2025, it's only natural. If you have never worked with generative AI APIs before, there's just a couple of things that you need to keep in mind. First is that you use a model to communicate with. In the example, I have OpenAI models, but Gemini and others also work in the same format. We send requests to the models, which are measured in input tokens, and we get the responses back, which are also measured in tokens, in output tokens. And you unlock the access to the GenAI API with an API key, just like a regular API. Tokens are units of measurement for text. So, for example, one token is roughly equal to 4 characters in English. And in GenAI APIs, you pay for tokens. So the more you use, the more you pay. And if you lose access to your API key, someone can abuse it and generate very expensive bills. So as usual, the rule of thumb is no sensitive API keys on the client side. And GenAI API keys are very sensitive. So what alternatives do we have if we want the security and flexibility of the server side SDK, but also the convenience of the client side SDK? Well, one of them is Firebase Vertex AI SDK, and another one is the combination of Firebase Cloud Functions and Firebase Genkit. This leads us to our next stop, which is the bridge of Backend as a service. Another thing that we will consider is that as an indie, you want to focus less on infrastructure and more on building the product. So a go-to solution is usually to use a backend as a service instead of your own custom backend. There are many options, but I've been using Firebase for all of my apps. And as the first step, we need to somewhere store the data that we generate, so we need a database. I use the database called Firestore. It's a NoSQL cloud database where you can create various JSON-like structures to store your data. And an important thing for us is that you can secure this database and limit access via the security rules, all done in the convenience of the Firebase console. Firebase now also offers a SQL Cloud database via Firebase Data Connect, but I haven't worked with it yet. Step 2. Now we need to write something AI to our database. And The way we can do that is we go to the Build with Gemini tab in Firebase console, and we see two options. So first option is Firebase Genkit, and Firebase Genkit is a server-side SDK that lets you use AI on the server side. Second option is the Vertex AI in Firebase, which is a client-side SDK that lets you use AI on the client side. And the way you would use it is you would use it as a regular plugin in your Flutter app and write your regular Flutter code in Dart. And for example, one line to create the model, and another line to create the prompt, and one more line to generate the response. And if you look attentively at this code, you can see that we are not specifying API keys anywhere. So the benefit is that you don't need to specify the API key in this client-side SDK, because this is handled for you in the Google Cloud Platform. And there's also another layer of security that we can add called app check, which we will discuss a bit later. So in a nutshell, the benefits of using Vertex AI SDK is that it is a client-side SDK, so you would use it as a regular library of your Flutter app. No API key needs to be specified. It is super easy to use and integrate. But the problem is that it only supports Gemini. So if Gemini is what you need, perfect. You can use Vertex AI SDK, and it's literally a plug-and-play solution for your Flutter apps. But if not, if you want to experiment with different models or have different providers for different functionality, you can use Cloud Functions optionally with Firebase Genkit. And Firebase Cloud Functions for Firebase, in case you still didn't understand that this is Firebase, and I'm sorry, these are the official assets from the Firebase website. I did not make that up. Anyway, Cloud Functions are a great solution when you need isolated pieces of functionality to be executed in the cloud without creating a fully functioning backend. The way this works is the following. You write a code for a single function, which you can either call directly from your app, like you would do with a regular API, or it can be a function that is automatically triggered in the background when something happens in some Firebase service. For example, authentication or write to the database or something like that. There are many use cases. Then you deploy those functions with a simple command Firebase deploy. And either they're ready to go if they're background functions, or optional if you need to call them via app, you can do that by using Cloud Functions package. And for example, this use case is how a Cloud Function potentially could work. How it works in my native Paul app is that we listen when a message is written to the database. When it happens, the Cloud Function gets triggered. It reads the incoming message. It triggers the GPT API to generate response to this message, and it's written to the database. And then in my Flutter app, I am listening to this same stream, and it gets automatically updated. And here's an example of a Cloud Function. It's just a little piece of code where you can do whatever you need, isolated without the whole context, and it is a callback for onDocument created. So the benefits of using Cloud Functions is that client is unaware of using GPT API or any AI API for that matter. It literally doesn't even know that it's using AI under the hood. API key safe. You can swap models, or you can use simultaneously multiple models for different use cases. And you can have admin rights and leverage Firestore security rules. The problem is that they can be written in Dart. I think the most popular language for Cloud Functions for Flutter developers is JavaScript or TypeScript. Unfortunately, Dart is not supported. I don't know if it ever will, hopefully. But yeah, this is the story of today. Now, second option, Firebase Genkit is, as I said, server-side SDK. And what it offers is an abstraction over the libraries, not libraries, but AI providers. And instead of using different libraries for different AI providers, you can use just Firebase Genkit and literally change the model with one line. So here's an example of the code. Like, you can generate responses to your prompt. And if you want to test out different models, you just specify them where you create the model. And that's it. And we have Genkit talk today, so if you want more info on how to use that, you can check out those talks. Now, we can add another layer of security with Firebase with a service called Firebase App Check. And Firebase App Check is a very useful service because it checks that your requests to Firebase services originate from your authentic app, that it has been signed with the certificate that and with the keys that you were provided. It is authentic, untampered device, so that it's not rooted and things like that. So how this works is that a token gets generated on the device, my Firebase app check. Then with every request, it is sent to Firebase. Firebase then checks if this is a valid token. And if yes, then the request just returns a response that you were waiting for. If not, then it cancels the request and you will not get anything back. And the way it works, the way it's possible, and it is thanks to native APIs. For Android, this is Play Integrity, and for iOS, it is App Attest and Device Check. So it is also set up in the console. It's very quick and easy to implement. And if you're using Firebase already, I really highly suggest that you turn it on too. So now in our backpack, we have the AI solutions and Firebase. And in general, in Firebase, there are many more services like remote config for dynamic prompting and A/B testing, but we are limited on time today. So our next step is the hill of in-app payments. As you remember, tokens equal money because we pay for tokens. And as indie developers, we want, and I guess not just indie developers, as any developers, we would want to offset these payments to the users. So one way that we can do that is by offering subscription. And subscriptions can be very, very painful because if you have ever worked with in-app payments, you know that you need to handle a lot of things, a lot of different statuses, scenarios, use cases. And then if you are supporting different platforms like Android and iOS, you need to do it twice for two platforms. So obviously there is a SaaS solution for everything, including for in-app payments. There are actually many, but the one that I prefer to use is RevenueCat, and obviously for the sole reason of cat in the name, but also because of the amazing swag. But of course, I'm just joking. I've been using RevenueCat for many years now for many different apps. It's very straightforward. It really makes my life much more simple and my development faster so that I can focus on products and features and not on payments. For example, with the recent feature, remote paywalls, you can just present a paywall with literally one line of code. And then, of course, in a production-ready app, you would need to handle all kinds of results, things like that. But still, it's much, much more faster and easier than if you would be doing this yourself. Now, the way you would often handle premium access is to check for a has premium flag on the client side. But bad people can decompile your app, especially the Android version, change this flag to true, repackage, and distribute it. It won't work for them if you use AppCheck, and the premium content is behind Firebase services. But even so, there's another layer of security that you can add related to in-app payments. So instead of using RevenueCat SDK on the client side, you can shift it to our cloud functions, hence to the server side, by using RevenueCat Firebase extension. Firebase extensions are called prepackaged solutions, but in a nutshell, it's literally a cloud function that someone wrote for you, and which you can now set up by just filling in some information in the Firebase console, including this kind of RevenueCat extension. And then you can listen to those statuses changes in your and in general do checks in your cloud functions on the server side, secured also with Firebase app check, and just at much more security than if you would not be doing any of those things. So now we have one more tool on our backbook. This is RevenueCat. Next step is the swamp of store publishing. There is the reason that RevenueCat sends these socks. It says, Apple rejected my app, and all I got were these socks. The thing is that approximately before 2024, App Store was notorious for rejecting apps for no reason or for very silly reasons. And Google Play Store was a piece of cake. It was very easy to deploy to Google Play Store. Your app got approved instantly, and you were just ready to distribute. This attracted all kinds of apps, including scammers, spammers, bad quality apps, malware, and so on. So Google decided to take things into their own hands and became very strict and started introducing and enforcing various policies to keep the sketchy apps out of the store. Unfortunately, these policies also impact the regular developers that just want to make their indie apps available to the world. So here's a couple of policies that Google now enforces and introduces. One of them is that if you create a new personal account, starting, I think it was from November 2023, but anyway, if you create in 2025, that definitely applies. You need to will test your app with 12 testers who have been opted in for at least 14 days. All of this happens in Google Play Console. So the solution is that you either find 12 testers and make them test the app for 14 days before you can actually publish it to the public, or you can open a business account. I think this does not apply to business account at this point. Not sure if it will change in the future. But yeah, but for that you need a company because you need company details and all kind of verifications to be considered a business on Google Play. So next part is my favorite part because I have a lot of experience with this since last year. So Play Store rejections. Your app can be rejected in different types, like on different levels. One of those types is just app rejected. It can be an update, it can be a first version of your app, but basically something is against the policies and you need to fix it. This does not impact, if your app is already on the store, it does not impact the previous version. The previous versions stay on the store, but the new one you need to fix before it will be available to public. Next step is removed by Google. And this is worse than just rejected because not only your new version is rejected, the old version is also removed. I think it can also be removed not only if you submitted update, but just generally they found something wrong with your app. At least that's my assumption. Next step is what happened to me, and we will talk about this also more, is suspended by Google. And this is very bad because not only your app is not available, not searchable, but it's also you can't publish a new version of this app. So what you need to do is you need to change the package name and upload literally a new app. And this is also counted as a strike against your Google Play account. So this is really bad because if you have several strikes, what happens? Your account gets terminated. And if your account gets terminated, this is the end of your story with Google Play Store because you can't try opening new accounts, they will be closed. And also it can be a problem if your account that has been terminated is associated with any other kind of developer accounts because they can also be terminated. This is a notorious thing in the Google Play world. A lot of people have been affected by it. So yeah, be very careful with strikes against Google Play Store. They might not end well. Okay, so let's take a look at a couple of reasons why your app can get rejected. First one is because of metadata. So this includes things that describe your application, icons, screenshots, description, all of these things. If they find discrepancies between the information that you have submitted and what the app actually does, you will get rejected. But so make sure that your screenshots are actual screenshots of your actual app. Same goes for the icon and the description. So if you generate description with ChatGPT, just read it before actually publishing it. And one more thing is that you can't use words that can't be proven, I guess, like top, best, according to my mom or something like that. But yeah, basically you can't include these words and also words like discount and I guess anything that can mislead or manipulate user to download your app. I don't know, but basically, yes, be very careful with these words. Next step is if you are applying to a health category in Google Play Store, you need to be very careful because you will need to fill in a separate declaration with descriptions of how your app uses health data, what kind of health data, what you're going to do with it, and so on. And I have this problem because my app, Trigger Journal, is very user-based. It depends on the user what actual data can be stored in the app. User can decide to submit food information, sleep information, medication information, things like that. But at the same time, they can decide not to submit any of this information and just have it like as a diary. I don't know. So when the question was what kind of information you collect, we answered everything and nothing. And the comment we described the use case, they said, no, this doesn't work because on the screenshot, we can see that you can track sleep. So yeah, be very careful with health declaration. And if you can, don't submit to health category until you're an established app. I'd say it this way. Okay, next reason why you can get rejected is permissions. So Google has become very strict with permissions. With every Android version, it's becoming more and more strict. For example, with one of the latest Android versions, I don't remember which one exactly, if you use exact alarm permission, your app can get rejected for this reason, because to use this permission, your app needs to have this functionality as the main functionality of the app. For example, use exact alarm permission to schedule notifications. If you're a calendar, if you're an alarm, so things like that. If you just want to schedule notification and you're like a language learning app, then maybe you can get rejected for that. So I'd say check every permission that you add to your app and make sure that it's not a sensitive permission, because you can get rejected for that. Broken functionality. This includes when apps don't install, apps that install but don't load, apps that load but are not responsive. So this is the hell of edge cases, what I call. For example, I had this rejection because my app did not load only when it was a fresh install. So like literally when you just downloaded the app and launched it, which is not a real use case, because usually if you have internet to download the app, you also have the internet to launch it, right? But yeah, this happened, and you can be sure that if there's any kind of bugs, reviewers will find them, especially on app launch. So make sure that you show a reasonable message why it can't load and how to fix it if there's really no way for it to launch, but also just try to make it launch. So the king of rejections is the subscription screen. Your app can get rejected for subscription screens if they find that the information is misleading, missing some kind of information, manipulating the user into buying, and so on. There are many rules about how you can't mislead and manipulate the user into buying, including localizations, hiding the close icon, not describing what exactly the user gets, small fonts, I don't know, things like that. A lot of this information is like not written down anywhere. For example, about small fonts, I've heard, and I think I've been rejected for this exact reason, because I've never figured out why. But yes, make sure that all of the information is very well visible on your subscription screen. For example, this is my subscription screen in Trigger Journal, and I got rejected for this, even though it says that the user will be billed monthly, that there's a trial period, when it ends, when they will be billed after the trial period, that it's automatic, like all of these things that need to be set, it says. And it's also a revenue cap payable, so it means that other apps also use it, but for some reason, the Google Play Store rejected it. And the reason why rejections, especially consecutive rejections, are really bad is that they can lead to suspension. The anecdotal experience is that for newly created apps, meaning that it's your first app version when you launch, if you get 3 to 4 rejections, you will get a suspension. This is what happened to me. Like all of my rejections were quite silly, I would say, like the subscription screen, or not loading when there's no internet on the first launch, or the health declaration, but they happened all in a row, and my app got suspended. That's why you can't find Trigger Journal on the Play Store, because it is suspended and not available there, and I don't want to risk striking against Google Play Store in the nearest future. So for Google Play Store, what I suggest doing is on your first version is creating a minimum unrejectable version, which means it should not have subscriptions, it should not be in health declaration, ideally not use AI, because there can be also problems with AI. Be as simple as possible so that you have less chances to be rejected. And then with each consequent update, add one risky feature. And risky feature, I mean in terms of rejection potential. So this is what we want for Google Play Store. And the app, please. Swiping, not swiping. On the other hand, for App Store, we want MVP, minimum viable product, because the way App Store works, for newly launched apps, it gives you a keyword boost. So it shows your app more often, and you want to make sure to make use of this boost, that your app actually offers something useful to the users. Otherwise, they will find it, download, find it not useful, and delete it, which will also probably impact your App Store ranking, and you don't want that. Okay, so we have a checklist of things to do and not to do in our backpack. The next step will be the cave of legal traps. And in here, a couple of years ago, we started seeing banners like this. And no, this is not because companies really care about your privacy that much. It is because GDPR laws make them do it, otherwise they can face fines. And GDPR applies to us too, especially to analytics, because if you want to use analytics, make sure that you know what kind of data your provider collects and if this data is considered personal under GDPR, because you might need to request explicit consent for it. And you also need to mention your third-party providers in your privacy policy, of course. Speaking of privacy policies and terms and conditions, this is another must-do to avoid rejections in the stores and the privacy policy and terms and conditions documents. You need to create them. They need to be hosted outside of your app because you will need links to them. You will need those links because they will be shown in app privacy section in the store, in app description section in the store, and it also needs to be present in your application. So, for example, somewhere in the settings. And also what I suggest, and this is not legal advice, but I've seen people do it and I do it myself, is to have those links on the first screen of the onboarding and saying something like, by continuing, you agree to our terms of service and privacy policy. Again, this is not legal advice, but to create this privacy policy, you can use privacy policy generators. I remember I've used some of them. I don't remember the exact ones. They're pretty much the same, but you can do that. Or since we're in 2025, you can also use ChatGPT. So as a must-have, we need to have privacy policy, terms and conditions. And we also need to show licenses in our Flutter apps, like the open source licenses, but this is done just by calling one function, super easy. If you have subscriptions, you also need to have an option to restore them in settings. And if you have personal data, you need an option to delete this data. And good to have is, this is not required, but for your own benefit, is share feedback, report a bug, contact support. And if you want to secret, all of these buttons do the same thing on my app. They just open the email, but depends on the user intention. And also rate the app so that users can give you ratings if they want to. Okay, so now we have settings and privacy policies and all of those things in our backpack. Now we have our app. It's finally in the stores, but there is a problem. We're in the desert of no users. Why is that? And where to find users? Well, in order to find users, they need to be able to discover our application in the store. Step one, we can share it with friends and family, of course. This is very easy to do. But the problem is that they're not always the target audience. The feedback is also not always honest because, I mean, it's your mom. She'll not say that you did a bad and useless thing. And it's not scalable. I mean, you might have 1 million followers, but you can't have 1 million friends, right? So our next step would be to move on to App Store optimization, which is like SEO, but for apps. And our goal is to optimize our App Store listing here. So how this works. Diego goes to the App Store and he wants to find an app that will help him learn Spanish. He puts the keyword learn Spanish into the App Store and he finds our app. How can he, why by these keywords can he find our app? First of all, they can be specified in our title or in our subtitle. These are two of the most important things for App Store ranking, like by keywords. Icon, this is more impacting the decision of Diego to download our app and not some other app. Screenshots, which also very much impact the decision of the users. And then metadata like description, keywords, localization. This impacts not the user per se, but the way app ranks in the App Store so that users can find your app with the relevant searches for your app. And ASO is a whole different world that I'm still very much exploring. And you can explore it too by following different ASO blogs. And yeah, basically these are usually also SaaS that offer you ASO services, but they also have very great blogs that can help you. You can do keyword research with an app called Astro. I've recently found it and it's been a game changer because it's very helpful and very easy to use to see which keywords you rank and who are your competitors. Finally, when we have optimized that, our next step is marketing, which is a completely whole new world for me, which I have yet to understand because it's so different from development. A couple of things what I learned that you can do is build in public, post on social media, on different forums, create content about your apps, and as I already said, ASO. Then there's the paid options, which can be store ads, such as Apple search ads, social media ads, sponsored posts, influencers marketing, like TikTok. Oh my God, that's a whole topic for me. Maybe someday I'll give a talk, but this will be a different conference, and many more. So yeah, now we have all of these tools in our backpack too. And the final destination would be the oasis of product market fit. I hope to make it there one day. I'm not there yet, but I hope that someday I will find it and I will have a million of users, a lot of pretty money, and everyone will be happy, including myself. And basically, product market fit is when a service is so useful that many people would be really sad if it would not exist anymore. So yeah, this is our map. We have been on a very interesting journey so far, but it's not the end, it's only the start, and probably going to be repeated many more times with all of the upcoming apps. We have a full backpack of useful tools. And thank you, that's it. You can check out my apps on bbapps.dev. You can follow my journey because I write about my challenges on Substack, Daria Droid. See you on social media, and also you can check out my book on Amazon or pack.com. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Daria. I don't think that people realize how much actually goes into making apps and actually getting it out there for the world. Wow. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, Daria. Thank you so much. I loved it. And thank you for staying up late. I know you got to get to bed now, but thank you for doing that. Very much so. All right. And I think before we do our next talk, I'd like to remind you all once again about what our sponsor Shorebird has come up with. And so if you scan this QR code, you will get a coupon code. Now, let me kind of, especially since we're getting to the end of the day, this QR code has to be scanned live now to actually get the coupon code. You've got the rest of the year to use the coupon code, but if you scan that QR code tomorrow, you will not get it. So, if you think you might want to use Shorebird, go ahead and scan this coupon. And like I said the first time, Eric has been just such a great friend of the Flutteristas and such an important person in the Flutter community in general. So thank you. And what have you got coming up next, Kaylee?
Alrighty, up next is a topic that I know I've seen everybody talking about everywhere in the engineering sphere. So I know I'm super excited to hear my friend Ezra Kadat give a talk regarding AI coding assistants, where they can fit in your Flutter development routine. Take the stage, Ezra.
Hi, I'm Esther. I'm a senior mobile developer, co-author, and a proud Flutterista. And today we are diving into where AI coding assistants really fit into our Flutter development routines and what is going on with the AI trend. This isn't just a talk about AI tools. We are going to walk through real code, actual outcomes, and yes, even a few surprises. And then I'm going to introduce new content hub I'm building to this conversation going. And let's dive in. So many of you know me as a Flutterista, mobile developer, speaker, maybe from a tech event, and let's be honest, even a community party. And I'm not just shipping code. I'm here to help to shape what we are building and how we talk about the technology. I'm a psychology-informed individual, behavior-driven design advocate, let's say. I believe users should never struggle with UI, and I build with intention. And I have a touch of curiosity-driven magic, let's say. And right now, I am actively exploring how AI coding assistants actually fit into our real workflows and what they are actually really capable of. And yes, I know this slide is bold, but if you know me, you know that I'm not afraid to say what others are taking. Because right now, we are just not adopting AI. We are rethinking our roles. And if you are not learning how to work with these tools, maybe it should. So if AI replaces your job, maybe it should. So, let's go with a little smile and a little bit jokes from this side. Taylor Swift has eras. And actually, welcome to ours. This is the Gemini era. And this is just not a model drop. This is not a release of a new model name. It is a vibe shift. Now it is the era of generations. And maybe you've seen the memes, the colors, the tweets. That was pretty funny happening in I.O. I was lucky to feel that energy in IO that year, and now I get it. And because this is not AI versus developers, this is AI plus developers that's changing the game. We hit a point that AI isn't a sidekick or a code suggester. It is just being baked into directly our workflows. So the question isn't, will AI replace me? It is, am I growing it or am I ignoring it? And this isn't just my story, it is ours, because you can't we can't talk about this innovation without inclusion. And in this moment, the shift we are all feeling, this belongs to all of us. To Flutteristas, mentors, juniors, senior builders, or audience like you watching it today. And the people staying up late, debugging together, mentoring each other, shaping the future, not just with the tools, but as a community. So that's why I'm kicking it off here today with this 15 minutes talk in Flutteristas. And let's shape what's coming next together. So enough of the soft talk. So let's ground with the numbers, go with the statistics and research. So straight from the 2024 Stack Overflow Developer Survey, 76% of developers are already using or planning to use AI tools this year, but only 43% is actually trust the output. So the tension is right there. So we are productive but skeptical. And that tension is exactly why this conversation matters. So you will find the full data in my Medium article and Content Hub, but in short, AI isn't just coming, it's already shaping what we build. Let's explore how well it is doing that. And I want to quickly compare 4 major players in AI dev assistance space before we go into the code directly. So Copilot is now baked into 1/3 of GitHub projects. ChatGPT has over 100 million users. Cursor grew 0 to 1 million devs under a year. And now we have Gemini, Google DeepMind's most advanced model yet. Gemini was introduced in Google I/O, but now it sets apart with how it thinks. This is not the generative model. This is a thinking model built on multimodal inputs like text, code, image, even video. And in latest version, Gemini 2.5 Pro just launched last week. It's already ranked in #1 in LM area, outperforming GPT-4 in several benchmarks. But right now, I want to say this talk is not including any parts of Gemini or generation. This is only about Copilot, ChatGPT, and Cursor. I am just giving these names because we gotta be aware everything is moving really fast. So let's go to our case. This is enough talk, look at real code, and same prompt, same task, just handed to different tools. What happens when AI assistant are given the same job? Let's find out. Here, what I gave each assistant. A classic UI task, create a responsive login screen in Flutter using app theme with email and password validation and a submit button. No hand holding, no follow-up. I just gave here, go build this, and then I watch. So there where it gets fun. These are the real outputs. 3 login screens built by 3 tools. Can you tell which one is ChatGPT, which one is Copilot, and which one is Cursor? We can check what is going on. Look at the structure, look at the styling, look at the UX. ChatGPT, Copilot, Cursor. So let's reveal the results. First screen on the left is ChatGPT. It actually got the structure close to the right, but where there were issues, like versioning issues, missing logic, misplaced constants, and it only ran after a few minor fixes. In the middle, we have Copilot. It was fast, generated a working layout almost instantly, but it didn't validate the input. Missed proper styling and lacked user feedback. It works, but it feels like a raw draft. And finally, on the right, we have the Cursor. And that one has impressed me the most because on the first try, it gave me validation, theme support, and a layout felt ready for production. This is not just guessing. It understood the environment. Full project access, IDE awareness, and the code context made the difference here. Just to be clear, we didn't help them out. We didn't polish the code. And this is 100% generated. Just one prompt. Let's see what happened. And we have a winner. Our winner is Cursor, the one you see. And I want you to see it shifted. It didn't just write the code, it shipped it. And what I mean with shipping, I really want you to see this. So here is the video. And what you are seeing here is an exact moment that prompt was dropped into Cursor. No nudging, no cleanup. It understood the structure, applied validation, and built UI that felt developer ready. Prompt in to code out. This is just 37 seconds. This is not a speed up. There is no cut. This is just 37 seconds. Everything from validation to teaming came built in. All I did is like accept changes here. There is not even a Dart analyzer like screaming that you need to write it like that or not. 37 seconds. And I want you to see even more because it is really, when you see three of them next to each other, you can totally miss this, but let's analyze it together. What is shipped? Email field, the animations, colors, the password is hidden. Login, there is a regex check, so it needs to match the @mail.com. Then it passes the check. Password is getting hidden and shown. Here is a loader animation and there is a success screen snack bar. This is an end-to-end experience. That's what we mean when I say like it shipped it, like it really shipped it. Cursor nailed team awareness, UI structure, clean logic, feedback and animations. This is like out of the box. This is a real world feeling. This is what you can get by it from a developer. So now you've seen the results, what compiled, what didn't, what actually felt production ready. But let's pause here and ask the real question. What makes a tool actually helpful for real world teams? Is it just speed? Only if the code is solid. Like, is it the structure? Only if it fits to your project. Let's rate each tool, not by just what they generated, but how much they helped us as a developer. Structure, validation, UI polish, feedback logic. So let's break it down together. As you can see in this table, Cursor didn't just like participated, it dominated. But Copilot wasn't really actually fair tested in this version because it was a pre-release free version. The code pasted there was like pretty poor considering the other prompts. But it is what it is. Everything will be transparent in GitHub and there will be like more advanced version of these ratings and everything with points, which did better, which one was worse, why, what could be improved in the Medium article. So what you are actually seeing here is a much deeper benchmark project upcoming. But at this stage, let's say keep it short in 50 minutes, Cursor took the crown. And there is one thing I want you to take away from this is like these tools are powerful, but they are not magic. Different tools are working better for different needs, and they are relying on a prompt. A prompt, that's not just a task, it's a thought, an idea, and a direction, and that's your superpower. And let's zoom out a little bit from 2022 to today. And Copilot opened the door. ChatGPT-4, ChatGPT AI API took off. Then Cursor entered the scene with the context awareness. Copilot X followed. Gemini Code Assist launched in early 2024. We are seeing a new wave. And today, tools like Symmetry and Cloud 3 are entering. And most importantly, MCP, Model Context Protocol, is connecting everything. So it is the beginning of assistant interoperability. So this talk, this is not just watching history. We are here to shape it. Everything kind of started when we caught ourselves doing this, like asking Copilot to explain or like any generator, a Flutter concept and realizing, like, wait, that was actually better than Stack Overflow. And you are not alone. Like this shift in the search behavior, this is just like real. This is a Google Trends graph. Like Stack Overflow is just while others go going skyrocket, Stack Overflow is going flat. But here is the truth, like AI will not replace great developers. It replaces repetitive work. It replaces wasted time. And yes, it might replace folks who refuse to adapt, but great developers, they will use AI to go faster, smarter, deeper. Don't fear replacement. Embrace what makes you irreplaceable. So we only had 15 minutes together, but this is just the beginning. I open source everything, the code, simulator videos, raw results, test errors, all live in Flutter AI Showdown repo. There will be also a quick survey about which tools do you use, are you on a paid plan, how do you work with AI, and I will be publishing extended video articles, series, going deeper into the scoring and prompts and honest pros and cons. So if you want to contribute, test more tools and add use cases, let's build this content hub together. Just to show you how transparent we've been, like every result, simulator, screenshot, test run, and commits is in the repo. You will see ChatGPT Copilot cursor already separated step by step. And everything here was designed, researched, and driven by me right now, from community to community. I challenge the tools, I reviewed every line. Now I'm not here to sell you a winner product. I'm here to help you make smarter decisions as a developer, because the shift is real, and how we're going to move forward, this is like up to us. And this is us, of some of us, from FlutterCon Europe last year. We have many folks watching it globally from everywhere. We were there in many conferences together, and we are building this together globally and watching it together globally right now. AI isn't just a trend. It is not optional. We need to stay ahead as Flutter developers, as a community, and the link will be live. The repo is open. I'm ready to build with you, search this with you, and we need to be on this ship together. Thank you all for watching this talk and joining us today. And looking forward to your reach outs, and I think we have a solid 2025 content coming.
Thank you, Ezra. That was awesome. I very much enjoyed watching that.
Oh, same. That was amazing. And don't go away, because we're going to get to hear from Ezra after our next talk. Danielle, who do we have coming up next?
Absolutely. I couldn't be happier transitioning. I mean, this is such an all-star cast here. We're going from Daria to Ezra, and now we're going to Steph. It's amazing. And so, all right, let's bring Steph up on the stage and take it away.
Hi. If I had done a SQL presentation, that would be really surprising for you, huh? So we'll get some context here. And okay. So one of the things that I want to talk about is my journey on converting a SpriteKit game to Flutter and Flame. Sorry. Before I do that, I need to give you a little bit of Steph developer history. One, I have dyslexia and dyscalculia, which is why I'm using this font instead of the one that you've seen in other presentations. It makes it easier for me to read. I've been a SQL developer for over 25 years, not doing mobile development. Well, that was until this past Monday when I was laid off. So Flutter is my world right now. So that's going to be fun. In 2013, after I'd been laid off from a previous job, I started self-teaching myself iOS development, but I had a lot of trouble reading Objective-C because of my dyslexia. So it took me a long time to even just try and figure things out. All the square brackets that were in it just made it crazy hard for me to read. Then Swift was launched, and it was way easier for me to read and be able to follow it. So my mobile development journey, in 2013, I found RayWenderlich.com, which now is Codeco.com. And their articles and books were written in such a way that it made it easy for me to follow, even with my dyslexia and dyscalculia, and they were super helpful. In 2014, they came out with a book called 2D Apple Games by Tutorials, and it contained a game called Zombie Conga. Now, not overly, it's not like super duper complex, but it was something that I found funny and fun to work with. A zombie has 5 lives, and when it collides with a cat, the cat turns green, and it gets behind the zombie and forms a train. So the zombie has these green cats following it. And the enemy, if the zombie ran into the enemy, which happens to be a cat lady carrying an umbrella, and they had a collision, the zombie loses a life and 2 cats. So In 2017, I created an app that was inspired by Zombie Conga. And this was in iOS, still in SpriteKit. And it had a flying space monkey who had 5 lives and collides with a banana, and the banana changes color and then floats behind the flying monkey. And it also formed a train. Sounds familiar, huh? The enemy in this case was a space alien ship. And when the collision, the monkey had a crash that was registered. Because I wanted to do something to be able to put it in the store and have it so kids could use it. I didn't want to have the zombie dying. I didn't want to have anything associated with that because I didn't want parents to have to do any explanation. So it was just they crashed. They could only crash 5 times. And the space monkey lost 2 bananas. So as things continued, someone happened to launch a red car into space. And I had a colleague tell me I had to get my space monkey a red car instead of just flying through space. So I worked on that over the weekend. I did that, and my app launched 3 days later. So in 2019, I started learning Flutter, and in 2023, I started looking at Flame in my spare time and was trying to do the conversion. Keep in mind, I'm a SQL developer by day. SQL is not object-oriented. It doesn't have all of the various components and things like that. So there was a big mind shift for me. And this particular conference inspired me to talk about my journey. And I was going to go through and explain, here's what you do in SpriteKit, and here's what you do in Flutter and Flame. Things did not go as I had planned. I tried to back out of the conference, but the previous people you've seen, Ezra, Kaylee, and then Simon, one of our producers, everybody knows Simon, the Flutter Whisperer, none of them would let me back out because things were not going well. I couldn't get things to work right. Part of my migration, it's like, okay, first thing I needed to do was make sure I documented and tracked my user stories and my requirements. So I created a spreadsheet. It was interesting because Simon goes, do you have your requirements? Do you have what it's written down? I said, it's all in my head. I know exactly this stuff is all done. He wanted to see it in writing. So I wrote everything out, had it, was able to track it. And he's right. If you're ever going to do some kind of migration, or anytime you're doing any kind of app development, you need to track the user stories or the requirements. I prefer to call them as user stories because you're writing something of how a user is going to use your particular app, what's supposed to happen when they hit this button, and what should they be doing, and having that whole process. So that's something that you need to keep track of, and then you can check off as you go. I know you can't read any of that. It's just to show the list. That's all it was. Now, like I said, things go wrong. Do not give up. I hadn't planned on giving up on my app migration. I was going to give up on the conference, which, as I mentioned, they wouldn't let me do. So I'm here. It's okay. Things will go wrong. Don't give up. It's okay to not know an answer, and you have to ask for help, because you're not going to learn if you don't ask someone for help. Yes, I could have read all these books, and I could have watched a ton of tutorials. The internet is full of so much. Now, as I mentioned, you could go read and you could do all this. The Flame documentation is awesome. My brain doesn't process exactly the same as everybody else. It's just part of neurodivergency. But as I'm going through, I reached out, I'm on the Blue Fire Discord, I'm asking questions, and I'm getting my questions answered. I also had Flutteristas. The one thing that I've struggled with my entire life is imposter syndrome. I'm pretty sure almost everybody has it. It's okay. But again, do not give up. It's okay to ask for help. Things are going to get frustrated? Absolutely. You may want to just give up. Here's an example. Well, the cats are not the right color. This is actually what I did in Flame. The cat, I wanted to be able to see the outside the black lines, because I could see that when I was doing it in Swift. And so I asked for some help. I got a couple of answers. And as you can see in this particular case, the cat is huge. We won't talk about that at this moment, but you'll see that you can see the shapes and you can see the shading and you can do all that. So I got my cat to look the same colors. He's not supposed to be bigger than the zombie. The little white cat that's behind there, that's what size they were supposed to be. So that was the next thing I needed to solve is, okay, I have this giant cat who looks the right colors. I need it actually to be behind the zombie, not on top of the zombie, and not twice the size of the zombie. So tried to figure it out, couldn't figure it out, but I got help. There are people out there that will help you. You just have to reach out and ask for that help. So as you can see in this particular case, the cats are right behind it. This is zoomed in, so it's a little pixelated. There was additional work that needed to be done, so there's some spacing and all that, but it's like these little bitty tiny steps that you're going through. I was able to use a feature in Flame to actually see the hitbox. So there's a rectangle hitbox, there's a circle hitbox. I loved the circle hitbox because when I was doing it in Swift, at least back in the dark ages, I didn't continue with the Swift side. It was like if something touched the zombie's fingers, well, did he really capture the cat? So I loved using in the work that I was doing, using this circle collision. Sometimes funny things will happen. So I loved it when they happened. They made me laugh. I mean, really laugh. And I relaxed. Now, this particular one, you'll notice there are 71 cats, which how I got to 71 cats, I have no idea. The collision with the zombie was not supposed to, or the zombie and the cat lady. The cat lady, there's only one, and she's just scrolling across the screen. And I happened to be on a online meeting with somebody, and Simon happened to be there. And then all this sound was going off, and he goes, "What did you do?" I said, "The cat lady is exploding all over my screen." It's okay to laugh at yourself. Trust me, it will actually make you feel better, and it will help you relax. So have fun. So one of the things that I ran into was I couldn't get my game to end. I could get everything. It was either, we ran out of lives and I got stuck. Ezra was doing a dry run and I was helping her with her dry run of the presentation that you just saw. And so she's like, "Okay, where's your code? Is it out there? Can I see it? Let's run it through Cursor." I'm like, "Okay." So she ran it through Cursor. I was just missing 2 lines of code. So needless to say, I'm like, "Really?" Well, at least I have something to talk about in my presentation. Then I was able to get the game to end. And then I had another problem. My end was on top of the play again, and I couldn't figure that out. She and I talked yesterday, and she helped me solve that. And so what I have here, and it is possible that you will hear the sounds, and Ezra loves it to hear the cat sound. So when the cat is captured, you hear a meow. So I've got a really quick little video here for you to see. And we're going to click this. You may not be able to hear it. Then again, you may be able to hear it. I can. I'm not sure if you can. So in this case, I also added, I didn't have the joystick that you see in the bottom left corner. I didn't have that when I was in Sprite Kit. You had to follow. The zombie went from where it was to where you touched on the screen. So in this particular case, I have an example of I was able to get the zombie to move around. It ran out of lives and it worked. And I was elated. There's a lot more I have to do. I do plan on writing more details and explaining how to do the steps that I did so someone else can learn from me. If one person learns from the work that I've done and what I plan on writing, I feel happy. So that is the journey, and things will go wrong. It's okay. And don't want it to play again. And clearly I messed up my slides. Johan, if you're watching this, I pulled assignment and I finished the slides right before I present it. And it's not going to the next slide. So this is really great. Questions. So that's where we are. We're going to do a joint Q&A. So I would like to thank you all for following me along in my a little bit chaotic journey. I can check off that I finally spoke at the Flutterista Conference because it's something I've wanted to do for all of them. Thank you, Kaylee, for making me do this, because you're right. People need to learn. It's okay to make mistakes, and it's okay to learn from other people and ask for help.
That was great stuff. Absolutely. And thank you for doing that. As you can see, you probably weren't looking at the comments we were putting on the bottom there as you were talking, but
no,
there was a lot of people really liked. They identified what you were saying, and they really appreciated it.
If you don't come away inspired from that, you just don't have soul. That was absolutely inspiring stuff. I'm really proud of you. I'm glad you took my encouragement the right way and pushed through, and it was an absolutely amazing presentation. So
thank you. I literally finished it at the end of Daria's presentation. So I got it done. So that worked out.
So before we get to the Q&A, we're going to bring in Ezra for that. And we're going to get everybody situated. But I want to mention one more giveaway that we are doing. I don't know if y'all caught this, but our Miss Ezra and Daria wrote a book together. I'm going to make sure I get the title here right. It's Flutter Design Patterns and Best Practices, written by our very own Ezra and Daria, and we are giving away 2 copies of it. So if you go to any of our social media challenges, you like, you share, you comment, you engage, you will be entered into the raffle to win one of the 2 copies that were generously donated to us by the publisher Pact, by the way. I want to quickly mention that, but Daria and Ezra wrote a book, and we want to give you a copy. So be sure to hit up our social media. There are other prizes that we're also giving away, and not just the books. So be sure to go to any of our channels, like, share, tag friends, do all of that. And with that, I think we can welcome Ezra. Excuse me. We can welcome Ezra to the stage to join us for the Q&A. We wish we had Daria here too, but it's very late where she is. So,
all right, and you know, maybe to be expected, we've got a lot of questions here, kind of stored up for Ezra here. So if you have any questions for Steph, I know she just finished hers. We try to give a little bit of time there. Get them in with a Q on it. We've got people watching for them, and we'll get you up, and you see your name on screen, which is always fun too. But let's do this first one here. Ezra, what model did you use in Cursor for your benchmarks? Until now, I made the best experience with Claude 3.7, but lately Gemini 2.5 Pro EXP has been amazing.
Hope I will be like adding all of the details to the talk, but for now I use ChatGPT 4.0 in Cursor during the benchmarks. Claude is like super good about reasoning, but meantime Gemini wasn't in this trial. Hope so. Like I will do it in the next ones. Let's see. So it is GPT 4.0.
All right, thank you.
Next question. Do you think this will have an effect on the job market in the upcoming years, or perhaps how interviews are handled in tech? Ezra.
Actually, I love this question, and I think it's a yes and absolutely.
I'm sorry, real quick, Esther. Let me interrupt you for just a second. Your mic is again quiet. We've been struggling with that. I know a little bit. If you could
check it, I'm sorry. I just increased it now. Is it better?
It's a little better. I'm sorry.
I'm doing a slide change. Hope this is better.
Oh, now it got worse.
Now it's worse. That's a lot worse.
Then I'm back where I started. Oh, okay. Let's see. I love this question, and I would say like yes, absolutely. This would change how the interviews are handled in tech, because I think AI will not eliminate the developer jobs. Like I don't see this happening, at least from my point of view. But I think it will reshape it. Think of like this, like knowing how to use AI effectively is a skill right now. I will not even say becoming a skill. It's a skill right now, and interviewers will adapt to this too. Less about memorizing boilerplate, more about thinking, decision making, working with the tools. How can you come up with new ideas? How can you make it customized for the needs? I think this will be like really good new skills that we will be looking for.
Awesome. We got a couple more here. Did you use the pro version of Cursor?
Yes, I use the pro version.
And one more question here from Frey. How do we make sure junior devs really understand the code AI tools suggest to them? Good question.
I hope my voice is better now. I'm trying my best, but sorry for this accident. Fred, thank you for this question. This is also like really important point. And what we can do, I will actually start with what I am doing, then we can actually go for where it is going a little bit more. For me, AI is making me understand things faster, and at least it works for my learning style, and sometimes I just take an opportunity of being a prompter. Like when it's just going too quick, not reasonable, or just like going somewhere else, I don't know. I just decide to slow down. I do review and ask, why did it write this? Why did it generate this? And trying to find the reasoning there. And if I can't find it, I just use another AI tool to understand why the other one is doing. So I'm just like, after I grasp everything, I'm just jumping back to generation tree, because it is just like an overall algorithm results, and you can just like try to see where did it make the mistake. Was it your prompting? Was it the generation? And I think great mentors and strong feedback loop will be important than ever, and especially for juniors. What I would go for, at least I will say something working for me, treating AI code output like a code review moment. Like you can ask them why it works, what they would change, have them trace the flow, like maybe just like review their way of prompting, because pair programming with AI is like really good, but what you can do is you can let them drive, observe how they are interpreting the suggestions, and it is at this point it will be also like growing the days together with this. That's how I feel. I know I'm also wondering all of yours ideas about this.
I have a tendency to kind of agree with what you said there. I think that it's not just understanding the code that it's giving you, but it's learning how to use it in a way that you're getting, usable stuff out of it, and understanding the suggestions it's making and stuff like that. Because if we get to the point where it's just copying code that it gives you, I'm not sure that that's going to be good in the long run. So I think that's part of where that was going there. And finally, okay, actually, we're going to get more questions. That's awesome. But I just kind of wanted to point this out to you, Steph. Sandra here, she also had commented about how kind you were when she joined the Flutteristas. But hey, Steph, thank you so much for sharing. I can so relate to your journey. So I know this was hard to actually push through and get that done yes. With everything going on. So I mean, we need to make sure that you know that it was appreciated.
Thank you, Sandra. And she's on my time zone. We have a Flutterista on my time zone. It's awesome.
All right.
We do have some other questions that aren't in the other queue, and I can share them. You'll see.
Okay.
Keep going.
All right, so we've got one more up here from Manel. Do you recommend asking AI for code review?
100%. This is like 100%, because like you just write something and it's like, yeah, let's make it better. Please judge it like a senior developer. Judge it for, I don't know, solid principles, clean architecture principles, my app hierarchy, my file approach. Am I doing something over engineering? Because like when there is a really good prompt, then you also get sometimes really good output that it is just like going to refactor all of your files, folders, and so on. And it is just like No, I just want to change something simple. I don't want it to like have an entire refactoring in my service. Even if I do it, what will my team do? So you should just like put your AI, you can just put the AI to code review. I think it has the best resource to review your code. They are training this with all of Stack Overflow codes, like open public repositories, really good approaches, learning resources. AI can, I think, give you really good code review. Even if you are bad at prompting, you will get a great review, and with that, you can even learn it further, 100%.
I would probably add to that though that our ops guy at Artly has put in an automatic task that goes in that does a quick review of everything. And in general, I find it fairly, that one I find fairly useless. So it's important to make sure you come up with a strategy that's working for you when you're trying to do something like that. And by the way, even though I find it totally worthless, every now and then it finds something, I go, okay, wait, no, it's got a point. We can do something. But anyway.
Simon mentioned the GitHub action about PR agent, and also, as I know, the code assistant is also up for a while, so it should be live. I think we are having, let me just check to be sure before I say it. We can just like skip this part.
Okay, well, this is a good one, Esther, for you. Are your Medium articles going to be inside or outside the paywall?
First, I will just wrap back about what I'm talking. We have Gemini Code Assist coming, and as I know, it will be also doing some code reviews it will have a GitHub integration or something. We can keep going on. I feel like I just need to have, 20 other eyes to check what is going on. But overall, of course, interested in folks. Is my articles going to be inside or outside paywall? I don't want it to have any of these resources under a paywall, and I'm like totally voluntarily doing this, like I do the community work. There might be some stuff going into, I don't know, subscription payments, but it wouldn't be the community related work. It would be like, yeah, somebody wants a custom implementation of something that I'm doing whatsoever, but other than that, all of the things will be public. We are in an open source community. I do believe that, and I have my passion for this. Let's see how it goes.
By the way, while we're getting ready, Steph, can you pull up the map again for our last check-in on that?
Yes.
All right. Okay. This one's actually got a type on it. That's kind of fun. But are either of you planning more videos, maybe on Hump Day Q&A or somewhere else?
You can start, Steph.
Maybe. Yes.
Maybe.
If once I get some stuff figured out, yes, I would be happy to do videos on the Flutteristas YouTube channel here on Hump Day Q&A if they'll have me. So yes, I don't have a timeline for that, but yes.
So maybe you mean by that you mean the Flutter community channel?
The Flutter community here on the Flutter community channel on Hump Day Q&A. Yeah.
Okay.
Applies the same to me. Let's see where it goes.
All right.
Okay. Oh, hold on. There's a couple more.
Okay. All right.
Ezra, I think I got this one, Danielle. Ezra, regarding GitHub, what is the plan? It sounds like a community hub. Am I understanding correctly?
It was my initial idea to have a community hub there and actually release it in here. That's why you have everything up there. But if you go to scan the QR code and go to my Notion, you will see my entire description about like, you found the quick QR, but the story is not just over yet. I'm just like keeping it on hold to make it updated a little bit. With some conference rush, with some new things coming on, I'm just like thinking about some new stuff potentially coming. Of course, individually, I do also have some ideas about from the community to community with AI and non-paid and totally open versions. Let's see where will it evolve. I'm like, at least individually, kicking off something in my journey and career for sure with this. And let's see. And eventually, my goal is like community hub for sure. Because I do really believe in Flutter framework. Everybody is jumping to the AI train. We need to do something. Lots of things are happening. $1 million, even more investments are going. And yeah, if you want to stay on top of the market, keep building mobile code and even further code, we just need to learn that. Like it can go like in many other directions than mobile and overall.
All right, Esther, what about privacy when using AI? I mean, that's something that always worries me. And not just coding, by the way, like photography, you know, with you know, how it steals from pictures, stuff like that. I mean, I worry about a lot of that kind of stuff. What do you think about that?
There are multiple ways to go around this. Of course, you need to always check what is the legal considerations that there is there, what kind of data that you are using, what about your NDA, what about your contract, what about the other company thinking about you putting the code base there and like putting it out. Mostly right now they are all safe, but we all know that something is safe till the first accident happens. And after the first accident happens, then you become to say, oh, it's not that safe. So we didn't like, at least necessarily something, yeah, we will not use AI generators yet, but there are also some open solutions that you can pull them in. You can also run it to your local, you can also put it to your server and like keep your own things private. And there are like way many other different solutions to go around that. But of course, if you have your own, then you're gonna iterate your own. And then, yeah, it also comes with the maintenance. And of course, you will be a little behind from all of the new PRs merged and updated there. It comes with pros and cons.
Well, I don't know about you, Danielle, but I could sit here all day asking Ezra questions about AI and hearing more from Steph about her journey, but we do have to eventually wrap up this conference. And before we get to our closing remarks and our last thank yous, I think it's really important that we do a last check-in on the map to see all the people that have spent time with us today. So if we could get that up on the screen.
All right. Yeah, this is amazing. These are the people that checked in. I do wonder where Anton ended up at the end. You know, he kept checking in. We've got some groups we're on, and so yeah, I'm wondering exactly which one of these is him now. But yeah, because they had some neat stuff going on in Paris, and you know, last week, and that's one of the wonderful things about our community is we're all the time all over the place. So that's pretty cool. Kaylee, what strikes you the most surprising on that map?
That there's only one in New York City, and that's me. It's very sad and lonely to be the only one.
I do find it sad the lack of in the Americas over here. I'm glad to see the European stuff. I'm glad to see the African stuff. You know,
I'm the only one in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah,
which is kind of funny, but you know.
I don't think it's going to be like that forever. I already feel different kinds of momentum growing. I belong to a wider community of women engineers, and we talk about, you know, jobs and stacks and what's out there. And so many native developers are switching to Flutter because it is just such a more powerful tool to work in cross-platform development. And once they cross to the dark side, they never go back. So I see it growing on my side of it. And I think there's a bright future ahead for Flutter.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So we had a comment that somebody didn't get a chance to check in.
Yeah.
There's the QR code. You can still do it. We will have it up somewhere, I'm sure, where we can.
Well, and Chris, I'm so happy that you're watching us more so than the other parts. So thank you for that. We appreciate it. You know, we probably ought to take a moment again and thank all of these amazing women that have been involved today. I mean, it's been our pleasure, of course, but I also, though, want to thank all of our speakers. Of course, there's no conference without speakers, but everybody that's helped behind the scenes, that's organized one of our committees or has just contributed to it, and it's been very helpful. But you may be watching this, and if you happen to be a woman or non-binary individual, obviously like Flutter because you're watching us, we'd like you to join. And that's one of the things I'd like to ask you, please, is to go ahead and go to flutteristas.org and fill out the form, get on there, say that you you let one of us know because we're still, when stuff like this happens, we get a large influx. So if we're a little bit behind, feel free to ping any one of us, I think, to say, hey, by the way, I did a form. Can you get me improved? I don't want to wait. Get me approved now, and we'll be happy to do it. But that's the thing is Flutteristas it's meant different things to all of us, but it's meant something very important to every one of us. That's why we wanted to do this. We wanted to do this to support the Flutter community because they've been amazing and put good content out there. We've also wanted to do it to support our members and that way. And so I know we're going to say thanks. I just want to thank my other hosts here, Steph and Ezra. And it's always a great time with that. And I think everybody can agree that, wow, Kaylee, you did an amazing job. Thank you so much for everything. We're going to thank a lot of people, but I'm telling you, I can't imagine us getting this done in the time frame we got it done in without Kaylee's help.
Project manager.
And if anybody really wants to know, she was up till what time this morning?
Oh my gosh, I can't. Yeah, 3 a.m. I think.
Right,
Eastern
helping with some logistical
and
stuff that we're still doing. Yeah.
Back at it here. It's I think 6:30, so about 3 hours.
I do remember somebody said in my time 7 a.m. Kelly was up, which is she was up 2 hours ago
Pushing
already.
through. And I'm so grateful that things came together the way that they did. Thank you for appreciating my work, but to be honest, there's absolutely no way that I could have pulled off everything that did happen without the team around me. I was really just somebody making sure that all the teams were on track, and each of those teams were led by an incredible woman that was doing all the actual work and pushing things through. Ezra here leading social media. There's no way I could name everybody. There's 35 volunteers, and that's just the Flutteristas. We had so many more people that really made all of this possible. I have a whole list of thank yous if you guys will indulge me for a minute to make sure I get through all of them. We had gold sponsors, Flutter, the Flutter community, the people of Flutter, the people who are always super supportive of us. Serverpod was so anxious to jump in and donate and participate. Victor's talk was super great. Dev Angels, we would be nowhere without Dev Angels in all the ways to contribute. There's so many, too much to name. I want to especially call out Tide and Kashish as our silver sponsors. Not only did they contribute to us from a monetary perspective, but myself and Anna both work at these companies, and they have donated tremendous amounts of our time to contributing to the community and being able to put something like this on. So big, huge thank you to Tide and Kashish for allowing us to do this. Shorebird, Code Magic, again, two sponsors that were so eager to jump in and help us. We could not thank you enough. Pact also generously donating the books. So many people in the community that took to social media to promote us, adding us to their blogs, mailing lists, everything that's out there, spreading the word, keep doing it. The backstage team, Simon, Scott, Majid, stepping at the last minute and saving us. My brother-in-law, Elvin, also coming in at the last minute to help us out, get things across the finish line. All the volunteers. We had a coaching service, Fearless, that really helped our members get the confidence to speak and do these talks. All the speakers who really were the ones that pulled everything together. Janine, Nilay, Anel, everybody from Flutter, all the Flutteristas, you are why we are here, and it's why we keep coming back for more. And we hope that our little group just keeps growing and growing. So let's keep doing it. Let's keep doing it together.
The one thing I kind of wanted to also jump in on there is, Anel, who is a contractor for Google. She is not just the conference. We have our organizational meetings and stuff like that. And she is one that always makes sure everything's happening. And she's doing that. She's doing that because she loves us too now. She's grown to love us, but also because Google is actually, letting her do that, having her do that. And I mean, that's just that's that just says a lot about both Anel and also Google.
Yes. Without Anel, there are a lot of things that would not happen in our community.
Is that it? Are we?
Do you want to thank anybody, Steph?
Oh my golly gee willikers. Yes, I would like to thank all three of you for your support. And I'll say it again, you wouldn't let me back out. I appreciate that. I touched people's hearts. That's awesome. I would also like to thank Simon, the Flutter Whisperer, who answers questions. He's so patient with me. I even said that in my dedication to him in the book. Just so awesome. Joachim, see, got it right. And Lucas from the Flame team. They have been very helpful. And Dev Cage, not sure actual name, but super helpful when I ask questions on the Flutter Fire. It's been fantastic. The other Flutteristas, the website. So I'm the lead for our website. My website team for our Kushbu and our new Flutterista Vera, we could not have had everything you guys did. It just was amazing. Your work was fantastic, and I greatly appreciate everything you've put in with the different time zones and getting our website up with the list of the sponsors, the speakers, the organizers, getting the agenda in there, taking care of all of that, having it so we have the history for our last conference. We will, just for others, we will be backfilling the first conference that we did. It was a lot different back then, right, Danielle? And so we'll have that at some point. I don't have a timeline on that. So thank you, everyone on the teams that I support. We couldn't have done it without you.
All right. Do you want to shout out thanking people, Ezra?
Oh, I would go for, it's also like, I mean, you count a lot of the names already. I will also go for our mentors, the social media support that Kelly's friend, like she just provided to us, was really, really helpful. And of course, while we are doing the conference, things just got harder, like we got like tight schedules and squeezes stuff out. So for me, making the social media was without the team, without Bahar's support, Steph's going in. Like right now we had all the posts up, Bahar just scheduled them up and like putting them all on the buffer that I actually couldn't have a time to check it. So thank you for all. And right now it's in Europe, it's like past midnight. So and
Well,
still I see lots of
and there are
people,
people
in
still
chat from
watching. It's
Europe.
awesome.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I would, yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I was just going to jump in about the timing. And that's the thing. I mean, yes, it's an incredibly long day.
I saw this.
Yeah, it's such a long day, but our feeling on this is that we're an international organization. We want an international conference. We want to have it where everybody has slots where they can speak, where everybody has slots where they can talk, or where they can watch, at a time that's convenient for them live and be part of this live experience. And so, yeah.
And that's why we do it virtual.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's our whole belief in making it as long as we can here, is just to give everybody that option. So I'm sorry, Esther, I interrupted you.
Oh, sorry, and I interrupted you. I want to just make sure I add something. All of the videos that have, the sections of the stream, we will have the individual videos. We will be getting those uploaded. We will also have this whole conference. You can come back and rewatch. Plan on doing that just to make sure I got everything that everybody shared. So just keep an eye out for it and watch our social media.
Thank you so much, everyone. What a great day.